Chapter 1171 The battle ends. Gu Shi on the other side didn't know what happened on the battlefield. After resurrecting Crew, Gu Shi quickly adjusted his troops. At this time, Amilcar also noticed that Janey had snatched his target away. So Amilcar immediately changed direction and killed from the inside to the outside on the battlefield. Amilcar made the right choice. As soon as he killed him like this, the commander of the Doriot Empire, who was recruiting troops to come back for reinforcements, also became confused. The troops that were shrinking back were directly rushed away by Amilcar. Of course, the commander can also move troops through battlefield teleportation. However, the battlefield teleportation technique can only send 1,000-man team at a time. Moreover, in such a chaotic scene, when he teleports, various problems will arise. After all, battlefield teleportation is a range magic. This teleportation is to teleport troops within a range. At the beginning, everyone is a 1,000-man team, and it will be very convenient to teleport. Now that everyone is fighting together, this teleportation may send the enemy to themselves. Therefore, the commander of the Doriot Empire forces could not transfer his subordinates for a while. Therefore, under the suppression of the two leaders, the commander of the Doriot Empire troops could no longer control the situation and could only watch his troops dwindle in number. After confirming the situation at hand, Gu Shi quickly adjusted his fighting method. A group of new undead, who had just equipped themselves with weapons, rushed out from the main city gate and the steel city gate. Chen could already see that the situation in front of them was within their control. Now is a good time to train troops. If the newly added undead want to integrate into Gu Shi's team, the fastest way is to fight together. It just so happens that the new leader has set an example. Gu Shi can also take this opportunity to release all the newly recruited undead, let them participate in the battle, and integrate into his team through fighting. In this way, the battle here has begun to come to an end. More and more undead rushed out, proving that the legend that the more you fight the undead, the more they appear is true. In the end, the commander could only keep sending different signals to the sky, hoping that reinforcements from other walls could come to save him. But the guards in the city of Rockvalen are not dead either. When Gu Shi took action, they knew this was an opportunity, so they came up with several plans right away. Finally, they transferred all the troops on this side of the city wall. He directly handed over the battle here to Gu Shi's hands, and placed the remaining troops on other city walls, used to deal with battles on several other walls. As their troops mobilized, the fighting on the other side of the city walls also became intense. Even if the commander of the Doriot Empire forces here sends more signals, the Doriot Empire forces on other sides will not send any reinforcements to support them. Now the commander of the Doriot Empire forces on this side can only save himself. But Gu Shi obviously didn't let go of his idea. As the commander of the Doriot Empire troops sent a signal to the sky, Gu Shi immediately moved the garrison gate to the center of the battlefield. As a result, the originally chopped up battlefield became even more fragmented. The undead troops under Gu Shi became even more powerful in the face of such a battle. Apart from anything else, a battlefield where enemies are constantly being cut is the best battlefield for the undead, because the undead can play to their greatest strengths, gain the upper hand in a small area with numbers. The strength of the Doriot Empire's troops is actually pretty good. The average level is around level 8. Moreover, the various types of troops are also diverse and the distribution is quite reasonable. If they really cooperate, they will actually have a certain fighting capacity. But what they encountered was Gu Shi's undead army. Because the Doriot Empire troops were cut apart, there were often only 3,000 to 5,000 troops on each battlefield. And Gu Shi can use the 3 city gates to continuously throw money back and forth. But it is possible to gather 10 or 20,000 people together and attack the enemies within this range at the same time. In addition, the Black Dragon Battalion on the city wall and a large number of shooters attacked at the same time. In about 10 minutes, all the Doriot Empire troops in a small area would be killed. These troops can then be transferred to other places to deal with the Doriot Empire troops in other areas. As such battles began and ended again and again. The Doriot Empire troops also slowly lost strength. The commander of the Doriot Empire troops was attracted by the undead chief, although he looked away again and again, trying to adjust his troops to save himself. But every time he wanted to turn around and command his men to fight, he would be attracted by this undead, because some of the actions of this undead clearly seemed to be directing everything in front of him. The most important thing is that this undead is already a zombie, and you can't see his expression clearly. The commander of the Doriot Empire forces could only know that this undead was dictating the battlefield, and every time he gave command, his troops would lose 3,000 to 5,000 men. This guy must be the commander-in-chief of the undead army. Although he doesn't look so gorgeous. He doesn't have a mount. And he doesn't have many guards. But his momentum, and the way he stands there. You can tell at a glance that he is the top of this undead army. The presence? Hit him. Knock him out first. If we defeat him, the undead army will be in chaos. And then we will have a chance to make a comeback. But no matter what the commander of the Doriath Empire forces ordered, the undead chief seemed to always find a chance to dodge, and would jump to other places as soon as he ducked. And when the commander ignores the undead chief, he will take the initiative to jump out. At first, he took the initiative to jump out, but it was a bit stiff. But as the battle continued, the undead chief also mastered the ability to make the enemy accidentally realize that he was directing the battle. Every time it was the other party who discovered it actively. Unlike before when I had to jump in front of the other party on my own initiative. This situation left the commander of the Doriath Empire forces less and less time to target other troops. As time passes by, 3 hours after Gushi resurrected crew, the Doriath Empire troops were finally all killed. When the last Doriath Empire soldier fell, Gushi, who had been standing on the summoning tower, raised the phantom magic wand in his hand. Spiritualism. Under Gushi's spiritualism, all his mana was drained, and at the same time, a large number of undead climbed up where the previous commander was. At this time, Gushi's face condensed. Prepare. Upgrade. Chapter 1172 Upgrade to level 11. On-the-spot upgrade. This was what Gushi had planned from the beginning. When preparing to start Genesis, Gushi thought about what he wanted to gain from Genesis this time. Apart from other things, the improvement in level comes first. Gushi has decided to keep a piece of experience that can be upgraded as a final guarantee. As long as the remaining experience reaches the upgrade level, he will upgrade immediately without delay. This time he gave it away, and Gushi experienced 2 battles in a row along the way. Each battle starts with 40,000 to 50,000 people. Even if all the enemies were killed by Gushi's undead, only 1 point of experience can be allocated to him. But this could not stop the number of enemies killed in battle. This time Gushi gained more than 100,000 experience points. For each level after level 10, the starting experience level is almost 110,000. Gushi now estimates that the experience here, plus some of the experience retained from before, is about 250,000. After reaching level 11, the experience of level 12 is almost gone. Gushi didn't need to worry. He didn't have any experience to save. At this time, Gushi wished that such a battle could happen more often. If he does it a few more times, he might be able to reach level 20 in one breath. As soon as Gushi made a choice, the corresponding information popped up immediately. Level promotion successful. Your level is raised to level 11, which will replenish life and mana, clear all adverse conditions, increase intelligence by 1, and select 2 of the following 5 skills as rewards. Taosan Ghost Suppression, Lord of the Underworld's exclusive skill, which can be upgraded, consumes 300 mana points, and turns all undead within a radius of 5,000 meters into his own undead. The effect can be mutually reinforcing with the Death Lord skills. Lich Strengthening, the exclusive skill of the Necromancer Lord, which can be upgraded. It consumes 100 mana points to strengthen 20 Necromancers and transform them into Liches. If the Necromancer is already a Lich, its level can be temporarily increased by 5 levels. Powerful Corpse Explosion, combination skills, can be upgraded. Corpse Explosion is level 4 or above. 1 fire and 1 ice spell are above level 3. Consumes 30 mana points. Consumes 1 corpse. Performs Corpse Explosion on a range. Corpse. The power of the explosion is 5 times that of normal corpse explosions. Blood Pool Technique, a professional skill that can be upgraded. Consumes 1 point of mana, and generates a blood pool at a designated location. The blood pool can be used as a corpse or as the basis for other undead spells. Wall of Corpses, a professional skill that can be upgraded. Consumes 1 point of mana, and creates a wall of corpses 3 meters high and 2 meters wide in the designated area. The wall has the ability to attack itself and can swallow corpses. Look at the information that pops up in front of you. Gushi immediately chose the skill of Taosan Ghost Suppression. Not to mention other things. Lord Huangquan's exclusive skills are not bad. The last time the Gate of H.L. opened, it was a simplified version of the natural disaster of the undead. The current Momoyama Ghost is an enhanced version of the Death Lord. Once this skill is released, all undead within this range will be subdued by Gushi. Instead of being like the Death Lord, Gushi still had to talk and communicate. But in the end, he could only conquer half of it. If Gushi mastered the Death Lord skill, he could walk sideways in the world of the undead without worrying about his own safety. So after mastering the skill of Taos Han Go's suppression, Gushi can directly occupy the entire world of the undead and make all the undead in this world his own, regardless of whether they are hostile or not. It can be said that as long as he has enough magic power, Gushi can turn a wild underworld or underworld into his own underworld. If Gushi was more ruthless, he could even suppress and subdue Pluto. Of course there must be limits here. But is Gushi afraid of those? In Gushi's view, the skill in front of him was simply a magical skill, an enhanced version of one of the 3 magical skills. There was no good choice. So Taos Han Jingui chose it directly. Gushi did not look at the blood pool technique and the corpse wall technique during Taos Han Go's suppression. Gushi knew very well that those two were actually prepared to add favorable terrain to themselves on the battlefield. For some necromancers, after reaching level 11, the number of undead troops in their hands will be nearly 10,000. At this time, the necromancers have to consider the battle on the big battlefield. But for Gushi, he has passed this period. 3,000 undead. Gushi had so many troops at his disposal when he first joined Chaeyoung Guild. Nowadays, every battle Gushi fights starts with tens of thousands of people. For Gushi, there was no need to think too much about the small battlefield of 3,000 people. He could just send a battalion out and rush forward. In this way, spells that change the terrain of the battlefield are of no use to Gushi. Instead, the 2 skills of Lich Strengthening and Powerful Corpse Explosion caught Gushi's eyes. Powerful Corpse Explosion is an enhanced version of Corpse Explosion, and it is also a version with elemental attributes added. The power is 5 times that of normal corpse explosions, and all Gushi's current corpse explosions are upgraded from secondary corpse explosions, and are about twice as powerful as secondary corpse explosions. Calculated in this way, the power of this powerful corpse explosion is almost 10 times more than that of a secondary corpse explosion. In other words, a corpse now can do more things after it explodes. But for Gushi, this was a bit tasteless. After all, sometimes it feels like this trick is really not worth the price. If there was no Lich to strengthen him, Gushi might have just gritted his teeth and made the choice. Now that the Lich is strengthened, Gushi naturally hesitates. The reason for the hesitation is not that the Lich is not well strengthened. It was because after Gushi's level reached 10, the necromancer he summoned using the necromancer summoning skill had transformed into a Lich himself. In Gushi's eyes, he no longer needed to consider turning the necromancer into a Lich, although this skill says that the Lich can be upgraded to another 5 levels. But for Gushi, it actually doesn't mean much. But now in the situation of choosing one of the 2, Gushi is considering which one will be more helpful to Gushi, the Lich enhancement or the powerful corpse explosion. After much hesitation, Gushi finally chose Lich to enhance this skill. Gushi now hopes that this skill can bring something different to him. Just like this time, when Gushi was preparing the resurrection spell, the strength of the Lich he released before was somewhat unable to keep up. If the strength of these new Liches can keep up, will it be easier for him to use resurrection in the future? Then, there are some areas that require the cooperation of the Lich. Now we have to see if they can do more. You must know that whether it is a necromancer or a Lich summoned by Gushi through the Death Witch summons, they can cooperate with Gushi in basic necromancy. If their level can really be 5 levels higher than Gushi, it will be of great benefit to Gushi. So for the last spell, Gushi hesitated and chose Lich Enhancement. Chapter 1173 Actor. After completing the upgrade, Gushi nodded with satisfaction and turned to look at Crew beside him. At this time, Crew was holding his head and thinking about something seriously. He always felt as if he had forgotten something. But I can't remember it. There was nothing Gushi could do about this situation. After all, Crew was resurrected after death. At the same time, he was also the first person under Gushi to be resurrected. Gushi didn't even study the resurrection technique clearly. It is quite normal to forget some things. Either Crew has to find this part of the memory by himself, or Crew has to recognize it by himself. Crew was somewhat helpless about Gushi's words. That's all. Anyway, the things that are forgotten are not very important things. Crew thought about it, and realized that some of his most important memories were still there. Then, there is no problem. Anyway, the rest are just scraps of memory. And if they are missing, they will be missing. So at this time, Crew started talking to Gushi. Brother Gu, I am so grateful for your help this time. If it weren't for you, I really don't know where I would be reincarnated now. Don't worry. I'm familiar with what's going to happen next. Rokovalin is not a prosperous capital city. It's just relatively close to us. After you have cleaned up the battlefield, we will go around here and go to Baimeng, which is the capital of the Dardo Empire. Life there is 10,000 times better than here. The most important thing is that you won't encounter any danger in Beat League. At least you won't encounter such a large army attacking the city. Okay, let's go to Baimeng. Gushi thought about it and agreed with the origin of crew. After all, the battle against the wall Gushi was near was over. But the battle on the other walls isn't over yet. Moreover, after the siege is over, Rokovalin will be under martial law for at least a few days. If you run to Rokovalin at this time, you won't get any benefits. You still have to be suspected of this and that. Gushi doesn't want to get into any trouble now. So Gushi made a decision quickly. It just so happened that the battle here had ended. And Gushi didn't want to be dragged around by Rokovalin's people asking questions. So I simply stopped and sent out manpower to quickly clear the battlefield. Crew is now very familiar with Gushi's routine of cleaning up the battlefield. It's better to release the ghost team to clean up as soon as possible. However, in order to pack everything away faster, Gushi directly released multiple city gates. For Gushi, no matter where the city gate leads to in the end, just transport the stuff away first. As for the loot and so on, you can go back and deal with it later. Anyway, Gushi's packaging method is quite simple and crude. Everything on the ground, even the blood-stained soil, will be removed. Even if it is moved quickly, nothing will be lost. When all the things are moved back to Aradovi City, Luna and the others will count and classify them. Everything will be delivered to Gushi one by one. The most important thing now is of course to transport all the things away. In this case, we must open as many doors as we can. In addition to the ghost team, the undead, who had just finished fighting on the battlefield, were also carrying things there. These undead do not need to rest. As long as they are still alive, they can get up and work again now. So with the efforts of the ghost team and the undead, Gushi's men transported everything on the battlefield back to Aladovi City in less than an hour. However, during this period, something interesting happened to Gushi. After receiving the order, a zombie did not clean up the battlefield. Instead, he led a skeleton mage to find Gushi. As soon as Gushi saw this zombie, he knew that he was transformed from the orc chief he killed last time. Gushi was quite interested in undead souls that did not belong to the leader, but whose situation was similar to that of the leader. He himself might not have such a clear understanding. After all, he had only been an undead for a few days. But Gushi understood that this was actually an undead soul with intelligence and consciousness. The various staff members in the major buildings in Gushicheng are like this. It's just that the person in front of him didn't know what his situation was, and he wasn't sure of his position. So he was a little panicked for a while. Gushicheng was planning to give him a few words of comfort and let him go down to work first. Unexpectedly, the undead gave Gushi a surprise as soon as he opened his mouth. "Sir, I want to be a substitute on the battlefield." "A stand-in on the battlefield? What's going on?" "Take a look at the water at one end." Then the undead explained his thoughts to Gushi. Gushi wanted to say at first, "I can still command on the battlefield. Why should I build a fake headquarters?" But Gushi changed his mind. This is not a bad idea. What Gushi is most worried about now is that too much of his identity information will be leaked out. If a fake headquarters appeared on the battlefield, it would be a good choice for Gushi. After turning his mind around, Gushi already had several ways of dealing with the situation on the battlefield flashing through his mind. At the same time, Gushi also thought of the orcs' impressive bone carriage the last time they fought against the orcs. There are also orc labor troops, who are worth 1,000 men at a time. If the undead in front of him wants to pretend to be an undead boss, this bone carriage and the skin obtained from the orc coolie team can be used. Gushi even thought about whether Bai Wuchang should temporarily stay by this person's side to show off. But when Gushi thought about it, his ghost team was a treasure now. Gushi was absolutely reluctant to send out the ghost team. After retracting some of his thoughts, Gushi tilted his head and looked at the skeleton mage behind the undead. "Is this person with you?" "Yes, sir. Believe me, I know how to use equipment to bring everyone to the limelight. And this is my brain trust. The two of us work together very well." "Okay, I agree to this. Do you have a name?" "Yes, sir. My name is Marlowe. Marlowe the Bloodthirsty." "Okay, I will arrange this matter clearly. And then you will be the bait on the battlefield. Remember, when I direct the battle, I will give you an order at the same time. You must express the order carefully when the time comes." As soon as he heard that Gushi was willing to cooperate with him in acting, Ma Lu immediately understood what Gu Shi meant. Sir, please rest assured that my performance will be in place. Well, besides, the number of actors under you is still a little small. In this way, I will match you with a few more good actors and give you some good things. And you can lift the entire stage. Chapter 1174. So that's it. Marlowe's story was just a small episode. Gu Shi handled it casually and handed the matter over to Princess Anna. Princess Anna had no objection to things like actors being used to perform on the battlefield. After all, this kind of thing happens a lot on the battlefield. And it is also an effective way to boost morale. Although the undead don't need morale very much, it doesn't mean that Gu Shi doesn't need it. Gu Shi put forward such an opinion in front of him, and it would not affect the overall situation. Naturally, Princess Anna would not object to anything. At the same time, she promised that she would do a good job. And Princess Anna also said something. This gives me an idea. I can also have an actor in my eldest princess council. Hearing this, Gu Shi's heart moved. He remembered one thing. According to the divination results, Princess Anna's Grand Princess Council had a total of 9 people. According to the progress of the Gu Shi copy, normally, there will be 1 double death and 1 spiritualism. Lords should be in pairs after all. But according to the divination results, there are 9 lords in total. Could one of them be an actor? However, Gu Shi didn't ask any more questions. Gu Shi was afraid that if he continued to ask, he would find that he was following the results of the divination. That would be an embarrassing situation. So Gu Shi's face became somewhat ugly at this time. Fortunately, crew came over at this time. Have you packed everything? I noticed some movement over at Rokovalin. They seem to want to send someone out to check out the situation. Oh, almost. Where's your map? It has been drawn. In addition to the map to the Beta Alliance, there is also a surprise for you. As Crew spoke, he handed a parchment map to Gu Shi. Surprise? Gu Shi opened the map and looked at it, and really started laughing. There is actually the address of an archaeological excavation site on the map. It was far away from the current location, but there was what Gu Shi wanted most. A dead city. Even based on Crew's experience, it was a gathering place for the elven resistance during the age of ancient dragons. However, this city was probably discovered by dragons and eventually destroyed by them. Most of the city was buried in volcanic ash. But judging from the fact that there are no volcanoes nearby, we can know that the city was burned down by the flames dropped from the sky by the dragon. The city that Crew mentioned was encountering a strange situation was this city. It can be said that Keilu really kept some things about Gu Shi in mind. Although Gu Shi did not send him to Rokovalin, he was given the rewards he deserved. At this moment, Gu Shi's heart suddenly moved, and he understood that Crew had forgotten something. Crew came to Rokovalin to hand in the task with the things he found out in the archaeological examination. As a result, after his resurrection, he didn't even mention this matter. It seemed that Crew had forgotten about it. Only then did Gu Shi remember that when he resurrected Crew, he seemed to have taken out everything he had on him. After resurrection, Crew put the equipment aside back on himself. However, Gu Shi remembered at that time that Crew had not collected everything. Gu Shi thought about it seriously, and suddenly an idea occurred to him. It seemed that the linen bag he had taken off from Crew had not been taken away. When the resurrection spell was completed to clean up the magic circle, Gu Shi's men had already been sent to Aladovi City. Upon discovering this situation, Gu Shi calmly looked at Amilka, who was about to retreat back to Aladovi City, and sent a spiritual contact. Amilka, when you go back, contact Luna and tell her that there is a linen bag among the items you sent in before, and ask her to find out what is inside. Amilka received Gu Shi's order from a distance. He glanced in Gu Shi's direction and entered Aladovi City without saying a word. Because he was far away, Crew's passive mind-reading ability had no chance to activate, so he didn't know what Gu Shi had done. After arranging this matter, Gu Shi had nothing to deal with. The Holy Silver Evil Coffin appeared in front of Gu Shi again. Let's get ready to go. Looking back at the battlefield was empty. If anyone noticed, they would find that the ground seemed to have sunk a little. But this didn't mean anything to Gu Shi. Gu Shi would never tell anyone that there was a mountain of earth being built in the magic plant area of Aladovi City. All the soil on the hill came from the battlefield brought back by Gu Shi. All of them were stained with blood and had their lives taken away. These things may seem like only a little bit, but if accumulated over time, one day they will form a high mountain here. At that time, Gu Shi plans to plant some trees here so as not to waste such good materials. But at this moment, Crew suddenly seemed to think of something. Brother Gu, You won't just leave like this. Yes. I've almost finished cleaning up here. If we don't leave, the troops in the city will come out to cause trouble for us. No, Brother Gu. We originally came here to eat something. As a result, we encountered such a battle that we did not eat. If we don't eat something now, we will have to travel later, from Rokuvalan to Beiming. No matter how fast Brother Gu's coffin is, it will still take 18 or 19 hours. By then I was afraid that I would starve to death on the road. Gu Shi only reacted after hearing this. He touched his belly. If you hadn't said it, I wouldn't have felt anything. I didn't expect that so much time had passed. I'm also hungry. Don't worry. I have something edible, and I'll have it delivered right now. Gu Shi thought that he really hadn't eaten for a while. So he immediately contacted Luna and asked her to send some food. There are canteens and taverns in Aradovi City, and takeout can be delivered anywhere. Just at this time, there was still a city gate that had not been closed by Gu Shi, so some food was given out. The first wave of things delivered were naturally the things sent from the tavern. Among them, 2 dishes, grilled owl and fried snake strips, have undergone qualitative changes. At least these 2 dishes come with side dishes. And there are also corresponding drinks and staple food. If the previous grilled owl and fried snake strips were just dishes, now these 2 dishes have become a set meal. It was still warm when delivered by several skeletons. After opening the lunchbox, Gu Shi took a look at the food inside and pushed it towards Crew. These are the only ones in my city. If you don't mind, just eat some first. It's okay. I used to cook for myself in the wild. As long as the food is edible. Can you eat this? It won't kill you. Chapter 1175 Fellow Travelers. No matter how unpalatable the food is, Gu Shi and Keilu must eat some now. Besides, the food in Aladovi City is actually not too unpalatable. It just takes care of the needs of the undead and is a bit tough, focusing on strengthening the effect. As for whether it tastes good or not, no one cares about the taste of the undead. Gu Shi was used to eating, so when he brought something up, he tore it into small strips, slowly put it in his mouth and chewed it. Crew didn't know at first, and when he took a big bite, he felt like he had stuffed a large piece of soap into his mouth. He couldn't bite it or swallow it, and it had no taste and was extremely disgusting. Is this what you eat every day? Crew took a sip and spat out the greasy roasted owl meat in his mouth. I didn't expect that in just a few days their taste would have changed. Crew didn't understand for a moment whether Gu Shi's complaint meant that this food was more delicious or more delicious. But no matter how unpalatable it is still food. After stuffing it into your mouth, you can still take 2 bites, and you will feel full after stuffing it into your stomach. Crew didn't think much about it now. He just wanted to take a cushion first. At least not to starve himself. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly felt something, and he turned his head and looked in one direction. Crew's reaction was not slow. After all, he had just died once, and now Crew was extremely careful. Seeing Gu Shi's reaction, Crew jumped up immediately and dodged to Gu Shi's side. He knew that although Gu Shi seemed to be alone on the surface, a strong man holding 2 shields would appear next to him at any time. No matter what accident happened, running to Gu Shi's side would always guarantee his safety. While Crushan was waiting, Gu Shi also stood up and raised the phantom magic wand in his hand. But to outsiders, he looked like he had drawn the bow and put the arrow on it. Just then, a voice sounded from nearby. Please don't do anything. We don't have any malicious intentions. We were just passing by and found a fight in Rokuvalan. So we stopped and waited for the road to be safe before moving forward. Come out! Gu Shi was not polite to them. If Gu Shi had not noticed through the spiritual lamp that someone's eyes were always on Crew, Gu Shi would not have realized that there was someone hiding nearby. When Gu Shi was so angry, the magic wand in his hand flashed with a different light. A death wave is ready. If the other party doesn't come out, Gu Shi will throw the death ripple out. At this moment, a fluctuation was heard in a space about 400 or 500 meters away from Gu Shi. A black-dominated army appeared on the roadside. This troop is in the style of a human troop, but everything on them is black. Looking at their appearance, Gu Shi's eyes fixed. He immediately realized that the ability to hide these people was the dark sky. If they hadn't been staring at Crew, Gu Shi might not have noticed their presence for a while. It's just that these people don't look like undead troops. Instead, they are all human style. From halberdiers, swordsmen, crossbowmen to knights. Gu Shi also couldn't understand how they could have the characteristics of the undead. Please don't take action. We don't mean any harm. We are really just passing by. At this time, A carriage drove out from the team, and a woman wearing a black dress and black hair got out of the carriage. For some reason, as soon as this woman appeared, Gushi felt that there was a dark red color underneath her white skin. "What are you doing staring at my friend as we pass by?" Gushi stared at the woman and said something. "I didn't mean to do it. I just felt like this person had just died once, but seemed to have come back to life. Was he resurrected?" Gushi frowned. He looked at the woman again. Under Gushi's attention, the woman also felt a little embarrassed. Can you stop looking at me like that? Necromancer? No. I am a decent human being. Alive." The woman quickly shook her hands and said. But the more she said this, the more Gushi felt that something was wrong with her. So Gushi looked at her again. At this moment, Crew also poked his head out. "Brother Gu, what's going on? That one keeps staring at you. And I don't know why." Gushi just explained and then focused on the woman again. "I didn't mean to stare at him. I was just curious about what happens after someone is resurrected. What else can I do? He looks like a living person no matter how you look at him." Crew muttered there. As he spoke, Keilu also stood out from behind Gushi. Finding that there were only this few troops in front of him, Crew felt that there was nothing to be afraid of. Such a small force is not enough for Gushi to just send out a wave of charges. When the woman saw that the situation was considered safe, she took a few steps forward. They stopped when they were close to Gushi's position, which was more than 100 meters away. At this time, Gushi could clearly see the decorations on the woman. At this moment, Crew held Gushi's hand and said, "Brother Gu, she is going to the Bait Alliance to find someone to resurrect." "How do you know?" As soon as Gushi asked this question, he knew that he was asking too much. Crew has the ability to passively read minds. As long as you are close to him, you can hear everything in your mind. Only Gushi, who was affected by the Flame 6 Paths lamp and was completely immune to psychic abilities, could avoid being read by Crew. But others do not have such preferential treatment. If you are within 100 meters of Crew, you will be able to hear more or less information. The closer you get, the more you hear. Of course, there are very few people who have such strong thoughts as the woman in front of me. So strong that they are about to become obsessions. So they stopped to take a closer look because they saw you resurrected? Gushi turned to look at Keilu and asked. Crew thought for a while and said with some certainty, "It's really possible." "Alright." Gushi then put away the magic wand. After knowing the reason, Gushi stopped blaming the other party for staring at Crew. Gushi even asked the woman who had approached him, "Have you eaten yet? Do you want to come over and have some?" As soon as he asked this question, Crew's face turned ugly. "Don't. I still want to set up a relationship and ask them if they have anything to eat." Seeing Keilu's anxious look, Gushi knew that he disliked his food. So Gushi said again, "By the way, we are going to the Beat League later. Do you want to come together?" Chapter 1176 On the road again. "Yeah. That's good." The woman was silent for a moment, and finally responded, "Thank you very much." Gushi nodded. Since we were all on the way anyway, it didn't matter if we brought one more. Besides, Gushi was also a little curious about this team. This team is clearly a group of human knights. But for some reason, they always feel depressed. At the same time, Gushi discovered a situation. Crew didn't even know this team. In other words, they are not people from the 3 nearby human kingdoms. But it came from farther away. Gushi was also a little curious for a while. What could attract their attention over there from the Bait League? And why he specifically wanted to go to the Bait League from such a faraway place to ask for a resurrection. While Gushi was still thinking about what to do next, the woman started talking instead. "You two are having a meal right now. We have some good food. I wonder if you two would like to eat together." "No." Before Gushi finished speaking, Crew rushed to say, "Okay. Thank you very much. By the way, my name is Crew, and I am an archaeologist. You guys are from the underground world, right? Which human country are you friends with? I've been to the underground before, and the crab steaks there are delicious. It's just that they have never told me how to get the crab meat when there is no water." After listening to Crew's words, the woman was about to laugh, but found that Crew's expression changed, as if she wanted to vomit. "What's wrong?" Gushi thought something was wrong with Crew. Unexpectedly, Crew said something with a pale face. "Crab meat is spider meat." "Oh, this is a good idea. It seems that I can use more sources of ingredients in my city." Gushi doesn't mind eating some weird things. In Gushi's opinion, as long as he doesn't eat coriander, it's good. After all, he had even drunk rat soup before. So he just didn't expect to eat spiders. Not that he didn't dare to eat them. After hearing what Gushi said, Crew's face became better. I forgot that you are a necromancer. In your eyes, there is really no problem. When Crew spoke, the special mirror on Gushi's left hand flashed. Gushi knew that this was Luna reminding him that he needed to contact her if there was anything. At this time, Gushi didn't say anything more. He waved his hand, and the last city gate was closed. At the same time, black smoke spewed out from under the holy silver evil coffin. It's getting late. Let's get ready to leave. By the way, does your team need to camp and rest? No. We are moving forward in the dark passage, and the troops will not consume much energy. The woman raised her head as she spoke. It can be seen that she thinks that her troops can travel in the dark, which is quite remarkable. As a result, Crew smiled from behind and whispered to Gushi, I borrowed the power of darkness, but I can't walk in the darkness for too long or too far. I have to come out and rest after every section of the journey. Otherwise, I will be assimilated by the darkness. How do you know? Passive mind reading. I can hear everything she is thinking. Crew shrugged helplessly, seeing Gushi and Kaylu communicating in low voices. The woman always felt that they were talking about her, but she tried to listen, but couldn't hear anything. Finally, Gushi said, you don't need to rest. So let's go on the road together. After hearing this, Crew rolled his eyes, but the woman didn't react at all. Instead, she said, okay, let's go on the road together. This time, Crew rolled his eyes even more. This means to turn away all the supercilious looks this year. Fortunately, the woman didn't pay much attention. She said to Gushi, we will move faster in the dark later. If you don't keep up, we will make the first repair on the Green Forest Road. But we will only wait for you once. If you really can't keep up, you can only meet with the Special Alliance. Regarding this, Gushi wanted to say something else. But Gushi didn't say anything in the end, and jumped onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin with Kaylu. Then the Holy Silver Evil Coffin opened a path in front, bypassing Roko Valen, who was still under siege. After they bypassed this distance, Holy Silver Evil Coffin jumped into the darkness, speeding up faster and faster. This situation shocked the woman. She really didn't expect that Gushi could move in the dark and move so fast. Thinking of what she had said before, the woman felt like she had been slapped in the face. But at this time, Gushi had no time to pay attention to this. After entering the darkness, Gushi immediately opened the special mirror and contacted Luna. Grown-ups. As soon as she saw Gu, she connected. Luna immediately explained to Gu what she had gained this time. The result of the previous battle outside Rokovalan City has come out. Killed more than 69,300 enemies. When seeing this number, Gushi's first reaction was how could there be so many? But this number was not obtained from the bodies that were transported back. But it is the number of extra undead in the city of Aridov. So Gushi also understood that this amount would not be wrong. The more than 30,000 enemies seen on the battlefield at that time should be the troops on the surface. Later, humans also invested several times of support through other methods. It's just that Gushi didn't pay too much attention and didn't notice how they replenished their troops. Among these human troops who died in battle, except for some griffins that were transformed into bone griffins, all the others were transformed into the most normal undead. This is a universal feature. After all, humans are most compatible with the undead. There are no different choices in transformation. At most, human crossbowmen have become skeleton archers, and human priests have become corpse witches. In other cases, look at the corpse. Those with complete corpses are zombies. Those with incomplete corpses are skeletons. And those without corpses are ghosts. As for vampires, that requires specialized transformation. Double Death wouldn't care that much. There is no vampire option here at all. However, there are several knight armies on the human side. These knights are much better than the orc cavalry before. All three types of knights under Gushi can be transformed. When he saw this data, Gushi immediately contacted Princess Anna. This time, all the undead souls transferred by the human knights were sent to the Blue Temple to be trained by the Blue Knights, and then added to the Aurora Knights. As for the corpses of human knights, they were all sent to the Scarlet Temple to be trained into Scarlet Knights. Apart from these, there is nothing better in the results of human transformation. Chapter 1177 Battle Settlement and Harvest. In addition, according to the information given by Gushi, the human siege troops were not as good as the orcs before. A total of more than 60,000 people were given to 6 heroes. Not even a leader. There are more than 170 leaders at the leader level. It is obvious that there is a leader commanding each 1,000-man phalanx. Among these 6 heroes, they correspond to crossbowmen, priests, knights, swordsmen, spearmen and commanders. Now that they have become heroes, they are the same. The commander-in-chief has pretty good attributes, a high level, and can command more troops. The rest are all heroes of the exclusive unit. After the transformation, their attributes and other attributes are retained. After looking at the attributes and talents of these heroes, Gushi quickly made arrangements for these heroes. Except for the skeleton shooters needed by the Black Dragon camp. All other skeleton shooters will be led by this hero named Daryl. Get him involved in more battles. If he can perform well, he will definitely be included in the new combat camp. Midorka arranged to go to Eve and let him study with Eve for a period of time. After the number of mage troops increased, he would arrange legal soldiers to be under his command. Rear directly arranged to work under Amilcar. He needs such a knight-like hero. While Gushi was arranging these heroes one by one, he was looking at other gains from this time. Not to mention the corpses. Except for some soldiers who were burned to death by the firewall technique. Most of the other soldiers' corpses were relatively complete. At the same time, all kinds of weapons and equipment are also complete. Now all these weapons have been sent to the blacksmith shop and are undergoing final finishing work. At the blacksmith shop, relatively intact weapons and equipment will be picked out first, polished and put into use again. Equipment that has been disconnected or cannot be repaired will be recast. However, this matter may have to be postponed until later. The previous batch of works weapons and equipment have not been processed yet. And now these weapons and equipment will have to wait in line for 1 or 2 months. New weapons suitable for the undead have not yet been developed. There is simply no time to deal with all the weapons and equipment here. What can be done here is to pick out those weapons and equipment that are really useless. Pour them into the furnace. Directly turn them into molten iron. And make them into iron ingots. The rest will have to wait for scheduling. However, there is no need to wait for some treasures of blue or higher quality, and equipment of purple or higher quality. Gushi can be distributed now. This time, a total of 6 treasures of blue quality or above were obtained, all of which were related to the battlefield. There are also 3 pieces of purple equipment, which are also used to strengthen battlefield troops. It can be seen that from the heroes to the soldiers in this human army attacking the city, they are all very aware of their own situation. Knowing what level he was at, he simply gave up on the idea of the hero fighting on his own and focused everything on the soldiers. Among them, what attracted Gushi's attention the most was a purple staff and a blue treasure. War staff purple, 2-handed weapon. Attack 40 to 45. After equipped, intelligence +5. Perception +4. Equipment requirements, intelligence 10. Perception 10. Special 1, battlefield teleportation, which can send 1,000 soldiers to any location within a radius of 5,000 meters. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and activating the war staff effect once, you will lose your sense of direction, and you will not be able to find the correct direction even with pathfinding. Special 2, Sky Eye technique, can place a 3D rendering of a 5,000 meter radius in front of you, and see the movement and changes in the rendering. Special effect 2, after wearing equipment and activating the effect of the Sky Eye once, you will be blind for 30 minutes every day. Special 3, War Blessing. You can perform a large-scale blessing on thousands of soldiers within a radius of 5,000 meters every 10 minutes. The blessing effects include but are not limited to prayer spell, perfect shot, powerful enhancement, etc. Special effect 3, after wearing the equipment and activating the war blessing effect once, the person holding the staff will be subject to a curse effect that is exactly the opposite of the blessing. The curse will not be lifted until the blessing effect is lifted. Explanation. War sometimes requires using your brain. The reason why this war staff attracts Gushi is entirely because the negative effects of this staff are so low. You don't even need to consume the orange equipment. You can just install it directly. Moreover, this war staff is obviously for commanders. With the war staff in hand, the combat effectiveness of the troops will be improved in all aspects within a radius of 5,000 meters. It can be said that this purple staff alone exceeds the sum of the remaining 2 purple pieces of equipment. Gushi thought for a moment and immediately asked Luna to hand over the war staff to Dimi. As the first leader of Gushi's men, Dimi is also very important in Gushi's combat system. At the same time, her troops are also suitable for close combat, and the ability to teleport on the battlefield is most suitable for the deployment of Dimi's troops. In the absence of orange equipment, Gushi immediately gave the war staff to Dimi in order to improve Dini's combat effectiveness. As for the blue treasure that Gushi took a fancy to, it was even more special. It was an aqua blue sphere, supported by 4 leaping dolphins below. Water magic ball, blue treasure after equipped. It occupies the decorative position. After equipped, the power of all water magics mastered is increased by 200%, and the consumption is reduced by 50%. Looking at the condition of this treasure, Gushi's eyes also lit up. Gushi had already heard of magic balls. Although the attributes are relatively simple, the effect is quite good. However, the water magic ball in front of him was of little use to Gushi. What Gushi wanted more was the undead magic ball, or the fire magic ball. It would be even better if there was a purple magic ball. If not, you can make do by increasing the power of blue quality by 200%. The remaining blue treasures are not as good as this water magic ball. Gushi thought for a while, and finally decided according to the situation. Used to strengthen the combat effectiveness of heroes in each unit. But this time, among all the treasures, these were not the ones that gained the most, but a batch of battle flags. This Doriad Empire is not good in other aspects, but it is quite powerful in terms of battle flags. They did not push upwards, but instead prepared a large number of battle flags downwards. It's the kind of boss-level battle flag that's specially used for bosses. This is something Gushi has never thought about or researched. Normally, a boss can command 25 to 35 soldiers at level 0, and each subsequent level can command 2 to 3 more soldiers. Even if he reaches level 20, he can only command 100 soldiers at most. But having a boss-level battle flag is different, although it cannot be organized into a battalion like a heroic battle flag. But it allows the leader to directly command thousands of soldiers. This is how the 1,000-man regiment seen on the battlefield before came about. Chapter 1178 Red Dress Clue. This time, all the boss-level battle flags are inconvenient to use. In the eyes of Princess Anna, these battle flags can only make it easier to manage the soldiers. The effect is not very big, but this provided an idea for Princess Anna. Princess Anna plans to unite the barracks and the castle to rebuild this leader-level battle flag. If possible, it would be best if the battle flag has corresponding organization and attributes. After listening to Princess Anna's words, Gushi fell silent for a moment. He has battalions and regiments under his command, and he knows very well how the establishment came about. That requires a garrison where troops can be stationed and trained there. At the same time, the station will also have spare weapons and equipment unique to this unit. When this unit is hit, these weapons and equipment can allow the unit to replenish its troops quickly, rather than the troops being destroyed on the battlefield and the entire legion being gone. The number of troops that the boss level can carry is really too few. Even with the battle flag, a leader can lead 1,000 soldiers. The number of soldiers they can control is also too few, and the number of bosses is quite large. Even if Gushi has a large city, it is impossible to establish many training camps or residences for these bosses. Therefore, it may be quite difficult to compile this idea. As for adding attributes, it doesn't matter. Adding attributes to the battle flag is actually very simple. But Gushi has never done it before. In any guild, there will be battle flag designers. The battle flags they design can actually gradually increase the attributes. Regarding Princess Anna's idea, Gushi's opinion was to send out the battle flags first. At least let the leaders organize the 1,000-man team first. In this way, whether it is training or sending troops, it will be relatively simple. At the same time, a base must be built. But not all 1,000-man teams can be stationed at the base. Gushi's plan is that only a 1,000-man team with strong and special arms will have a chance to get support from the station. The so-called powerful arms here are naturally those arms that have reached level 10 or above. And the special units are not the rare undead troops. On the undead side, as long as the first undead is transformed, there will be as many as they want. At most, the difference is whether there is a training camp or not. The special arms mentioned here are warriors, elites and brave men. Some of these were distributed to the leader's men, and some were centralized for use. Gushi is determined to build a brave fighting force. Then, there are the Bone Dragon troops, and the Titan troops that may appear in the future. Until there are suitable heroes to command these troops, they may only be led by bosses. Gushi must also prepare a camp for them. But now we are definitely getting off topic. Gushi currently has only one goal, which is to give all the leaders such a battle flag, regardless of whether it has attributes or not. Let's first let the boss control the 1,000-man team. Once you have the battle flag, the subsequent battles will become smoother. In addition to this information, Luna also revealed another piece of information to Gushi. The linen-wrapped item that Gushi had sent back to the city of Eridovii, which was the item that Crew had accidentally forgotten, has now been found. It was a fossil, and there seemed to be nothing inside. But when Luna and the others got the fossil, they all saw a faint red light. This piece of information made Gushi sit up straight. If it was just orange light, Gushi wouldn't have such a reaction at all. After all, he only has 2.5 pieces of orange equipment on his body. Plus he has 2 orange pieces under his command. And there is another orange piece waiting for him outside. It can be said that he has no shortage of orange equipment at all. But red light is different. Gushi knew very well that even in the real world, there were only 1,037 recorded red outfits. Even if the thing in front of you is not necessarily a red suit, there may still be clues about the red suit. Gushi's heart moved. Maybe this was a clue to break his deadlock. Now it seems that this thing cannot be returned to Crew. Anyway, Crew didn't think about it now. By the time he remembered, Gushi was probably no longer in this world. At this moment, Crew looked at Gushi with some confusion. Brother Gu, did something happen? You look so excited. I just got the news that I have a chance to pass a level. Crew looked confused. What does it mean to have a chance to pass a level? But Gushi did not explain to Keilu. The more you explain this, the more troublesome it becomes. What if Crew remembered the antiquities he dug up? Gushi had no intention of handing this thing over anyway. He just secretly sent a message to Luna, asking Luna to ask Yi to study it to see what kind of fossil it was, and to see if there was any way to cash in the red outfit. If that doesn't work, Gushi might have to go to the real world first to see if there is a way to deal with red clothes. Once he gets the clue to the red dress, it will be his. But Gushi didn't know that when he packed the linen bag and received it in Aladovi City, in the open space on the other side of the creation bridge, the blood god's son was staring at the map on the table with a solemn expression. Losing another seed? Yes. This is the third one. I'm afraid it won't work if the president continues like this. We started Genesis early this time, and we were not prepared in terms of military strength. And there are not many seeds in the foundation of creation. It has only been less than 3 days, and the seeds have already started to disappear, which is not a good sign. President, should we stop what we are doing and prepare some new seeds? After listening to the report from his men, the blood god's son shook his head. It's useless. Since the creation of the world, the passage to that world has been closed. Even if we prepare new seeds, we can't put them in. President, don't we have a way to sneak in? The blood god's son's men asked in a low voice. Do you think smuggling is so easy? We only have 6 roots in total, and each root can only be used 3 times. After 3 times, this passage will no longer be usable. Do you know what this means? This means that we only have a total of 18 opportunities to send people and goods inside. At the moment, we have only lost 3 seeds. Things have not reached the most desperate stage yet, so don't worry about it yet. Besides, investing 10,000 seeds is enough. In the previous Genesis, there was no time to invest so much of my seeds. All the foundations of creation were built with the lives of the players. Now it's just a small loss. It's nothing, the blood god's son said calmly. But when he said this, his eyes were focused on the map in front of him. At the same time, the creation bridge not far away kept flashing red light. Chapter 1179, They are quite unlucky. Gushi only had one attitude toward the red-clad clues, and he hid them in Aladovi City for now. Let's talk about it, after seeing off Crew. After talking to Crew for a few words, Gushi acted as if nothing serious had happened and reviewed the gains from the battle again. Crew also knew that she had to deal with various things after every battle. So at this time, I didn't come over to disturb him. Just when Gushi raised his head to rest, he muttered a few words. Why do you think that team would go to Bite Alliance specifically? She was staring at the resurrection spell before. Do you think there was a corpse in her carriage? Wouldn't the body get damaged after coming all the way? If you want to be resurrected, shouldn't you go to a necromancer? Why don't you think they saw your resurrection level? I don't know how Crew found out that Gushi was free, and how he was able to quickly pick up the previous topic. The main thing is a seamless connection. Gushi didn't mind. He would answer if he could. If he was too busy for a moment, he would sometimes not answer. When there was no communication, Crew would go to the hut of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin to cook something for himself. In Crew's words, even if his craftsmanship is not very good, it is still better than that of Gushi's undead chef. Unlike Gushi, he could still be alive if he forgot to eat. He needs to take good care of himself. There are still many places he has not explored yet. Just as Gu Shi estimated, it took almost another day to walk from Rockvale into Baiming. Along the way, Gu Shi stopped 3 times to wait for the black armored troops. If it weren't for waiting for them, Gu Shi might have arrived in just 18 to 20 hours. And this troop also noticed Gu Shi's disdain. The woman in the carriage was quite angry about this. She kept asking her subordinates to keep up. Every time she saw Gu Shi, she would say that she didn't need to rest, and that there was no consumption on the journey. Regarding her attitude, Gu Shi really didn't know what to say. Anyway, those soldiers were her subordinates, and Gu Shi didn't need to pity them. So as soon as this woman arrived, Gu Shi would move forward without saying a few words. The woman followed immediately. When Gu Shi and his men approached the Bite Alliance, the troops under this woman's command were visibly listless. But what Gu Shi noticed was not that, but the soldiers under this woman, from knights to halberdiers, all covered with thick black aura. It was obvious that they were rushing through the dark passage and had not had a good rest. And they had been exposed to a lot of dark power. If this continues, I'm afraid all these troops will be destroyed. If you don't see anything in front of you, that's the Bait League. We are still about 30 miles away from the Bait League. If you take the dark passage at this time, you may run into it. Let's take a break here and wait for things to pass normally. By the way, these soldiers under your command, what happened to them? After hearing Gu Shi's words, the woman became nervous immediately. Don't be nervous. I just want to say, won't there be any problems if you bring so many troops to someone else's main city? After hearing Gu Shi's words, the woman seemed to remember something. Damn it. I almost forgot about it if you hadn't told me. I won't talk to you anymore. I have something else to do. After saying that, the woman quickly jumped back into the carriage and commanded the troops to go out. What's going on with them? Looking at the speechless scene in front of him, Gu Shi couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. Normally, if you bring troops here, as long as they are stationed 50 miles away from the main city, they will not be regarded as attackers. Because they were following us in the competition, they kept rushing all the way, and ended up crossing this distance. What they discovered now was relatively early. It could be said that they were in the dark and did not see the road rushing over. If they go a little further, you can see if they will be attacked by the Bait Alliance. As Crew spoke, he pointed toward the sky. Gu Shi was shocked. Could it be that the troops from the Bait Alliance had already arrived? Looking in the direction that Crew pointed, Gu Shi found an airship painted in vermilion appearing in the sky. This airship is actually a huge wooden sailboat, with propeller-like machines on both sides of the sailboat. From a distance, this airship is clearly 2 different styles spliced together. On the bow of the ship stood a large number of crossbowmen holding heavy crossbows. They were covered in red armor. It was obvious that this red was the color of the Bait League. At the same time, Gu Shi could also notice that there were 3 cannons hanging on the belly of the airship. These cannons were obviously muzzle-loading, relatively old heavy cannons. But for some reason, it was embedded under the airship. Even the gun ports were stuck. I don't know if the cannon is for decoration, or if it has been magically modified. Anyway, this thing attracted Gu Shi's attention immediately. When the airship flew over, someone looked down at Gu Shi. But there were only 2 Gu Shi, plus a coffin that was smoking black. So it wasn't much of a threat at all. The crossbowmen above just glanced at it, and didn't take Gu Shi seriously. In their eyes, Gu Shi was not threatening at all. There are only 2 of them. What can they do even if they are placed in the city of Baiming? Could he possibly conjure up 100 or 80 people? However, the number of troops heading out was quite large. The warning line has been exceeded, and they went overboard in one go. If you don't knock the bamboo pole that comes to your door properly, it will not be worth the energy consumed when the airship takes off this time. So the airship flew directly over Gu Shi and the others' heads, chasing after the woman. After the airship flew far away, Gu Shi turned to look at Crew. They just left? Otherwise? Are you still thinking about them coming down to take you into the city? Let's go. Bait League is considered the main city after all, so it's normal to be more defensive. But those people are afraid that they will be hit hard. Crew was quite familiar with the situation here. Seeing the airship flying over without even paying attention to him, Crew immediately understood what happened. Regarding this matter, Crew did not gloat over the misfortune. And of course, he had no intention of helping out for the sake of being a fellow traveler. After all, they can only be regarded as fellow travelers, and their relationship can only be regarded as average. By not adding insult to injury at this time, it was already considered a friendly gesture. And by helping, neither Gu Shi nor Crew had any intention of compensating themselves. After turning his head and glancing at the troops heading out, Gushi just murmured in a low voice. They're pretty unlucky. 2. Chapter 1180 in Bait League City. Bait League City, as the capital city of the Dardo Empire, is actually of a relatively high level. When approaching the city wall, Gushi almost knew that the level of the Bait League should be above level 9 and below level 12. The size of the city is only 1/3 of the current total area of Aladovi City. But compared to Aladovi, who was still a little empty, and all the open spaces for various buildings were not filled up, all the land in Bait League had been filled up. It can be said that most of the buildings here have been fully developed. Among them, what attracted Gushi's attention the most was a tall tower standing behind the city wall. That tall tower was obviously the landing spot for the airship. Around this high tower, there were 6 or 7 airships docked like the ones Gushi had just seen. But that's not what Gushi noticed. What really caught Gushi's attention was an archangel in red armor standing on top of the tower. The archangel holds a two-handed heavy sword in his hand and stands at the top of the tower like a statue. But Gushi could feel that this archangel was alive. Following the presence of this archangel, Gushi looked in other directions. He noticed that in addition to the archangel in front of him, there were also archangels on many buildings in the city. However, Gushi discovered that the positions of these archangels were very strange. There are some obviously very tall buildings, but there are no archangels. And some positions are not good, but there are archangels in place. There are no archangels on some core buildings, but there are archangels on some private houses. Gushi followed the magic circle's train of thought and found that this was not the case either. The position occupied by the archangel has nothing to do with the magic circle or the ley lines. This can be seen clearly from the Huangquan dragon robe. Therefore, before entering the city, Gushi was attracted by the situation of Bait League. Seeing Gushi thinking there, Crew quickly stepped forward and shook him awake. Don't mess around. What? Gushi didn't realize what Crew's words meant. Every city has its own secrets. Don't ask about the layout of these cities. Only then did Gushi realize that it seemed that these angels were arranged by the Bait Alliance. Although we don't know the reason for the arrangement, it is best for outsiders not to ask around. So Gushi just took a few more glances and said everything he saw to Luna for them to process and study. He followed Crew and entered the city of Bait League along the east gate of Bait League. In Bait League City, Gushi noticed that except for their soldiers, other people in the city did not like red very much. Instead, they always used blue-green as the main color in their daily lives. The same goes for clothing. Even the little girls walking on the street are all wearing blue or green dresses. Brother Gu, I was here last time. There is a good tavern over there. Not only is the food and wine good, but there is also accommodation. Let's stay there first. I'll treat you to a big meal. After entering the Bait League City, Crew pulled Gushi and headed in one direction, as if he had entered his own home court. Gushi nodded and followed. While checking his main mission, he discovered that the main mission had turned into a ring mission. The first step was to escort Crew to Rokovalin. This task had been completed without Gushi knowing it. At the same time as the mission is completed, the second ring mission will begin, which is to escort Crew from Rokovalin to Bait League. Now this task has been completed. The third ring mission is appearing. Looking at the mission description that is spinning like a big turntable, Gushi is somewhat curious. As for Crew's behavior of just staying in the city and dreaming of death, what kind of mission will the system give? Brother Gu, hurry up. If you're late, I'm afraid you won't be able to drink the soup. Kroko didn't know what Gushi was thinking. He walked towards Gushi anxiously. As he walked, he said, We are lucky today. It happened to be around 11 o'clock when we entered the city. It was only noon when we arrived at the pub. After eating and drinking for a while, it was time to start work at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Most people are working at this time. For us, that was the best time. Not only did we have a wider range to choose from, but everyone had slept all day and had plenty of energy. Gushi blinked. I just went to drink. I couldn't understand a word you said. In order not to let Crew lead him into trouble, Gushi simply changed the subject. Crew, the age of the houses here seems to be wrong. They don't look like they were built in the same batch. Sure enough, the word chronology is a big killer for archaeologists like Crew. As soon as Gushi asked, he introduced him. You underestimate me, don't you? This is an early Midora-style building. I am certain that this is one of the first buildings built in the city of Bait Min. According to my archaeological research, at that time the area around Bait League was still desolate. Therefore, the building is mainly made of stone, which is thick and windproof. Unlike later, after the Bait League was built, trees were slowly planted to resolve the wind and sand. The style slowly evolved towards the Khalil style. That's rainforest wetland style. You see, these buildings with elevated floors are of this style. However, the road is always short. And Crew is not the kind of person who keeps dragging Gucci along to introduce other people's architectural styles. He is in a hurry now, and wants to find a place to have a good meal and drink. So even when Gucci was introducing the buildings in the city, he did not stop. Soon Gucci was taken to a tavern by Crew. The pub sign was written in large letters. And before entering, Gucci noticed two things. One point is that there is a black dagger stuck in the windowsill on the first floor of the tavern. Because the location where the dagger was inserted is inconspicuous, no one would notice it if they didn't pay special attention. Gucci knew the meaning of this dagger very well. This is to tell the guests who enter that the tavern in front of them contains intelligence, assassination, and other thieves-related transactions. At another point, on the top of this 3-story tavern, there was an archangel in red armor standing. When Kalu was about to go in, Gucci still pulled Kalu. Crew, this is the Thieves Information Station. I know. Don't worry. This is a semi-official place. Apart from other things, this tavern has been upgraded to level 7 or above. There will be no problem. Crew's words shocked Gucci's heart. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He understood the reason why there were archangels on various buildings in the city. The buildings where archangel stands are all buildings that have been upgraded to a relatively high level. The Beta Alliance bound the archangel to the high-end buildings in the city. Chapter 1181 being targeted. At around 11 o'clock at noon the next day, Gucci, who had been studying the arrangements of the angels in the city of Beat League for a day and a night, finally discovered that the third ring mission about Crew was finally refreshed. This time, he did not say that he wanted to protect Crew as he left Special Alliance City, but that he wanted to protect Crew and go to the black market in Special Alliance City together to participate in the auction in the black market. Gucci could tell that the main task was to follow Crew for at least 3 months. As for what Gucci will do in these 3 months, it actually doesn't matter. If there were more battles along the way, and it would be more difficult to protect Crew, then the final reward might be better. If I stay in the Special Alliance City every day to study the distribution of angels like I did yesterday, the reward I get in 3 months will not be very good. Although Gucci came here with a mission this time, his main purpose was to fight and upgrade, and obtain more undead and equipment. Staying in the city every day is not the right thing to do. Looking at the situation of the third ring mission, Gucci thought in his mind that after this black market auction was over, he must find a way to trick Crew out of the city. If you stay in this city, there is no chance of fighting. Having made up his mind, Gucci Bao began to think about how to communicate with Crew about going to the black market auction. Crew was also drunk yesterday and hasn't come out yet. I don't know if he can really bear it. While thinking about it, Gucci walked out of his room and walked downstairs from the 3rd floor. When Gucci came downstairs, the people who were talking loudly in the tavern all fell silent and looked at Gucci with strange expressions. Gucci was a little confused. He raised his head and glanced at the bartender huddled in the corner. He wanted to ask what happened to these people. Unexpectedly, the bartender also shrank his head and did not dare to look at Gucci. When Gucci was wondering, he found a woman sitting in front of a square table not far away. This woman was exactly the one who had followed Gucci along the way, but sitting in the corner of the tavern. He looked inconspicuous in the shadows. When she saw Gucci, the woman put an unfinished wine glass on the table. That expression clearly told Gucci to go over and communicate with him. Gucci had never been accustomed to such people. He directly found a square table with the clearest lighting and sat down. He said to the bartender, "The dishes yesterday were good. Give me another one." The bartender still shrank his head. Gucci slapped the table heavily. "What? No business today?" Seeing that Gucci was angry, the bartender came over, gave Gucci a glass of wine, and whispered, "Be careful. Those people came last night and have been asking about you and your friends. They are very fierce." Gucci understood who the bartender was talking about. Gucci was a little surprised about this matter, but when I thought about it again, it was not difficult to understand. This woman must have lost a lot when the airship came out yesterday. If she had a better temper, she would be fine if she just admitted it. But judging from the current situation, she was blaming Gucci for the incident. Gucci is not used to such people. Seeing that Gucci didn't come over, the woman's face became quite ugly. Originally, my white skin had a black base, but now my face is even blue with anger. If there is a feng shui master here, he will immediately say the hall is darkened. Finally, she walked up to Gucci with her skirt in hand and sat down directly. "Don't you have anything to say?" "No." Gushi glanced at the woman, even though they had been traveling together for more than 20 hours. But Gushi didn't have much time to communicate with him. I don't even know which human empire this woman comes from, or what her name is. And there is no direct connection between them. He came to the door like this. And Gushi had no idea what this person was thinking. Anyway, when this person asked himself, Gushi just replied with one sentence. After listening to Gushi's words, the woman pointed at Gushi. Just wait for me. After saying that, she stood up and walked out. When she stood up, Gushi noticed that some thieves in black robes appeared in various corners of the tavern. After deliberately revealing themselves, they followed the woman and left. After they were far away, the bartender walked over to Gushi. Where did they come from? So fierce? Don't you know? Gushi asked curiously. I don't know. When they came here yesterday, they took pictures of you too and asked if you were here. Then I want to go up and cause trouble for you. In order to ensure the safety of our guests, we played 10 games with them and ended up in a tie. Gushi understood the meaning of the bartender's words as soon as he heard it. Gushi thought for a while, stretched out his hand, and a small linen bag appeared on the table. This pocket contains 1 unit of gems. The bartender kept a straight face and swept his hand across the table, and the small pocket disappeared. Then the bartender left a sentence. You'd better stay in the bar these days. We can ensure your safety here, but if you go out, your safety will not be guaranteed. By the way, remember to tell your friends. Those people are a bit fierce. They won't let you go. Gushi nodded and looked up at the door of the tavern. Gushi could see the situation outside just from where he sat. The woman got on the carriage and left after leaving the tavern. But the thieves who followed the woman out remained outside, as if they deliberately let Gushi see their presence. They would show Gushi their black robes and cloaks from time to time. That way clearly meant that it would be fine if Gushi stayed in the tavern. If Gushi goes out, it will be Gushi's death. Gushi was speechless at such a provocation. Normal people should be able to see the level of Gushi. How dare they give Gushi such a warning? Do they think these people can kill them? At this moment, Gushi's face became gloomy. At this time, a drinker sat in front of Gushi. Brother, are you being targeted? Gushi raised his head to indicate the situation outside. Aren't those the ones? Brother, if I were you, I would secretly ask the bartender for a way out. There is a way out of the pub. Don't think that you have some strength and just act recklessly here. It's still daytime, and the thieves' methods are usually not discovered. As long as no one sees me at night, it will be fine even if I take action in the city? Chapter 1182 The Battle Between Thieves and Thieves. Hearing how upright Gushi was, the face of the man who had just sat down changed, and he immediately stood up. I didn't say anything, seeing the other party's wise way of protecting himself. Gushi just smiled. Judging from the situation just now, the woman has conquered everything in the tavern. No matter why this person came to remind him, Gushi still expressed his gratitude, and he reached out and pushed the glass of wine that was still on the table to the person, indicating that he was treating him. At this time, the man's complexion became a little better. He picked up the glass of wine and returned to his seat. Then Gushi thought about it seriously, stood up and returned to the room on the 3rd floor. Although I had only been out for a few minutes, the room on the 3rd floor had already been cleaned. The originally messy room had been cleaned, and everything on the bed and under the bed had been cleared away. The sheets were changed, and there were even fresh flowers. However, Gushi ignored this at this time. After closing the door, a large door appeared behind Gushi. The door only opened a small gap, and Shea walked out from behind the door with a group of thieves. At this time, Gushi was already thinking about one thing: whether to build a smaller city gate alone. In this way, when you secretly release your subordinates in other people's cities, you don't need to be as careful as you are now, for fear that one move will be too big and the building will be destroyed with the city gate. Shea, come and see. Have you seen the thieves below? They are targeting me. While thinking about it, Gushi dragged Shaya to the window and pointed at the black-robed thief on the street outside. At the same time, he also explained what happened along the way. Get rid of him, and then find out what's going on with that woman. Get rid of him if you can. Gushi made a motion of cutting his throat. Shaya understood Gushi's thoughts. Gushi is not the kind of person who dares not fight back when threatened. If the enemy dares to jump out and point at Gushi's nose and tell him to wait for death, then he must be prepared to be killed by Gushi. Please don't worry, sir. Leave this matter to me. After saying that, Shea looked around and prepared to open the window and go out. Seeing Xiaoya's actions, Gushi was a little surprised. Isn't it better to go through the gate? No. This is a tavern. And there are many comrades inside. When we go out from the main entrance, we enter their territory. And we will be affected when we go out. Even if we can fight our way out, we will still be discovered by the thieves outside. But going out the window is different. As long as no one sees us in action, we are not here. Okay. Take care of yourself. If anything happens, just tell me directly. So what if you are in this city? It's not like I have never done anything about opening doors in the city, Gushi said calmly. The existence of the dead city gave him enough confidence. Just as he said, it's not like he has never done anything like opening the gates of the city of death in the voice of others. With a large army of guards, Gushi had nothing to worry about. As one of the first contracted undead to follow Gushi, Xiaoya certainly knew where Gushi's confidence lay. Xiaoya felt relieved that Gushi could have such confidence. As the window opened, Xiaoya quickly ran out with her men. But it was still daytime. Even when the sun was at its brightest, the thieves' provocation on the street would not attract too many people's attention. But if they fought here, they would definitely arouse the reaction of their own guards. Not to mention, there is an archangel watching over the tavern. When Xiaoya and the others rushed out, they did not kill immediately. Instead, they used some small movements to lead all the thieves into a nearby alley, where the thieves started a battle between thieves. Only in this way can thieves kill people in secret without causing too much reaction. At this time, Gushi was standing at the window looking at the situation below. He found that the thieves in black robes and cloaks were being led away one by one and disappearing one by one. At the same time, these thieves no longer dared to appear openly outside the tavern like before, waiting for Gushi to appear. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. Gushi turned around and saw that Keilu had opened the door and walked in. At this time, Crew was like Gushi before he learned the fitness skills. He held his waist when walking. Seeing Gushi standing upright in front of the window, Crew also looked confused. But he immediately said, "No. I'm already old. Originally, I did archaeology. And I could dig a large excavation site by myself, squat on the ground, clean up the remaining soil, and assemble various antiques. I don't care even if I'm busy for days and nights. Now I can't do it anymore. I obviously slept well yesterday, but the bed was too hard and my waist jerked when I got up." Hearing this, Gushi rolled his eyes. "What do you mean by the bed is too hard? Don't you know what hard is? I don't even want to talk about you." At this time, Cruz said, "By the way, do you want to go to the black market auction house in the city with me later? I am afraid that the things found in the archaeological examination this time will not be handed over to Rocco Vallon. It's useless to keep it in my hands. I'll just hand it over to the black market auction house. Otherwise, I won't be able to get the money back. And next time no one will come to me for archaeology." Gushi thought for a moment, and found that he was indeed waiting here. It seems that this main task is really a series of links. But Gushi glanced out the window. "Shall we go out now? What's wrong? What's going on outside?" "It's nothing. It's just that the woman we were fighting with along the way just showed up and sent some thieves to block the door. I'm letting my people clean it up. I don't know if there are any enemies outside." "Ah, don't worry. We won't go through the main entrance. I'll talk to the owner of the tavern later and go directly through the underground passage. There is a connection between this tavern and the black market. We can just tell the tavern directly later that we are going to the black market auction house." "But wouldn't that woman also go through the secret passage of the tavern?" "No. The secret passage in the tavern is only known by the people in the tavern. Brother Gu asked people to go out through the window instead of going downstairs directly. This is the most correct choice. If your thieves offend these people in the tavern, then the road to the black market will be blocked. It's different now. The fighting outside is against theirs. But we're going our own way. And we're following our own path. By the way, Brother Gu, I'll need your coffin when I'm on my way later." "Okay." The Holy Silver Evil Coffin was originally used to travel. Chapter 1183, The Discovery of the Black Market. Following the small door behind the underground wine cellar of the tavern, Gushi and the others walked forward, and soon arrived at the auction house near the black market through the convenient underground passage. The location of the black market is actually just below the city market. Or maybe it was directly changed by the local market. You can only enter at a fixed location or at a fixed time. The place in front of you is the black market located below the market, because it is located underground. The place itself is dark, without the small oil lamp provided when entering. It is almost impossible to see the situation on the other side. So there is no such thing as day and night. People can enter when they arrive. The only thing to consider is the entrance. Apart from the market directly above, there are only a few entrances and exits, such as the sewers and taverns. Cruz seemed to have been here several times. After entering the black market, he walked forward holding a small oil lamp. Soon we arrived at a platform made of wooden boxes. By looking at it by the light of the oil lamp, Gushi could tell that the boxes piled on the platform were not the kind of empty boxes that had been abandoned. Each box contained something inside. As for what is contained in it, Gushi is not sure yet. After arriving here, Crew turned to Gushi and said, "Brother Gu, can you release your coffin?" Gushi had a puzzled look on his face. They had never used the Holy Silver Evil Coffin along the way. Why did they have to release the Holy Silver Evil Coffin at this time? Fortunately, Gushi is not the kind of unreasonable person. He had promised Crew before, and he raised his hand and released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. At this time, Crew said to the auctioneer, "When you take down these firewood and the things hanging on the side, remember to be gentle. Also, send someone to help take care of the coffin. Oil, wax, all the money will come from me. So I must take care of this coffin." Seeing Kalu's movements, Gushi immediately knew what was going on. It seems that Crew hid most of the antiquities dug out this time in the firewood. Even if something happens, no one will pay attention to these firewood. Regarding this situation, Gushi couldn't help but roll his eyes. How much Crew looked down on himself at that time. He has clearly shown his own strength. But he will still play like this. The people at the black market didn't care about this. They unloaded the firewood and miscellaneous things tied to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, and opened it directly in front of Gushi and the others. Gushi discovered that there were some old-looking bottles, jars, gold and silver utensils inside. Gushi himself couldn't figure out the origin of these things. But both Crew and the people at the auction house handled it with caution. I was afraid that I would be careless and smash these things in my hands. Then they really don't know who to blame. At this time, Gushi was at leisure. He took the oil lamp that Crew had just held and started spinning it in the black market. In the black market, in addition to the auction house in front of you, there are also some small stalls selling other items. There was only a small oil lamp lit on each stall, which was just enough for people to see the goods on the stall, but not the people setting up the stall. Gushi held up a small oil lamp and walked near these stalls, using the light to look at the things here. However, after walking around for a short time, Gushi discovered that most of the items for sale here were gray and white, with some green ones, and only a few blue items. As for items of quality above purple, I have never seen any. Think about the same situation. The Beta Alliance is just a less powerful imperial capital among the many countries in this world. It is impossible for purple equipment to pile up outside. But this is also a good thing for Gushi. Things of gray and white quality were an opportunity to lower the price in Gushi's eyes. If Gushi comes across properties that he likes, he can buy them in bulk. Just like the stall in front of me. This stall is filled with white feathers, all of which are the same length. If he hadn't paid special attention, Gushi would have thought this was a place selling duck feathers. As a result, the stall owner introduced Gushi there. All the feathers here are the feathers replaced by the archangels. Each feather is of blue quality, and carries the holy power of the archangel. Arrows made from this kind of feathers will have a holy light effect when attacking. Gushi picked up a feather and took a look at it, then rolled his eyes. This feather contains holy power, but it does not come from the inside of the feather. Instead, it is the power of holy light that has stained the outside of the feather. Taking a closer look, all the feathers are of gray quality, and this kind of thing wants to blow blue quality. I really don't know what he thinks. Just as Gushi dropped the feather in his hand, he suddenly felt something. Gushi put the feather on his fingertips, and then said to the stall owner, "This is of gray quality, so don't talk about blue quality or holy power. Those were of no use to me. So I bought them back as gray quality feathers. After I returned, I had to clean off the power of holy light on them. It's really troublesome. Do you have the power of the holy light?" Hearing this question, the stall owner also raised his head and glanced at Gushi, then waved to Gushi. "Come here and talk in detail." Gushi looked around, lowered his head, and leaned over. "You really don't want to carry the feather of holy light?" "No. That thing is troublesome and useless." "How many feathers like this do you have?" "There are at least tens of thousands of groups." The stall owner whispered that a set of 12 feathers was enough to make a dozen arrows. Tens of thousands of groups is a relatively large number. Gushi thought for a moment and said, "Well, 1 gold coin for every 10 groups. I'll take as many as you want." Don't tell me anything else. This price is already quite high for a great quality item. The stall owner thought for a while, and realized that the price was really not bad. Although he did not deceive people as blue quality feathers, he could sell all the feathers he had. And wouldn't the funds be returned to him? Okay. Do you want me to send you somewhere? Gushi thought about it, then stretched out his hand. And the holy silver evil coffin drove over from the auction house. Put it inside. The space is big enough to hold a lot of things. As soon as the stall owner heard this, he immediately took action. At this time, Gushi was looking around, assessing the situation of other stalls around him. At this moment, Gushi's eyes narrowed, and he found something on another stall. Chapter 1184, the last part. I said, "What is this?" While the previous stall owner was packing boxes, Gushi also walked to the stall he had just discovered, squatted down and asked, "What's this?" Gushi asked, pointing to a stone block on the stall. The stall owner behind the light started to blow as soon as he heard it. "Sir, I wonder if you have heard of the God-given crotch. This is a good thing. As long as it is placed in a city, it can increase the weekly output of a city's mid-level troops by 4. It is definitely an artifact among artifacts. For the sake of your knowledge of the goods, I will sell it to you for 3,000 gold coins. Okay. Don't blow it. No matter how much you blow it, you can't hide the gray light. This is a great quality material. Let me tell you directly. I just like this thing. It's relatively large and just right. Take it back and make a millstone. The maximum is 1 gold coin. If there is more, you can keep it for yourself." Gushi interrupted the stall owner directly. After hearing Gushi's words, the stall owner immediately shouted, "How can this be possible? This is truly a magical tool among magical tools. Don't brag. I've learned about the kits of the God-given weapons, and they are completely different from the one you have. So don't brag about it. I'll give you a gold coin just because the stone is so big. Otherwise, I wouldn't even look at it." The stall owner also knows what is in his stall. If he can sell a stone picked up by the roadside, he will make a profit. Just 1 gold coin. Make a deal. Seeing the stall owner's fear that Gushi would regret it, Gushi couldn't help but smile. He stretched out his hand towards the stone and picked it up in his hand. At the same time, he flicked his left hand, and a gold coin fell onto the stall. After doing all this, Gushi carried such a big stone and headed towards the auction house. At this time, Crew had completed the settlement work with the auctioneer. When he saw Gushi coming, he said happily, "Brother Gu, what did you buy? The stone in your hand is not a good thing. It is just a stone picked up by the roadside. Have you been fooled? How about I go shopping with you? If you continue like this, you will suffer a lot." "No need. I always buy things that suit my taste. I don't really care if they are good or not. After all, no matter how many things there are here, they can't compare to the channels I have to obtain various items. By the way, how long will you stay in the black market? It will take more than 4 hours at least. I just heard that there will be a small auction in 3 hours. There is a good thing in it that I like. I want to buy it. Okay. It just so happens that I have to send the things to my city. Give me 5 hours. After I send the things back, I will come back to you." Upon hearing this, Gushi calculated the time again and said to Keilu, "Although I don't quite understand why Gushi needs to explain to himself when he wants to deal with his own affairs." But Crew nodded. In his opinion, Gushi had completed his mission by sending him to the Bait League. Where Gushi wants to go, isn't that his own business? Crew didn't know that Gushi's main task was completed, but the subsequent tasks were completed one after another, and Gushi still had to do other tasks. After confirming the time of Crew's departure, Gushi nodded to Crew, and then the shadow of the main city gate appeared behind Gushi. Gushi returned to Aridov City in a flash. As soon as he entered Aladovi City, Gushibang immediately ordered, "Prepare the battle site, and take out all the things from before." As he spoke, Gushi placed the stone in his hand on the ground. He pressed the magic wand against the stone in front of him, and cast a spell on the stone. Flame field. The flames quickly burned on the stone, and the stone was burned red. Then Gushi pointed again. Deep freeze. The next moment, ice froze the stone. Then, there was a cracking sound, and the stone in front of me was blown apart on the spot. A portion of the lower waist of the statue was exposed. Your temporary mission, the seal power has changed, and you have found a waste part that meets the requirements of the mission. Task requirements: find 7 sealed components, July 7th. Assemble and defeat the assembly, 0/1. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi also smiled. Sealed power, all the parts for this mission are finally assembled. While Gushi smiled, his men also set over all the materials they had obtained before. There is a pure black left mechanical arm, a jade-carved human head with fox eyes, a soft elastic left leg and a jade foot, a purple quality diamond body, a right hand part whose fingers can be turned into a variety of weapons, and a blue crystal right hand, leg skeleton. Now with the addition of the lower waist part, it can be said that the 7 parts are completely complete, although the quality of these parts varies. For Gushi, this is enough. As for the level issue, not to mention other things, the diamond body has purple quality, plus the jade-carved human head and left leg and jade foot, both of which were obtained from the killing stone. The quality is no weaker than purple, and the right hand of the first piece has been strengthened. Even if the quality was low at the beginning, it has now been improved. Since there are 4 components with quality exceeding purple, the quality of the assembled component should not be too bad. Gushi is now quite confident. He quickly assembles all the materials in his hands. Although these material parts vary in size and quality, and some places even have no interfaces for assembly, Gushi doesn't care about them at all now. Anyway, he doesn't know engineering or anything, and his installation process is to put things in designated locations. The left and right hands can be clearly distinguished, and the head is not mounted on the waist. There are only 7 parts in total, and it is impossible for Gushi to put them together incorrectly. So Gushi quickly installed everything. After placing the last jade head on top, Gushi suddenly felt a strong light coming from before his eyes. There are blue, purple, and a few orange lights in this light. Gushi tried very hard to see what was happening in the light, but all he could see was the collision of things that had been put together. The waist and the right leg of the crystal bone that Gushi had just obtained had the least combat effectiveness, and were beaten to pieces by other parts in a few clicks. The remaining parts kept pulling and colliding with each other, and finally they split into 2 factions. Chapter 1185 Battle Against the Assembly. The changes before his eyes actually surprised Gushi somewhat. In Gushi's eyes, the combination of these things would definitely be a hit at first, but they would soon form their own. He really didn't expect that these components would be divided into 2 groups to fight there. The head and left leg are the same. After all, they come from the same fox. The body and arms are separate entities, with the body being the main control, and the arms doing the fighting. Although the quality on the body side is obviously lower, on the head side only the left leg can fight. For a while, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Gushi watched from the side, feeling that the battle might have been over. He was planning to leave and come back to deal with everything after the fighting here was over. Unexpectedly, the moment Gushi turned around, her left leg and jade foot kicked straight into the heart of the diamond body. Then the jade head quickly bit the neck of the diamond body, biting back hard. After being kicked away by the jade foot continued to step on the diamond body. Each step was on the gap that the body and hands could not grasp. After 7 or 8 blows, Diamond's body slowly shattered. At this time, Gushi had just walked a few steps away, hearing that something was wrong behind him. Gushi turned around quickly. At this moment, Gushi saw that there were a lot of marks on Diamond's body. It was obvious that Diamond's body was unable to get up again after being kicked down. It seems that this time the results are coming out. Gushi stood back to his original position and watched carefully. Just as he guessed, about 3 minutes later, Diamond's body collapsed, and the arms that were originally connected to Diamond's body also became fragments. After everything was turned into pieces, the jade-carved human head and jade feet melted away on their own. Gushi noticed that although the fragments on the ground were of different styles, they were about the same size. Then, there is no need to worry about information processing. The fragments will be classified and combined by themselves. The first things to fly up were some blue crystal fragments. These crystal fragments came from the right leg part. When it flew up, Gushi noticed that the stones belonging to the waist also flew up. Under the transformation of crystal fragments, these stones also turned into crystal fragments. Gushi's heart moved, and he decisively took out the unused dragon blood crystal and threw it in. Also thrown in were some dragon steel and dragonfish bones. Gushi had a feeling that investing these resources now would bring him great benefits. So when the stone on his waist was transformed into crystal, Gushi threw in these key things. As a result, the crystals quickly combined and soon formed a crystal skeleton. Then the diamond body part also began to fly up. This part of the diamond turned into various large and small internal organs and internal power parts, and was installed on the crystal skull frame. While adding these internal organs, Gushi once again took out what he could find in the city. There is a large bottle of magic potion generated by the magic wand, as well as some props bought from the library or the witch's cabin. Because Gushi added a lot of things, there were obviously more things in these internal organs generated by diamonds. It seems that in addition to the 3 hearts, there is a small power system in the middle of the crystal bone, and there are 3 magic pools where the lungs should be. As for other internal organs, there are also obvious changes in quantity and quality. After all the internal organs were pieced together, the 2 arms quickly decomposed and turned into various mechanical parts and wires, which were wrapped around the limbs of the crystal skull frame. These parts completely replaced the muscles of the limbs. Not only do they have incredible defensive power, but they also have a high reaction speed. The most important thing is that all arms have the ability to deform and can transform into a variety of different weapons and tools. After everything was completed, the head and left leg began to refine, turning into a jade-colored liquid that wrapped around the semi-complete body, forming the SH, L and skin of the body. At the same time, this also adjusts the appearance of the person in front of him. When everything was finally settled, Gushi found a humanoid being standing in front of him, about 1.5 meters tall, with no hair, a jade-colored body, and no discernible gender. His limbs are slender and his skin is delicate, and he looks like he has no strength. There are no facial features on the face either. But for some reason, Gushi felt that this thing was very powerful at the first moment. When everything was assembled, an orange light fell, and then there was a ding in Gushi's ear. The assembly is completed. Please defeat the assembly. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Gushi stood up. He understood that he had to finish the battle in front of him by himself. Fortunately, Gushi's own fighting ability is not weak. The most important thing is that the incarnation of death is his own power, and he can use it. Death incarnate. What appeared in front of Gushi was the bone dragon, the incarnation of death, and the god of death, the incarnation of death. As soon as these 2 people appeared, Gushi pointed his magic wand forward. A white light fell, and a blessing fell on the 2 incarnations of death. However, the assembly's reaction was faster than Gushi expected. He appeared in front of Gushi in a flash and punched Gushi in the face. Boom! Gushi didn't even dodge, and the person holding the extreme sunshine armor appeared immediately and blocked the blow. At the same time, the spear holder and the striker foreshadowing array holder appeared, one on the left and one on the right, and the spear and sword in their hands hit the assembly like this. But this group of people reacted quickly and evaded such an attack with just one dodge. Then Gushi's mind became confused, and then he found that he was being attacked mentally. But Gushi was immune to this, so it didn't affect Gushi in any way. At this time, Gushi stretched out his magic wand. Field of fire. At Gushi's command, flames appeared under the feet of the assembly, and a large number of arms stretched out from the fire, trying to grab the assembly. Gushi finally figured it out. This assembly moves very fast, as long as the opponent is controlled, whether it is the incarnation of death or the person holding the device. Both systems have enough lethality to control the assembly. The body was defeated. Gushi's idea was quite correct. As the flames rose under the assembled body, the moving speed of the assembled body was obviously much slower. But Gushi discovered a situation. That is, the combat effectiveness of the assembly was obviously very strong. It's not as weak as it seems on the surface. When he was entangled by the flame arms, his hands turned into 2 long swords and quickly cut through the flame arms. Chapter 1186 Temporary Mission Completed. Orange Contract Doll. As the hands of the assembly turned into long swords, this guy's fighting skills began to be revealed one by one. Gushi noticed a situation. 80% of this assembly's combat level was in the legal system, and the remaining 20% was in the physical attack system. And among the 70% of legal attack directions, more than half are psychic abilities. The rest is all added to various magic resistances and attribute enhancements. There are actually not many attack spells. On the other hand, when the flames fall on him, the damage effect is not very high. Sometimes the flames that light on him can even be directly wiped away by him. It is precisely because of the magic resistance that the long swords transformed into his hands can cut off the arm stretched out by the flame domain. Gushi realized this after just a moment's thought. The 2 components coming out of the killing stone had the upper hand. They directly accounted for nearly half of the power, representing the spiritual attack power of the legal system. If Gushi wasn't immune to spiritual abilities, Gushi might have suffered a big loss in this regard just now. The magic resistance is due to the diamond body. not to mention other things. The diamond body itself has the effects of automatic operation, magic rebound, and poison elimination. The magic resistance is quite high. As for physical attacks, it is entirely the combat ability of the two arms. This level of combat power is roughly equivalent to that of a level 8 skeleton soldier or zombie. It is said to be equivalent to a skeleton soldier, because both arms can attack flexibly, and it can also switch between different weapons and equipment. It is said to be a zombie because its defense power is relatively high, comparable to that of normal zombies. However, Gushi already looked down upon level 8 skeletons or zombies before level 5. If Gushi hadn't completed the task, he wouldn't have done it himself. When he determined that the enemy's magic resistance was quite high, Gushi quickly changed the direction of the battle to the direction of physical attack. As for himself, he only needs to trap the assembly, and the wielder and the incarnation of death will take care of the rest. Sure enough, with the assembly trapped, the next battle became much easier. Under the attack of the spear wielder, the assembly finally fell. When the assembly fell, an orange light fell and repaired all the injuries on the assembly. At the same time, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. Ding. You have defeated the assembly. Your temporary mission, the seal power changes, assembles and defeats the assembly to complete. Task requirements, find 7 seal components, July 7th. Assemble and defeat the assembly completed. Task reward, 1 contract doll, orange quality. Level 10. Please name the contract doll. After taking a look at the assembly that stood up again, Gushi thought for a moment and finally said, Jade. As soon as the name came out, countless voices flashed through Gushi's mind. Anything bad will only harm you. But Gushi didn't pay too much attention. At this time, Gushi was checking the attributes of the contracted doll. Only when he saw the attributes of this contracted doll did Gushi understand the value of the words orange quality. Name, Jade, contract doll. Race, Jade skin diamond people. Level 11, 0/110000. Talent, mind controller, can control other people to fight through mind magic. The amount of control is related to the sum of the 3 attributes of intelligence, perception, and charm. Status, life, 1690/1690. Magic power, 4280/4280. Attributes, strength 10.6, agility 9.7, constitution 16.9, intelligence 21.4, perception 18.7, charisma 32.6. Skills, mind control level 8, psychic guidance level 6, hypnosis level 7, oblivion level 8, charm level 12, defense level 8, basic weapon level 8. Special 1, crystal pure body. Using all purple equipment is not affected by negative effects. Special 2, diamond body. Defense increased by 300%. Magic resistance increased by 50%. Immune to all elemental magic attacks, and has a 30% chance of rebounding when faced with magic attacks. Special 3, charming body. The charm is increased by 150%. Immune to psychic spell attacks. The influence range of psychic spells is expanded by 300%, and the duration of psychic spells is increased by 100%. Special 4, the Earth base can automatically install special weapons and equipment with different attributes on the arm or body to strengthen itself, regardless of the quality of the equipment installed. The quality after installation can reach purple quality, and the number of installations no upper limit. Gushi's eyes widened when he saw this line of information. Jade's attributes and skills are not that important yet. The following special attributes are the key. Special 1 and Special 4 are actually special attributes of the same type. One is that you can use a variety of different purple equipment to directly avoid all negative effects. Gushi can tell at a glance that this thing is the effect of the crystal skull. The other is to equip yourself with a variety of props without limit. Just like installing various ammunition launchers on a robot. As long as you like it, you can equip it on yourself. After installing it, all these props will be temporarily upgraded to purple quality. Their power will be greatly improved, and you can give more special effects. It can be said that as long as Jade's body is big enough, he can install enough props on his body. Ideas like raising your hands and turning your arms into various weapons, or firing laser cannons from your back can be easily realized on you. The diamond body, at a glance, is transformed from the previous diamond body. It has high defense, high magic resistance, and can rebound magic. This is enough to make many people excited. If this special effect is placed on equipment such as armor or a shield, you don't need to look at other attributes. It will definitely be an orange equipment. But when it fell on you, it was somewhat of a waste. But now that the attributes have been determined, Gushi can't change anything. As for the special 3-charm body, Gushi strongly suspected that it was transformed from the jade foot of his left leg. At the same time, the entire contract encounter will reach the orange level. Also because of this thing, the killing stone from the past still supports Gushi in moving forward. Thinking of this, Gushi thought of the octopus-headed player who wanted to steal his fox eye ring and immediately planned to ambush him. This contracted doll is in existence that did not appear in the divination results. When he appeared, Gushi knew that this was the key to breaking the situation. After reading all the attributes of Jade, Gushi thought for a moment, turned around and ordered, "Luna, please contact Liuju. I plan to send Jade to that world. Only there can Jade be in the world. Level up in a short time without being discovered." Chapter 1187 Arrangement of Contract Dolls. Aladovita. Except for Saya, all the contracted undead of Gushi were gathered together. In front of them. Standing in front of them was the contracted person Dudama, who had no face, and could not tell the difference between male and female. After looking up and down at Jade's condition, Princess Anna turned to look at Gushi. "Sir, Jade's situation is actually very good. He is like a contracted undead, who was born with an orange outfit, and has unlimited potential. If he is said directly to Liu Feng, not only will he not learn anything, but it will also affect his growth. I know that adults want Jade to grow where others don't notice, and use it as our trump card. But that's not how upgrades work. I think the most suitable place for Jade upgrade is in the dungeon." "Agree." Luna nodded. "How about studying psychic spells with me in the magic area?" Eve muttered to the side. "What do you think?" Gushi glanced at you. After becoming a contracted doll, Neyu's status was equivalent to that of Gushi's contracted undead. It's just that Gushi didn't assign some tasks to you, and now her task direction is somewhat different. At this time, you thought about it seriously, and then said slowly. Her voice was a bit robotic, almost word for word, and the time between each word was very strict. Even though it was a phrase, he would say it separately. "I'm not at the right level now, so I can't bring out many things, and I'm a new member, so I can't cooperate with others. So my combat level can only be 30% to half of the original level. I hope to quickly improve my level and fight with the strongest soldiers." "I see." Gushi understood the meaning of this as soon as he heard it. "You first participate in the battle mission in the barracks to increase your experience, and Liuju won't go there yet. Once these 3 months have passed and the task at hand is completed, I will take you to the real world. Then you will fight for me alone." After hearing Gushi's arrangement, you also nodded. As a contracted puppet, fighting is his duty. Moreover, he is naturally more suitable for fighting. No matter what kind of situation he encounters, he can always survive. You get more experience by challenging the dungeon, and you can get more rewards by completing the dungeon tasks. I didn't see Gushi finishing a dungeon for more than 1,000 chapters, playing back and forth several times, and forcibly turning a dungeon into a group copy, which gave Princess Anna a lot more lords. From this, we can also see how much help the copy brought to Gushi. Sending Jade to the copy just fulfilled Gushi's request. Quickly improve Yu's combat effectiveness. Let you become familiar with and integrate into Gushi's combat system. And finally hide it so that no one knows that you exist. If Gushi could keep finding different dungeons, you naturally wouldn't mind staying in the dungeon and completing the dungeons. Gushi also had his own ideas. He has only experienced one dungeon, but in that level 5 to 10 dungeon, a purple piece of equipment must be produced every time. Judging from Yu's situation, he can equip almost unlimited purple equipment. Brushing dungeons can not only improve Jade's level, but also add different equipment to Jade and add various combat ideas. This is a reasonable way for Jade to grow. Now Jade has agreed. Then Gushi didn't say anything more. "Princess Anna, I will leave it to you to make arrangements for Jade first. First, upgrade his level and other things. As for the equipment and so on. Jade, stop using your hands to transform various weapons. Go to the warehouse to see if there are any suitable weapons and equipment." After hearing Gushi's arrangement, you also nodded. There is no need to say much about this kind of thing. Just one sentence will be enough. Then let's leave it like this for now. I still have things on hand, so I can't stay too far away. When this mission is completed, we will find a place to hide and go directly to the real world. I have exactly 9 months to take a look at getting a graduate degree or something. After saying that, Gushi walked out of the way. You also left Aradavita. Gu Shi had just asked him to go to the warehouse to pick out weapons and equipment, so he naturally planned to go over and take a look. Compared with the information Gu Shi saw from his attributes, Yu naturally knew himself better. The equipment he needs is divided into two categories: normal equipment and inlaid props. Normal equipment is naturally various weapons and equipment. Although he belongs to the category of diamond doll, no one said that diamond dolls cannot be equipped with armor, right? So Jade, like Luna, can wear all kinds of equipment. It's just that I don't choose Jade. I just wear whatever I have. The inlaid props are the ones mentioned in Special 4. They are installed on the Jade body and can directly achieve purple quality. For example, the eyes that Jade has not yet installed, the internal organs that can be replaced, the mechanisms installed in the body, etc. As long as it's inside a Jade body, it doesn't matter, because it has such a special characteristic. Jade does not actually require certain things to be of purple quality. Those things that can be installed in his body have special functions that are important. You plan to go to the warehouse to choose, as Gu Shi said. You must know that there are quite a lot of such props nowadays. The peep props produced every week in the library. The products in the witch hut are refreshed every day, and Gu Shika has people collecting them. When I bought it, Gu Shi never considered the price. I didn't even look at the properties, so I bought them directly if they were available. For Gu Shi, this is all small money. If you miss out on some good things for a small amount of money, you will suffer a big loss. The purchased items will be sorted on the same day and stored in the warehouse. Some items with similar attributes or functions will be put together. Because of the daily purchases, the warehouse is now filled with such props. As a contracted doll under Gu Shi, Jade's status is equal to that of Luna and the others. This time, you went to the magic warehouse in the magic area. Seeing you coming over, the warehouse manager immediately greeted him. Sir, do you need anything? I just asked Luna. She said that all the fairy tale props produced in the library, as well as various props bought in the witch's cabin, are all placed here. I came here to take a look. Sir, you have come to the right place. Our magic warehouse specializes in serving the magic area. Store various materials and products produced in the magic area. The library and the witch cabin are both buildings in the magic area. All the props are selected by our specially arranged personnel and are also stored here. Even the adult sometimes comes over to pick out some useful props. Sir, what do you want? I can introduce it to you. Chapter 1188: The Special Abilities of the Contract Doll. Fairy Tale Props. Weekly P refreshes. And monthly fairy tale characters appear. Magazine Props. Weekly magazine product refreshes. Monthly magazine characters appear. The Witch Hut refreshes once a day. I plan to see them all. When she came over, you had already found out everything. Since the redivision of the city of Aridov, core buildings such as council halls, barracks, warehouses, and taverns have been built in all urban areas. The warehouse is the top priority. After all, each district has different material needs, and the materials stored are also different. What is stored here in the magic zone is naturally the output of the magic zone. The magic plant area is naturally dominated by the herbs and food produced there. There is also a hero area, where more weapons and equipment will be stored. And there will even be an additional weapons depot built there. As soon as Luna knew what you wanted to find, she directly asked him to look for it in the magic warehouse in the magic area. After entering the magic warehouse, the warehouse manager led the way. The status of contracted dolls is so high. You can enter a warehouse of this level if you want. Sir, don't look at these things outside. Let's go directly inside. Our warehouse has a room dedicated to storing various props spawned from the library. And all the props from the witch's hut are placed in one room. It's not outside. Come with me, my lord. Under the leadership of the warehouse manager, Jade walked into the interior of the warehouse. In front of the warehouse is a small table with a scale and some alchemy tools on it. There are some large and small bamboo baskets placed on the ground, containing some stones, herbs and flesh and blood materials. It was obvious that just before Jade came over, the warehouse manager was studying some things about alchemy there. It seems that here in the magic district, even those who have professional workstations will also conduct some learning and research in magic. When walking inside, you found that there were several doors in the warehouse, each with a different sign, which read unprocessed, semi-processed, or herbal medicine, finished product, waste dangerous goods and the like. The words library, and which are written on the two innermost doors. Sir, which one do you plan to see first? Let's go to the library first. You thought about it and said directly, the things that appear in the witch's hut every day are more complicated, ranging from purple to gray, and their properties are all kinds of strange. It may take a certain amount of time and energy to find what you want. It's better to go to the library first and take a look. At least the direction there is fixed. Okay. I'll open the door for you now, the warehouse manager said as he pushed open the door. Behind the gate is a huge warehouse covering an area of more than 500 square meters. The entire warehouse is filled with 9-meter-high iron shelves. The iron shelves are piled with large and small paper boxes. Before you could ask, the warehouse manager said, this kind of paper box is a newly developed specialty. It has a magic circle painted on it and has the functions of preventing pressure, moisture and prying eyes. There are numbers on the boxes. And this batch is produced by the Fairy Tale Library. Because they are all Ps, the box will be smaller. What is placed here is the output of the magazine library. And the things in here are much more messy. At the back are the outputs from the magic library, which are mainly matched with the various magic towers. However, these things will soon be taken away by Lady Eve. And there are not many left. Oh! And here are some of the information. Tasks, or rewards left behind by the characters who appear in the library every month. We have detailed records and have not missed the presence of any of them. While listening, you took out a box from his side, opened it, and saw a purple stick inside. When the warehouse manager saw it, his face was somewhat embarrassed. This is a prop that was published in a magazine. I heard that the motor in it is good. Not only is it small, but the power is also quite high. If it weren't for the fact that Jade had no facial features, his face would definitely have an expression like I believe you are a ghost at this moment. After covering the box, you took out another box. When she opened it, she saw a small box of foundation inside. It was obvious that some of the foundation had been used up. The warehouse manager immediately explained, the things that appear in the library sometimes depend on luck. The books in the magazine library are somewhat miscellaneous. Jade actually doesn't know that the Fairy Tale Library and the magazine library are completely opposite extremes. One is a children's area, and the other is a no-children area. The various things that appear in the magazine library are more messy and troublesome than the Ps that appear in the Fairy Tale Library. But if you really wants to find some parts that can be installed on his body, the magazine library is a good choice. Although Jade didn't know this at this time, he relied on instinct and took out the third box. As the box opened, Jade finally nodded with satisfaction. Contained in this box is a pair of contact lenses. Although the color of this thing is not pleasing to the eye, it is a real thing that can replace eyes. Charming contact lenses, white small props from unknown sources, installed in the eyes, can make people's eyes look more charming. +3 charm. I want this one. Okay. I'll register now. The warehouse manager did not forget his responsibilities because of Jade's identity. He immediately recorded the information and whereabouts of the charming contact lenses. After everything was fine, Jade placed the pair of contact lenses where her eyes should be. The skin around his eyes quickly became sunken, making it possible for the contact lenses to get stuck. At the same time, the properties of this white charming contact lens also changed, temporarily strengthening into a purple quality. Charming contact lenses, purple. Temporary, a small item that is temporarily enhanced to purple quality. When placed in the eyes, it can express different meanings through the eyes. Charm +8. Can learn all eye-related spells and skills. Skill level +2. It can provide basic skills such as dark vision, seeing through, ultra-long-range vision, and fine vision. 2 additional installation slots appear, which can be used to install laser weapons. Just like this, Jade's eyes were there, and he also added some additional positions. At this time, Jade wanted to take a closer look here to see if she could find some things like eyeballs to add to her face. So Jade picked up a box closer to her, opened it, and took a look inside. Chapter 1189. Something big happened. This time at the warehouse. Yuzhen picked a lot. When he came out, he had completely changed. All the facial features that were originally lost have been replaced. The eyes are wearing contact lenses. A set of shining silver teeth, and thick green hair has appeared on the bald head. He has also put on some clothes, and now he looks more like a living person, rather than a jade diamond doll. He was holding a box in his hand, which contained the tasks and records he had just picked out from the visitors to the library. Of course, Jade didn't take it all away. He only took 6 copies from it. I have read all 6 tasks, and have certain ideas. Completing the mission coupled with his usual participation in the battle missions at the barracks, was enough for him to consume the next few months. Now you has equipped all his equipment. It's time to improve yourself through various tasks and battles. Jade raised her head, held the things in her hands, and walked out. At this time, Gushi was sitting in a seat under the BT Alliance black market auction house, looking at Crew's madness in silence. I will pay you 73,500 gold coins. Crew looked like a madman. His eyes were red. Not far from Crew, the black-clad woman who had come with the Byte Alliance was glaring at Crew with a stern face. Behind her, several swordsmen who were protecting her had their hands on their weapons. The auctioneer on the stage also felt that something was not quite right and took a step back hesitantly. 74,000 gold coins. If you can raise the price more. But do you really have that much money? The woman asked, staring into Crew's eyes. When Keilu heard this, the red color in his eyes slowly faded away. He looked back at Gushi, but found that Gushi had no intention of helping him. In fact, Gushi really didn't want to help Keilu with this matter. At first, Crew just wanted to buy some ancient treasure maps or maps. This was his habit. He would send the archaeological finds to the auction house, pick out some maps that he liked from the auction house, and then go back to do some archaeological research again. But this time, before he could pick any suitable map, the woman came over with her men. When she saw Gushi, who had returned earlier, the woman's eyes changed. She had just received news that the band of thieves she had secretly brought had been wiped out. This caused the woman to suffer a great loss. If she hadn't been rushing to the auction, she would definitely be dealing with the thieves being eliminated. Now that she saw Gushi in the auction house, how could she not understand what was going on? So she began to hate Crew, who stood with Gushi. Whenever Crew took pictures, she would raise the price. One of them caused trouble, and caused Crew to suffer a little loss. This also angered Crew. When the thing the woman wanted came out, Crew went crazy to grab it. In the end, it became the scene in front of me. What the woman wanted was increased from the original 30,000 gold coins to 74,000 gold coins. How come I don't have any money? I have as much money as I need to buy my life. Crew said word by word. The Archangel's feather. This is the Archangel's chance to use the resurrection spell. It just so happened that I had just died once. And even though I came back to life, I always felt like something was wrong. I'll buy another resurrection spell to supplement it. It makes sense. Isn't it just over 70,000 gold coins? I still have this little money. Don't underestimate the value of an archaeologist. I offer 80,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. The woman's expression also became quite ugly. This time she brought the corpse to the Bete Alliance for the opportunity of the Archangel's resurrection spell once a month. Everything was fine. However, because he followed Gushi to compete and rushed into the restricted area of the Bait League's troops, a large amount of money was stolen by the Bait League's guard troops. This already made her quite unhappy. As a result, all the thieves she sneaked into the city were wiped out. Now Crew is raising the price with her. This is asking for death. In fact, she didn't want to think about any of this that she didn't find herself. If she hadn't provoked Gushi, insisting on walking at the same speed as Gushi in the dark, and still taunting Gushi, will Gushi keep moving forward? If she hadn't brought the thieves to find Gushi and blocked him in the tavern, would Gushi have let Shaya take action? If she hadn't taken the initiative to provoke Crew and caused him to suffer losses in the previous auctions of items, would Crew have confronted him on this matter? But she never looked at what she had done. So she blamed Gushi for everything that went wrong. After saying 100,000 gold coins, the woman stared at Gushi with strong murderous intent in her eyes. Gushi, who had been watching the show, was quite speechless. He didn't do anything. What the hell is this? But at this time, Crew was also furious. 100,000 gold coins. Right? Do you think I have no money? 150,000. Before Crew finished speaking, the swordsman behind the woman rushed towards Crew and slashed at Crew with his long sword. Although Gushi has always been unwilling to support Crew financially, but Gushi, still needs to be protected. After all, Crew was the key to his mission. If he died like this, who would he find to complete the next task? So Gushi immediately took a step forward, blocking the sunlight in front of Crew. Boom! The two shields struck each other, and the swordsman was knocked away. When this happened, the auctioneer on the stage sensed something was wrong. He closed the box containing the feathers and wanted to jump off the platform. But this woman has gone crazy. Now her idea is to stop taking pictures and just grab the feathers. There is no way this run would be in vain. As for what to do after grabbing the feather, this woman really has never thought about it. At this time, Crew was furious. In the beginning, it was clearly a fight over property. But when something like this happened, he wanted to jump onto the high platform without even thinking about it. But even Gushi couldn't catch him. Gushi, who was helpless, could only chase after him. Gushi couldn't control what was going on with that woman. He couldn't let anything go wrong with Keilu. But just as Gushi rushed forward a step, he heard a ding sound in his ears. His eyes blurred, and a string of information popped up in front of him. As for the main mission, the third ring has been completed, and the fourth ring's mission pops up automatically. Looking at the task at hand, Gushi felt that something big was about to happen. The fourth round of mission objectives is only one: to protect Crew from leaving Baiming City. Chapter 1190 New Goal. Let's go! Seeing the change in the main task, Gushi immediately grabbed Crew's hand and dragged the crazy Crew to the side. What are you doing? Leave immediately if you don't want to die. Gushi didn't care about that. He immediately released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, dragged Keilu and jumped on it. Crew wanted to say something, but he slapped Gushi to the ground. And then the Holy Silver Evil Coffin rushed out immediately. Without saying anything else, he just thought about one thing: finding an exit to escape from the underground black market. Fortunately, the black market has set up various entrances and exits to ensure the safety of customers and goods. If a guest wants to leave, as long as he finds the right way to leave, he can leave here quickly, and no one will stop him. As for what happened at the auction house, it happened rather suddenly. Although it caused some confusion, no one from the outside tried to stop it. Gushi took this opportunity and rushed out of the black market in one go. At this time, Crew also woke up. Brother Gu, what's going on with you? Nothing. Someone is going to commit suicide. We should not get involved. After rushing onto Baiming Street, Gushi relaxed a little. He felt that this Crew was really a troublemaker, and would run into trouble wherever he went. The woman just offended him, but just raised the price. There is no need to risk her life. Now things are like this. I'm afraid it won't be able to get past the black market for a while. No. Gushi also woke up at this time. The fourth ring mission he received was to escort Crew to leave the Beat Alliance. The situation in front of me is very wrong. Seeing Gushi's expression changing again and again, Crew became a little confused. What happened? I'm afraid. Have you brought all your things with you? Is there any other place to go? I think we have to leave the Beat Alliance. Why? Just as Crew asked the question, he heard an explosion in the distance. Gushi and Keilu looked back, and they both discovered that the location of the explosion happened to correspond to the location of the underground auction house. Looking back, Gushi also looked at Keilu. Do you understand now why I left Bait League City? I don't have anything to bring. I originally planned to resupply here at Bait League, but this happened. However, I have already obtained all the maps I want. It doesn't matter if I leave now. I can just find a place to do some archaeological research. 3 to 5 months passed. Come back, and there will be nothing going on here. Crew reacted quickly, and immediately understood what was going on. At the same time, he also understood that the situation in front of him was not directly related to him. At most, he provoked the woman before she took action. This matter has nothing to do with him. Once he leaves Beat League City and stays in the wild for 3 to 5 months, nothing will happen to him when he comes back. Just when the explosion started, Gushi noticed that all the angels standing on the roof flew up. Each angel protects the building on which they first stood. Don't pay any attention to the situation in the rest of the place. At the same time, the sound of horns was also heard in the city, and the troops in the city began to move out. Everyone who was still running on the street would be targeted. Gushi didn't want to face such a thing, so he controlled the Holy Silver Evil Coffin and rushed out of the city. No matter what the situation is inside the city, it is only reasonable to leave the city now. If you don't leave the city at this time, it will be troublesome if you are blocked in the city. Crew also saw where Gushi was going, and he kept pointing at the road. Gushi rolled his eyes. Can you please stop giving random directions? I know the way. You listen to me. I know which way is safe. Crew still wanted to be there to show the way. At this moment, a figure landed on the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Gushi turned around and saw that it was Shaya, who had been sent out to deal with the thieves before. At this time, Shaya looked calm and nodded when she saw Gushi. Grown-ups, how is it going? All the thieves under that woman have been killed, and the woman's condition has also been found out. Oh, tell me, Gushi became curious as soon as he heard this. It had been so long, and he had been beaten like this. He still didn't know the woman's name or background. They are people from the underground country of Black Rock Tower. That woman is the princess of Black Rock Tower, named Keisha. This time, she came here because her brother, the crown prince of Blackstone Tower, died, and there was civil strife in Blackstone Tower. He brought people here to ask for the resurrection of the Archangel of Beta Lion City. It turned out that he came here to revive his relatives. But Gushi still didn't quite understand. Why do you have to run so far? There are many human empires nearby. Any Archangel can resurrect you. The Archangel of the Beta Alliance can be resurrected by paying money. And there will be no mark of resurrection. This is the most important point. If other Archangels are resurrected, there will be marks on their bodies. It means that this person has died once. It is impossible for such a person to ascend the throne in the human kingdom, because some people will doubt whether he was plotted against him, or had his soul changed or something when he was resurrected. It's okay for civilians like us. But some countries are really strict about resurrection. As long as he is resurrected, even the king will immediately abdicate. Crew, who had been listening on the sidelines, also explained at this time. He is familiar with such things. Oh, then we have destroyed his hope, Gushi said calmly. Crew, let's find a place farther away to stay. Don't go back to the B Alliance during this period. That's fine. If I had known, I would have killed the guy directly. Crew also understood who he had offended. At this time, he no longer insisted on anything. I am planning to go further for archaeology. Brother Gu, how about we go together? The map I found this time was not simple. It was one of the 3 famous ancient battlefields, when the ancient dragon unified the world. That battle could be said to have been so intense that the earth was torn in 3 places. Many ancient battlefields have disappeared from the earth for this reason. Although with some changes in the future, these battlefields appeared on the earth again. But there are always some battlefields where great battles have never occurred. This time I got the news. Something big has happened. The last battlefield in ancient times, where giant dragons slaughtered hundreds of tribes, appeared. Although we don't know if it's true, we still have to go and take a look. At this point, Crew paused, and he felt that Gushi's eyes seemed to be shining. Then Crew thought of Gushi's profession and thought to himself, it's broken. Chapter 1191 all the way. Crew, are we really not going to that ancient battlefield? Looking at the map, Gushi felt somewhat regretful. The direction they were heading now was not the direction of the ancient battlefield that Crew mentioned, but in another direction. Gushi wanted to suggest going to the ancient battlefield to take a look. However, after leaving the Bait League, the 4th ring mission became the 5th ring, protecting the archaeology of Crew. As for the location of the archaeology, Crew had to choose. Gushi can persuade, but cannot appoint. But Crew said that this was for Gushi's consideration. Gushi helped him a lot along the way, and even led him out of the danger of the Beta Alliance. If it weren't for Gushi's help along the way, he might have been buried somewhere now. In order to repay Gushi, Crew decided to change his direction, and first go to the dead city that he had agreed to introduce to Gushi. In Crew's words, this city must be the most suitable for rest. After hearing this, Gushi couldn't say that he didn't want a new city of death. He wanted to go to the ancient battlefield to summon spirits. In the end, they could only follow the map and head towards the ruins of the city that scared Crew. Along the way, the two talked about this matter for a long time. But Crew did not change his mind. And he still has an attitude of I'm thinking about you. Gushi was also speechless about this situation. But the map of the ancient battlefield was in Crew's hands. And Gushi was not an archaeology major, so it was useless to grab it. He could only watch in depression as the reward changed from a BMW to a Baojun. And he didn't know how much the grade had dropped. In the end, Gushi had to change his strategy. Speed up the advance and prepare to take down the dead city first. After the city is taken away, I think like Kalu will not stop himself from following along to find the ancient battlefield. While communicating this matter with Crew, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin moved faster and faster. Sometimes, I would just walk forward in the dark for 1 to 2 hours before jumping out of the dark passage. Seeing Gushi focused on his way, Crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. He has been worried about Gushi's request. You definitely can't take Gushi to the ancient battlefield. Can't even go in that direction. If Gushi is really brought to the ancient battlefield, I am afraid that the next era of this world will begin. The era of natural disasters of the undead. How many ancient soldiers of hundreds of tribes and ancient dragon soldiers are buried in the ancient battlefield? Gu Shi's style of taking away even the blood-stained dirt on the battlefield. If he enters the ancient battlefield, I'm afraid nothing will be left behind. Thinking of this, Crew felt for the first time that he had done something for the world. While Gu Shi was moving forward, a troop was secretly heading towards the Bite Alliance. It was quite difficult for this force to move forward. They bypassed Rocco Valen, who was still fighting, but were almost discovered by the reinforcements sent by the Bait Alliance to support Rocco Valen on the way. After finally evading the pursuit of reinforcements, they got the latest news. Their target has left the Bait Alliance and is heading in another direction. Looking at the information that had just been delivered to his hands, the leader of this unit changed his expression. He turned his head and stared at a fist-sized mouse in front of him, which was the messenger who delivered the letter. His face turned pale, and then blue. And then blue and then pale. I've had enough. Didn't you say it was foolproof? Why are you changing direction again? What kind of shitty information are you giving us? We changed direction 16 times along the way. I just want to ask you if you can have a standard when doing things. If the intelligence is not accurate, I will not play with you anymore. Whoever wants to deal with this shit can deal with it. The mouse is a messenger. He can't even say a word. Even if he is sprayed, no matter what, he still stands there and wants to see if there is a reply to send. After cursing there for a long time, the leader turned over the letter paper, wrote a small line of words on it, rolled it up and stuffed it into the mouse. This is the last time. If it happens again, I will go back with my brothers. The mouse took the letter, turned around and scurried into the ground. However, if you take the letter and look closely, you will find that the information just sent is exactly the direction in which Crew is heading. The intelligence has stated that Crew has obtained the archaeological map of the ancient battlefield and is now heading towards the ancient battlefield. Ancient battlefield? Don't even think about it. Even if I risk my life, I can't let you disturb the sleep of the dead. After the mouse walked away, the leader crushed a stone in his hand and then gave the order. Under his order, the troops following him quickly turned in one direction and moved forward. If Gu Shi and Crew were here, they would find that this force was the source of the previous sneak attack on Crew. In this force, the Cyclops shooter team that originally attacked Crew had hundreds of teams. That is, more than 200 Cyclops. Such a team can be considered a powerful fighting force even on the battlefield. Not to mention that besides these Cyclops, they also have other troops. These troops, like the Cyclops Archer Squad, are a combination of ancient times and modern times. The largest number of them were a kind of red-skinned lizard people. They wore loose leather armor, and you could tell at a glance where they had replaced their equipment. These lizardmen all push a small cart that is shorter than a normal wheelbarrow, and there is a large amount of firewood placed on the small cart. Normal people would think that they were transporting troops, just like cavemen in a dungeon, with no combat power or combat effect. But if anyone looks into the eyes of these lizard men, they will find that their eyes are dull, and they regard everything as nothing. In fact, these lizard men are not a transport team. They are an attack force. Their biggest role is to push this small car towards the enemy. The car is their means of attack. All the firewood on the car is filled with wine and oil. When lit, it will catch fire, smoke, and even cause different destructive effects, and may explode. Once rushed by such a small train, it can rush through no matter what kind of battle formation it is. And there are many similar troops like this in this team. They are all considered to be a combination of various non-human races, plus human weapons and tools. Each of their combinations was trained through battle after battle. This is also the self-confidence of the leader of this army. After the order was given, the troops who were originally resting in place quickly stood up, took their weapons and equipment, looked at the direction, and followed the leader forward. Chapter 1192 The Dead City. After traveling all the way, Gu Shi only spent 2 days and 1 night before arriving at the ruins of the city that Crew mentioned. When the Holy Silver Evil coffin stopped, Crew jumped down immediately. He looked up at a big tree on a nearby hill, and compared it with the sunlight to confirm his current time and location. Then he nodded firmly. It can't be wrong. It's right here. Looking at the empty ground in front of him, Gu Shi said speechlessly, Crew, after you finish the ancient research, will you fill the soil back? How is it possible? Who would fill the soil back after doing archaeological research? But I'm not like you, who can just send an army over and the earth can be dug up. I usually do archaeology alone, and I don't have that much strength if I want to dig deeper. I usually determine the stratum and then dig a hole downwards. Burning hole? Upon hearing this, Crew said somewhat speechlessly, I'm an archaeologist, not a tomb robber. Okay. Despite what he said, Crew still took Gushi towards the foot of the nearby mountain. I always remember the location, which is the top of this mountain. If you can see the tree on the mountain, point down along the tree, and you can see a stone. If you can see it, it is that stone. I move these trees and rocks. Generally speaking, no one will move these things specially. So as long as the location is determined, it is not easy to make mistakes. Look at what's on this straight line between the tree and the stone. Gushi took a closer look, and then he discovered that there was really a place between the trees and stones where the vegetation grew differently. Are the plants and trees there newly planted? Aha! It seems you have been deceived too. The position needs to be a little higher. Brother Gu, come with me. Crew took Gushi towards the mountain. As he climbed up, he introduced it to Gushi. The vegetation here looks obviously different because the passage leading to the city is higher up there. When it rains, some of the rainwater flowing down from the mountain will seep into the channel at this location. When the weather clears up, the vegetation here will not have enough accumulated water, so their growth will naturally slow down. Here we are. Right here. Taking Gushi to the hiding place, Crew lifted up a stone slab from under the soil with a force, revealing the dark passage below. Gushi poked his head downwards, and the dark wind blew out in waves, and he could feel that the dark air below was quite heavy. If Crew had not said with certainty that there was a city below, Gushi would even have thought that this was the tomb of some ghost king. Is that city directly under this mountain? Gushi did not go down directly. He raised his hand, opened the city gate, and released a team of ghosts and a large number of ghosts to go down the passage first. At the same time, he asked Crew about the situation in the city below. After all, Crew said before that these are the ruins of the city. But now it looks like a city buried deep underground. When the situation in the city is uncertain, the news from Crew, who has conducted archaeological research in the city before, is quite important. No, there was a passage here before. I know you have the skill of pathfinding, and I actually also have some knowledge of pathfinding. However, my pathfinding technique is somewhat different from yours. My pathfinding technique contains some archaeological capabilities. The city was buried about 50 meters under that land. As Crew said this, he pointed down the mountain. Gushi noticed that the position that Crew was pointing at was the position where they were standing just now. After hearing the data that Crew said, Gushi also understood why Crew chose to make such a large circle and walk down the mountainside. If Crew were to dig down alone, 50 meters of thick soil, and no idea what might go wrong would definitely tire Crew to death. On the contrary, Crew found a passage through his archaeological pathfinding skills, which was more or less connected to the bottom, although part of it might have collapsed. It could be found by just digging it up. Isn't this as simple as digging 50 meters from top to bottom? Gushi could understand Crew's situation, but there was no need to deal with it in this way. Kaylu couldn't dig down alone, but Gushi was different. As long as Gushi opened the city gate outwards, he could dig out the underground city in one day. When Gushi conquered the city of death, there were deep pits on the ground and a large amount of black ash that could not be taken away. That was because the opponent's city of death was too far away from Gushi's Aladovi city. It's different now. Now Gushi can place the gate of Aladovi city here at any time. His undead men won't get tired, so he can just let them keep digging. What Gushi has to do now is to wait for the undead he sent to explore the road to come back and report the situation. If it was relatively safe down there, it would be best for Gushi to go down and have a look in person. After all, it is possible that the ruins of this city can be used as a city of death. If he didn't find out the origin of this city, Gushi was afraid that the dead city he finally brought back would affect his development. After waiting for a moment above the cave passage, a Bai Wuchang flew up from below. As soon as Gushi saw it, he knew that it was relatively safe down there. So Gushi said to Crew, "Shall we go down and have a look too?" Upon hearing this, Crew went down carrying various tools. Gushi noticed that there were many different tools hanging on Crew's body. For example, when he was about to enter the cave now, he didn't see any movement from Crew. He just took a mask and hung it on his face, not only covering his mouth and nose, but also protecting his eyes. Then he took out a folding helmet and put it on his head, and also attached a headlamp. After making all preparations, Kaylu walked in front of Gushi and followed him down. Gushi was not that prepared. At this time, he still had those things on him. But when walking downward, Gushi switched to the state of pathfinding. In this way, no matter how difficult the road is, it will not stop Gushi. Under the leadership of Crew, Gushi and the others soon arrived at the location of the underground city. As he approached the underground city ruins, Gushi couldn't help but sigh at the situation of the city before him. Although this is an elven gathering place buried under volcanic ash, everything you see is red soil, black stones and yellow sulfur. But the general appearance of the original city is still there. Gushi could still see some charred wood that had been dug out. However, the biggest feeling that the city in front of him brought to Gushi was not the unpleasant smell, but the heavy feeling of oppression. When he stood at the entrance of the city, Gushi had the feeling that as long as he stepped in, he would be completely buried. Gushi thought about it seriously, then turned to Keilu and said something. Can I get some people to come over and check it out? Chapter 1193 A Dilemma. Are you looking for undead people who know how to do archaeology? Hearing Gushi's question, Keilu was shocked. No, I don't have anyone who knows how to do archaeology. I'm going to ask some architects to come over and let them see if it's better to start digging from here, or if it's better to start digging from the ground. I'm not an archaeologist, so I'm not that professional in my work. They are all dead cities anyway, so I'll just move them all back. Just taking half a step into the city in front of him, Gushi already knew the situation of the city. This feeling is very similar to the feeling when Gushi brought Luna into the city of Aridov. This shows that the gathering place of elves buried underground in front of us can be made into a city of death. Now he needs someone to come over and take a look and see what to do with it. Should we move everything back to the Mirror Underground Palace and become a satellite city of Aladovi City like the Labyrinth Demon City? Or should we dig out the city and leave it where it is, then connect it with the Calamity Road and treat it as a satellite city? Judging from the Death City occupied by Gushi, it would be best for Gushi if it could be removed. After all, the world in front of you is not an ordinary game world. This is part of Genesis. If the City of Death is left here, if something happens, Gushi's investment will be in vain. It would be most appropriate to remove everything here and move it to the Mirror Underground Palace. Just when the Dead City is moved, everything that should be there will change. Maybe the Dead City will become urban fragments. And then, there will really be nothing left. For this reason, Gushi also wanted to find a few experts to come and take a look to see if the city here can be transported safely. If that doesn't work, Gushi needs to think about what to do with this dead city. Although he had only been in this game world for a few days, Gushi was certain that there must be people above level 30 in the world in front of him. The boss who started Genesis last time ended up here. Now Gushi is not sure whether this big boss is still alive, and whether he is still in this world. If so, what is your current identity? As a player who participated in Genesis, Gushi would have taken root here and built a city. Will it destroy the path to creation? All these concerns must be considered. Gushi was worried that he would be hit immediately by the big boss, who was sitting here as he acted haphazardly without thinking clearly. Crew didn't know that Gushi had thought so much just now. At this moment, he was somewhat skeptical of what Gushi said. But he couldn't hear Gushi's thoughts. No matter how much he didn't believe it. He didn't stop Gushi. He just asked, "Aren't you going to go in and take a look?" "Forget it. I'd better not go in. This city is dead, and I am still alive. After entering, it will affect my judgment." Gushi took a look at the situation inside the city from outside the city. In addition to the heavy energy in the dead city, Gushi also saw a strong toxicity here. That was the dragon breath left behind when the ancient dragon descended from the sky and burned the elves' gathering place. This poisonous gas has been deposited in this city for so many years. Although some of it has spread out, most of it has been accumulating here. Now I don't know how poisonous it is. It's no wonder that Crew had everything ready before he even came down. He didn't show any skin at all. While he was talking, several architects under Gushi walked out of the city gate. They stood in front of this dead city and looked inside through the vent that had been dug by Keilu. The undead each took a look, discussed it there, and finally took a look inside. Finally, one of the architects said to Gushi, "Sir, this city has been buried underground for quite a long time. It is not appropriate to dig it out from underground." After hearing this, Gushi thought for a moment and asked, "Is it because digging underground will cause it to collapse?" Half of the reason is this. The other reason is that the dust is too thick and the original landform was not like this. Look at the soil layer here. Sir, there are obvious signs of sinking. In other words, if we excavate directly here, this place may collapse. The architect said while looking at Crew. Crew also nodded. When he was doing archaeology here, he encountered many things. A part of the cave he dug to hide people collapsed due to some minor reasons. He also spent a long time clearing the rest of the area before finding a safe passage. The safe passage mentioned here is a space built up under some ruins. Only here can we ensure that this part of the space will not collapse easily. After listening to what the architect said, Gushi understood that it was impossible to keep the city in front of him as it was and build a death city on the same spot. So Gushi began to ask about the possibility of digging from the ground and moving the entire city back to Aladovi City. Regarding Gushi's question, another architect said, it is possible to move the entire city in this way. But whether it can be assembled in the end is a big problem. This city is already dead. The most we have moved away is various building materials. And at most it is the soil here. After we moved there, the dead city was no longer a building of materials, but a mass of materials. No matter where we rebuild, or whether we put it directly in the main city of Aladovi City, it will be useless in the end. What the architect was talking about was exactly what Gushi was most worried about before. Even if the removed parts were put back together again, the city could not be restored to its original dead state. The part that was transported away would eventually become materials for the city of Aridov. This was not what Gushi wanted. Looking at everything in front of him, the three architects did not speak again. Crew wanted to say something, but he found that what he knew was greatly different from what Gushi needed now. As difference, it would be better for him to say nothing at this time. Without Crew nagging in his ears, Gushi could calmly consider the situation at hand. The two most reasonable ideas in front of him were judged to be unachievable. As a result, Gushi's ideas began to fly in different directions. After thinking about it seriously, Gushi turned to Keilu, who had been silent all the time, and asked, Crew, you have done archaeology here before. So what is the last information you found? Are there any legends or other content about the city in front of you? Chapter 1194 about the history of dead cities. You've asked the right person. Please wait for me while I look for information. After hearing Gushi ask about the historical information about this place, Crew suddenly became excited. He quickly flipped through the backpack beside him and took out several rummaged over notebooks. These notebooks record the places he has archaeologically visited, as well as some archaeological items found. Although most of the items were packed and sent away by him, but there are some items that record information, and a lot of information in them can be left behind. Crew flipped through it quickly, pointed to a passage in it, and said, I found out that this city was originally a gathering point for the elves to gather their forces for the final battle with the ancient dragons. It is a temporary camp, where the main force of the elves can gather and have a place to rest. In this camp, there were gathered troops from more than 30 races including ancient elves, elemental elves, golden elves, forest elves, wood elves, grassland elves, night elves, and high elves. I found this out. And there are fragments of weapons and equipment from various elves as evidence. They also brought a lot of stuff with them. According to the archaeological data I found, the elves before the ancient times were nomadic peoples. Wait, nomads? What do they herd? Big trees, natural spirits, everything. Crew was not angry at all for Gushi interrupting him. There was a lot of archaeological information that many people didn't believe, so he could only record it in his notebook. Gushi would be willing to ask, which meant that Gushi was willing to believe these words. You know, in the eyes of ordinary people, elves are monkeys living in trees, eat grass and fruits, and become as thin as a necromancer. Thinking of this, Crew glanced at Gushi. Gushi looked like an elf archer now, thin, but not weak in strength and agility. Gushi only interrupted Crew once, and he listened to whatever Crew said next. The builders under Gushi listened to Crew's description and drew pictures of the city in front of them. The more they painted, the more they felt something was wrong. Wait a minute. I don't want to interrupt your story, but based on some of the things you dug up, I drew a picture. Do you think this is right? The last architect interrupted Crew and led him to the map he had drawn. You said before that in this city, the elves are stationed in different areas according to their respective races. For this reason, when the ancient dragon attacked, the elves did not react. Right? But in the map I drew based on what you said, I always feel that something is wrong and many things are unreasonable. Gushi also turned his head to take a look at this time. There is nothing unreasonable. The elves do not advocate defense. This map does not even have a city wall or a sentry tower. This is to ensure that the elves can freely enter and leave the gathering point. But this also gives the dragon a chance. If I were the dragon, I would definitely attack from this place. Gushi clicked on the map. Crew looked at Gushi in surprise, because the location pointed out by Gushi was exactly the location where the dragon attacked in the epic. When the assistant dragon attacked, it came with the light of the rising sun. It was the light of the morning sun that made the elf not see the enemy for a while. Because of this, after the elves were finally established in the Middle Ages, about half of the elves abandoned their belief in sunlight or light and lived underground or in forests that were as dark as night. However, Crew has not explained this part of history to Gushi, but Gushi can judge this point. From this, we can see that Gushi has really grown up in some aspects. After appearing in front of others, Gushi said again, "That's enough. Crew, please continue talking." Crew shook his head. There was only so much he could find out, and there was nothing else to say. At the beginning, he just came here to look for something, which was the legendary treasure of the elves. A special horn that automatically produced a large number of gems every day. The earliest ancient elves could use gems to make arrows because they had such a horn in their hands. During this battle, the ancient elves lost this horn, and the strongest ancient elves declined. Instead, the high elves became the strongest existence among the elves. Later, some people said that the reason why the elves were replaced by humans in the Middle Ages was because they lost this horn, and the inheritance of the ancient elves did not remain. Some humans have also become interested in this horn. They are looking for this horn everywhere, and it is for this reason that Crew's archaeological examination is here. But in the end, he searched for a long time and didn't find the horn. Instead, he found a large number of gems accumulated in the center of the camp. These gems had been buried deep in the ground for many years without much impact. Crew took all the gems away, in addition to proving that there was no horn here. Otherwise, the elves would not have transported so many gems. He also relied on selling gems made a fortune. In addition to gems, Crew also found some good things here, because these things had nothing to do with horns, and elven things were considered a good collection among humans, so he also sold them all. For the rest, a glance at the situation in front of him showed that Crew hadn't dug too deeply. If we dig really deep, this place may collapse. After listening to the history of the gathering point in front of him, Gushi took another look at the map drawn by the architects. I silently estimated the area of this underground gathering point in front of me. A figure was quickly drawn. It is larger than the labyrinth demonic city, and at least about 100,000 elves are buried here. As for the dragon's corpse, Crew found none. In Crew's mind, the dragon should have made a sneak attack here, so there was no loss when killing the elves. The dead elves were buried in volcanic ash, and the elves were trapped underground. Perhaps it was because of this that they slowly formed the soul of the city, and finally died like this. Hearing these words, Gushi crossed out another plan in his mind. Digging 50 meters of soil from the ground won't work either. Gushi had a feeling that this part of the soil was also part of the reason for the formation of the City of Death. If the soil were gone, this city would be nothing but ruins. It was impossible to form 3 plans in a row, and Gushi had a goal instead. He glanced at the ruins of the city before him and asked Kalu one last question. Crew, I heard that the elves will plant the world tree. Is this true? Chapter 1195. Treatment before transformation into Death City. Who did you listen to? There is no such thing. Elves in the Middle Ages were all over the world. If there really was a world tree, the earth's veins in this world would have been drained long ago, and there would be no chance for humans. Upon hearing Gushi's question, Crew shook his head decisively. At this time, Gushi glanced at several architects again. Their thoughts are written on their faces. This place in front of them cannot be a city of death. But Gushi was somewhat unconvinced. The city of death itself is not easy to deal with. After all, there are so many ruins in the city, but there are only a few cities that can be considered dead. Now I finally have one in front of me. But I can't do this or that. Why is he looking for a dead city? He can just keep guarding the city of Aridov and continue to develop it. Thinking of this, Gushi closed his eyes and said, "Let's take a gamble. Anyway, even if we fail, we won't lose anything." Gushi is not the kind of Iron Rooster character, and he doesn't have the idea that if he doesn't get the benefits, he will suffer a loss. The dead city in front of him was not his in the first place. If he succeeds, he will have a dead city. If he fails, he will pretend that he has never been here. Are you going to dig in now? Seeing Gushi's eyes change from thoughtful to determined, Crew knew that Gushi had made a decision. However, all Crew could think of was to dig in from here or dig down from the ground. He never expected that Gushi actually planned to take a gamble here. No, I'm going to take a gamble. You guys come over here. I have a plan here, and I need your professionalism. Gushi called several architects aside and started talking there. The 3 architects kept nodding their heads. And Gushi now came up with another idea, which was exactly what they had learned. Things here are not difficult. So they quickly provided corresponding opinions and suggestions to Gushi based on their own expertise. Gushi also contacted Luna immediately and asked her to prepare materials. Luna is fully aware of all the changes in Aradovi City. Gushi's request was actually not difficult. Luna just thought about it and prepared what Gushi needed. At the same time, she also said to Gushi, "Sir, do you need me to come over and help?" "No. If you come here, it will affect the situation of the city in front of you. We need a new city of death. No matter how poorly the city develops, it can still be considered an independent existence. Only in this way can we make up for some of the shortcomings of Aradovi City." After hearing Gushi's words, Luna didn't object much. In fact, Luna herself knew that she was already too busy with the tasks at hand. If Princess Anna hadn't helped share the work of war preparation, she might not even have time to manage the strange mirror space. Now if we give her a new death city to manage, Luna will really be busy and crazy. The new death city here may not be managed well, and there will be mistakes at Aradovi City. Luna understood this, and so did Gushi. It's just that Luna only wants to do good for Gushi, and wants to do more things for Gushi. Soon a group of undead came over carrying several boxes. These boxes contained some cardboard boxes. What are these? Some strengthening props can be used on corpses when transforming undead. They can be used to improve the quality of corpse transformation. Gushi opened the boxes calmly, and was quite satisfied with the properties of the items inside. This time, Gushi planned to treat the city in front of him like a corpse. Let this city stand up on its own. Push away the 50-meter thick soil layer above from the ground. Only in this way can the city of death be formed. Otherwise, no matter what other methods, the success rate of forming a dead city is not high. Most of the materials Gushi asked Luna to send over were products from the witch hut, and a small part were those props. Most of the props from the witch's hut are used to enhance spirituality, and a small number are used to concentrate energy or something. In the past, Gushi would use this kind of prop to transform ghosts like undead. What Gushi plans to do now is to strengthen the spirituality of the dead city itself. Only by finding the core point can the transformation of the dead city be completed. Otherwise, the city of death is just empty talk. At present, Gushi is not sure whether these props can achieve the goal he wants. He can only try his luck. As for the P-prop, it is used to break through the thick soil on the handle. After all, 50 meters of soil will take a long time to dig even if it is dug hard. If it is all pressed down, even if the dead city is successfully transformed, the soil can turn the dead city into a dead city again. Gushi's old fairy tale library had 3 P-props every week, which helped him a lot. Although he no longer has much use for this P-prop, he continues to collect it every week. This time, Luna directly followed Gushi's request and brought over all the P-props that could break the ground, or have effects on soil, space, and stability. When he opened the box, Gushi was also shocked by the situation here. He never expected that there would be so many P-props in just a short time. Devil's Bean Net, green after being planted in the soil. A vine net covering an area of no less than 100 acres can grow, while the pea vines are still alive. All attacks cannot cut off the vines. Ascension Pea, green after being planted in the soil. A vine will grow that goes straight up. This vine has a very strong pushing ability, and can break through the thick soil layer, and grow to a height of about 300 meters above the ground. Metallic Peas, green after planting in the soil. You can. Looking at the information about the P-props one by one, Gushi also had a smile on his face. This is probably all the similar props accumulated over the past few days. Gushi carefully checked the information of each P and arranged the whereabouts of each P. Some of these Ps are used to fix the foundation of the gathering point in front of us. Some are used to break up the thick soil layer above, and some are used to protect the city from being pressed down by the soil when the soil layer is broken. So each type of P needs to be placed at its corresponding position. If something goes wrong with any of the Ps, it could potentially bring devastating damage to the city in front of it. In this regard, Gushi should handle it more carefully than other props. After arranging all the P-props, Gushi commanded his undead men to send these props one by one into the city in front of him. Crew looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but ask. Chapter 1196, The Needs of a Dead City. Will this really work? Don't worry. As a necromancer, I am a professional, Gushi said with certainty. Crew wanted to persuade Gushi, but looking at Gushi's confident look, he didn't know how to persuade him. At this time, Gushi's undead men had already sent all the various props here into the city in front of him. And Gushi was not idle either. Gushi released the bone obelisk out of sight of Crew. Obelisk of bones. Give me a blessing. And give this city a blessing. Then Gushi raised the magic wand in his hand and began to inject magic into the city in front of him. With the injection of Gushi's mana, the ground in front of him, which had been buried underground for who knows how many years, shook slightly, affected by the various materials and props Gushi put in. Some elven souls appeared in the city. They just stayed there for a moment before turning their attention to Gushi outside the city. But what Gushi had been thinking about, the soul of this dead city, did not appear. This situation made Gushi somewhat worried. After thinking for a while, Gushi suddenly took a step forward. Brother Gu, what are you doing? I didn't enter my city of death. So why should it be considered mine? Gushi had already figured out the key to this. At this time, he stepped into the city in front of him without hesitation. He no longer just wandered outside the city like before. When he stepped into this dead city, Gushi immediately felt the poison coming towards his face. Fortunately, Gushi was well prepared. Although he didn't have all the equipment on his body like Crew, he still brought some antitoxic props. Then Gushi felt a chill on his back, as if something was blowing on his neck. If you are an ordinary person, you may be frightened when faced with such a situation. But for a necromancer, this is all trivial. Gushi walked step by step toward the center of the city. As he walked, he complained that the passage that Crew had dug was relatively small, and there were some places where normal people could not pass through at all. Fortunately, Gushi is not that particular. If he were a little more particular, he wouldn't be willing to come here at all. As Gushi went deeper inside, he slowly felt the soul from this dead city. Unlike Luna's situation before, Gushi could clearly feel the city's unwillingness and murderous intent. He seemed to regret how he was attacked by a giant dragon, and why he was buried under the earth instead of becoming a city. Gushi could feel the strong fighting spirit from this. Seeing this situation, Gushi understood how he wanted to communicate with this dead city. Come out and talk. You still want to fight. You still want to express yourself. You are unwilling to die like this. And you still die with the unwillingness of 100,000 or even more elves. You must have never thought about how many compatriots you lost in the battle between the elves and the dragon, because your side was completely wiped out by the dragon. You must have never thought about what your reputation will become when you are buried here. So I give you a chance. How about fighting again? Prove to everyone that you exist. What can you give me? At this time, a voice sounded in Gushi's ears. Gushi knew there was hope as soon as he heard it. A new life, Gushi said calmly. The voice was about to answer. But at this moment, Crew rushed in. Brother Gu, something is wrong. There are enemies coming. Gushi turned his head and glanced at Keilu, sighing in his heart. This guy is really a troublemaker. Wherever you go, you bring trouble. If the main mission wasn't bound to him, Gushi wouldn't want to take him with him. It's okay. My troops are outside. Even if there are enemies, they can still stop them. After saying that, Gushi turned around. He wanted to deal with the enemies outside first. Unexpectedly, at this moment, another voice came to his ears. Can I join the fight? As soon as Gushi heard it, he understood that he had made the wrong choice when communicating with the souls of the dead city just now. What this dead city's soul needs is not rebirth, but battle. Okay, if you want to fight, then let's fight together. Gushi laughed. Then Gushi said, now, I will add some things to your city, and I will give you all my mana. Wake up and join the battle. Gushi, who was holding the phantom magic wand, pushed his hand hard, and the phantom magic wand plunged into the ground. Just when Gushi was about to introduce mana into the city, the voice rang again. I don't need mana. I need something that proves I'm a city. When Gushi heard this situation, the first thing he thought of was the city gate. But Gushi immediately shook his head. It is too late to rebuild the gate here now. No matter how fast Gushi's men built, they would not be able to complete the city gate in a short time. And it would not work to place the gate of Aladovi city directly here. In this way, the dead city in front of you will be directly assimilated by Aradovi. So Gushi had to think of another way. At this moment, Gushi's heart moved. Yes, let me give it a try. Gushi pointed at the position where he had just entered. The gate of H.L. is open. A huge city gate appeared right where Gushi pointed. Because the city gate was so huge, part of it even pushed into the soil. How? After being released from the ghost gate, Gushi asked directly. That's good. But it's not enough. Gushi also laughed. Not enough? This is a small thing. Next, Gushi kept pointing outwards. and the ghost gates opened again and again. And he placed the ghost gates casually on this dead city. But as the ghost door slowly opened, the undead rushing out brought another trouble. Although the undead here are cannon fodder summoned by Gushi, there is no connection between them. One ghost gate is fine. But with more and more ghost gates, the undead coming out are not happy with each other. Seeing this situation, Gushi was speechless. He didn't want anything to go wrong at this time. So Gushi decisively pointed to the farthest place he could see. Momoyama suppresses ghosts. Under Gushi's spell, a phantom of a mountain made of peach trees appeared where he pointed. Then a large number of props that Gushi put over at the beginning lit up at the same time as other props. At this time, a voice also came from the city. Celia Roman Forest. Return from Death. Chapter 1197 The Second City of Death Poison Peach Mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, the earth began to shake, and the poisonous gas that originally shrouded the city became more and more intense, and the yellow-green aura filled every corner of the city. Gushi was about to step back, but found that these yellow-green auras were pushing him outward. When Gushi was pushed back to the position where he first entered the city, a voice came to Gushi's ear. Ding! A city comes to life before you, and you can take control of it. A dead city owned by the player was found. Is it locked as a dead city? Yes. Please name this city. Looking at the yellow-green city in front of him, Gushi thought for a while and finally said, Poison Peach Mountain. As Gushi finished naming the city, there was another wave of vibrations on the ground. The vibration this time was very different from the previous vibrations. All the props sent into the city were integrated into the ground, and Momoyama and a large number of ghost gates became part of the city. The P-props sprouted at the same time, and a large number of plants began to drill toward the ground. Standing here, Gushi understood that the key to Du Taoshan's ability to pass this level was in front of him. If Du Taoshan couldn't push away the 50-meter thick soil on the ground, this city of death would actually be of little use. Only if Du Taoshan rushes out on his own. This is the death city that Gushi wants. Although the P-vines in front of him grew quickly, Gushi was not sure how long it would take to break through the 50 meters of mud. Now was not the time to wait. Gushi turned his head and said to crew, Who came here? Just use them as a blood sacrifice for my new city. Before Gushi finished speaking, there was a sudden bang from the ground. All the thick mud above the city was pressed down instantly, pressing Du Taoshan into the mud. All the undead souls who came out of the ghost gate were pressed under the soil. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi was also a little stunned. No way. It's over like this. Hadn't he reached the last step? He had even named the new city. How could it be suppressed like this? While Gushi was still wondering what was going on, yellow-green poisonous gas surged out. Brother Gu, the poisonous gas here has become heavier. We need to get out quickly. Gushi wanted to take another look at the situation here, but was dragged away by Crew. As he walked out, Crew said, Brother Gu, do you usually build a city on such a big scale? None of the archaeologists I know are as good as you. No. This is an accident. This city is buried underground, which is somewhat bad. Gushi stopped talking halfway, because Gushi noticed that in his attribute column, there was information about Du Taoshan in the Death City. Du Taoshan had actually successfully transformed into the Death City. City name, Du Taoshan. City direction, Death City. City characteristics, War Main City. City level, Level 2, 11/50. Core building, 1/2 Council Hall, gives 500 negative energy points per day. Large building, 150 ghost field, not activated. Needs 20 ghosts to settle in before activation, and can produce 30 special ghosts per week after activation. Medium building, 1 AP hut, the level of undead weapons and equipment produced in the P field +1. Small buildings, 2/10 P mountain, the level of the undead produced in the P field +1. The ever-open ghost gate, the level of the undead produced in the city +10 every week. Auxiliary building, 1/20th poison smoke belt. Special building, poisonous peach mountain. Garrison hero, none. Garrison troops, none. Looking at the information in front of him, Gushi was also stunned. Judging from this information, Death City was successful this time. But what about his poison peach mountain? A city of death compacted by soil is also a city of death? Although he was puzzled, the surrounding environment was no longer suitable to stay any longer. Gushi quickly ran along the way he had come to the entrance of the cave passage he had just come down from. As soon as he came out of it, Gushi was stunned. The scene in front of him made Gushi wonder what he had been busy doing underground for such a long time. It turned out that when looking out from the small hill where Gushi came out, A mountain about 300 meters high had risen up where there was originally a flat land. If you look more closely, you will find that this mountain is made up of huge peach trees mixed with soil. And there are countless vines of different sizes entangled on the surface of the mountain. Gushi had already noticed that all these vines were pea vines. But before Gushi could get closer, he noticed that at the foot of the mountain, many pea vines were spraying yellow-green poisonous gas. After looking at it like this, Gushi understood that the reason why the earth was pressed down just now was not that the transformation of the dead city failed, but that everything in the original city was turned to the ground. Standing here, Gushi could still see many buildings made of wood and purple tiles on Taos Han, which was made up of trees. At the same time, in the corner of Momoyama, you can see some farmland with tiny pea vines from time to time. These pea vines look small on the surface, but that is in contrast to this peach mountain. If you look carefully, you will find that the pea vines in the farmland are as thick as a normal person's waist. In addition to peas hanging on the vines, there are also some small lantern-like houses hanging on the vines. If the small house itself was not pure black and decorated with skulls and other decorations, some people might think that it was an elven style. At least the elf garden where the elves or goblins live is of this style. It's different now. The skull equipment in front of you, plus the turned up bones under the peach tree, and the yellow-green poisonous smoke slowly rising above the peach tree, make it clear at a glance that the city in front of you is in the style of the undead. Gushi hadn't finished being shocked when Crew, who was behind him, muttered something. This is how the same thing. The city handled it successfully. Keilu's words made Gushi react from the chaos. He raised his head and glanced at Du Taos Han in front of him, and said quite calmly, "It's nothing. I have many dead cities. This situation is not a big scene." Because his passive mind-reading ability was of little use to Gushi, Crew looked at Gushi doubtfully. In the end, I felt that Gushi was bragging. Just when he was about to say something else, Gushi said again, "By the way, didn't you say there are enemies? Where are the enemies?" Upon hearing this, Crew stretched out his hand to point to the location of the previous enemy. But after he pointed, he found that something seemed wrong. The place where the enemy was standing just now was on the original flat ground. But now it has been occupied by the Poison Peach Mountain, and the enemy is gone. Chapter 1198 Poison Peach Mountain rises from the ground. Being pressed down? Crew hesitated for a moment, and finally guessed. It's possible. Now, Gushi thought about it, and felt that it was really possible. But the yellow-green poisonous smoke in front of him had shrouded the entire Poison Peach Mountain. Gushi didn't even figure out how to enter the city, and he couldn't contact him, the undead in the city. That's not right. It can't be said that contact cannot be made. But there is nothing in the Poisonous Peach Mountain in front of him. The most critical link between players and the dead city is the city gate. Without the city gates, the city of death cannot be considered to be in one's hands. After thinking about it for a while, Gushi still felt that he should go into the city and have a look. He couldn't get the city of death. He didn't know anything. So Gushi quickly went down the mountainside. He planned to try and see if he could enter the Poison Peach Mountain. As soon as he got close to the thick yellow-green smoke, Gushi heard a voice coming from inside Dutaishin. "Sir, please come in. The poisonous smoke will not do you any harm." As soon as he heard this voice, Gushi knew that it was the voice named Celia that he had heard underground. Gushi was still willing to believe in the elves in the dead city. So Gushi took one step forward and stepped into the poisonous gas. But the next moment, Gushi's footsteps stopped. "Can he come in?" What Gushi was talking about was Crew, who was following behind him. Celia's voice said calmly, "Be careful with poison." Crew heard this too. Crew didn't say much about the situation in front of him. He also put on his hat, and almost got himself a set of Dubai protective clothing. Following Gushi into the Poison Peach Mountain, Crew discovered that the yellow-green poisonous smoke seemed to have a spirit, and did not touch Gushi at all. When Gushi walked forward, the poisonous smoke would quickly disperse in all directions, making room for Gushi to move forward. Behind the poisonous smoke, a yellow-green ghost was standing not far away. This elf looked like a ghost, wearing clothes made of leaves, and holding a long bow in his hand. "You must be Celia." When he saw this ghost, Gushi took the initiative to speak. He wondered if all the elves in the dead city were in ghost state. In fact, Gushi didn't even think about it. Apart from the ghost state, they had no way to become anything else. If you become a zombie, you may turn the entire city into a mobile city. As for skeletons, think of skeletons made of buildings? Thinking of this, Gushi still felt that ghosts had some benefits. "Yes, sir. Welcome to Poisonous Peach Mountain. I will take you to the meeting hall now. Celia led the way. But Gushi was more concerned about the situation just now. Celia, how is the situation in the underground city? Are there any enemies here before? The underground city and the 50-meter thick soil have also become part of Poisonous Peach Mountain. As the level of Poisonous Peach Mountain increases, some things below will be slowly turned up to form new plots. Celia quickly explained the situation in Poisonous Peach Mountain to Gushi. As for the enemy that just appeared, he did not explain it. What about the placement of city gates, soul-calling towers and city walls? Gushi didn't pay attention to the details of Zelia's words for the time being, except that it cannot be released in this world. It can be released in other worlds it will. It is the same as the situation in the dead city. Then let's build the city gate first. Gushi directly ordered. The city gate is the most critical. Whether it is the deployment of troops or the construction of city walls, the city gate must be built first. You should give priority to building the city gate. In addition, I will arrange for a leader to come with some troops to ensure the safety of Poisonous Peach Mountain first. After the city here develops, we will export troops abroad. Okay, sir. I will cooperate with the new leader. Upon hearing this, Celia didn't have the same confidence as Luna. But this is normal. Celia is just the elf of Poison Peach Mountain, and Luna is Gushi's contracted undead. Gushi can clearly tell who is more important between the two. Moreover, Gushi would also be worried about the situation in the world in front of him. Arranging for a leader to come over is the right thing to do. But at this moment, Gushi was thinking about who to let over. Demi? Gushi looked around. The environment in front of him was not suitable for Demi's fighting style. There's no way a vampire can survive in a place like this. How about the new leader named Jamie that we just got? Gushi still shook his head. Jamie was more suitable for field battles. It is not suitable to defend the city in such a place. Why don't we take Jamie's corpse over and see if there are any new leaders we can use? Thinking of this, Gushi clapped his hands. This was a good idea. After the previous two battles, Gushi never had much time to return to Aladovi City to summon spirits. These bodies are still in the city of Aridov. If possible, now is the best time to summon these undead souls. Just after the soul summoning is completed, a new batch of undead troops will be sent over to supplement the troops here. After all, everything in Detacian in front of me is starting over. And there is nothing here now. There are hundreds of thousands of corpses of elves underground. But they are of no use at all. It's not known how long it will take to transform more than 100,000 elves from unknown races into undead through normal means. By the time these undead souls were transformed and took time to grow, Du Taoshan would have been destroyed long ago. Gushi now needs to temporarily mobilize his troops to protect the development of Dutacian first. After Dutao Mountain has the ability to protect itself, the seconded troops will be transported back. You build the city gate first. And after the city gate is built, I will build the Legia Road to this side. This way you can communicate with the main city. Let's build the city first. And then we'll talk about other things after the city's level is raised. Listening to Gushi's words, Celia also nodded. He also understood that there was nothing here in Detacian at the moment. And he couldn't even get a single soldier under his command. If Du Taoshan hadn't turned over just now and raised the city from the ground, it might not have been able to deal with the enemies who wanted to come and besiege it. Therefore, before starting to build Poisonous Peach Mountain, he must secure the troops. Now that Gushi told him that a large number of undead troops would come, Celia was naturally very happy. But he still said to Gushi, "Sir, can you lend me 20 ghosts first? I want to activate the P-Ghost field in the city." "That's okay. I just want to take a look at the style of Poisonous Peach Mountain." "Brothers Crew, why don't we come over and take a look?" Chapter 1199. Foreign enemies will invade after the city is built. After entering the Poison Peach Mountain, Gushi discovered that the poisonous smoke and mist were not just covering the surface of the Poison Peach Mountain, but it is located in every corner of Poison Peach Mountain. After entering Poisonous Peach Mountain, the toxicity lingered. Gushi believed that only the undead could survive in this kind of place. No matter how good the defense tools are when others come over, they may not be able to last for a few days. The ground of Dutacian is also in this style. The color of the soil in the entire Poison Peach Mountain is yellow-green. However, no matter how poisonous the ground is, it cannot affect the growth of plants. On the ground composed of vines, you can see some dark red moss from time to time. After entering Poison Peach Mountain, Gushi-sai noticed that the entire Poison Peach Mountain was built with a huge peach tree as its core. Each mountain was a big tree, and the buildings, soil, and vines were all built around it. It is built against a big tree. If this city wasn't filled with poisonous gas and the undead, everyone would feel like it was a place where elves lived. Under the leadership of Celia, Gushi and the others soon arrived at the meeting hall at the root of the tree. Before he got close, Crew stopped. Brother Gu, I really can't go any further. This poison is too strong, and my protective clothing can't withstand it. Gushi looked back at Kalu and found that his face was completely hidden under the mask, making it difficult to see what he was thinking. However, with the current situation in Dutaishan, there is really no way for anyone to stay here longer. So Gushi said to Kalu, then I will send you out first, and I will deal with the matters here later. Sir, let me do it, Celia said, as another leaf fell from the tree and transformed into another Celia, ready to lead Crew out. Seeing that Celia had done such a good job, Gushi nodded to Crew. Brother Crew, please wait outside. After I have arranged everything here clearly, I will come to you. Be careful when you're out there. The enemy may still be nearby. If you find something wrong, run away in the direction of Dutaishan. Other things cannot be guaranteed, but life safety can be saved. Crew also understood that he was not very lucky during this period, and would encounter some enemies from time to time. It seemed that someone was targeting him. At this time, he didn't dare to run around at will. All he could do now was hide beside Gushi and push Gushi out if anything happened. In Crew's eyes, Gushi's strength was pretty good, and he didn't have to worry about his safety if something happened. Now I just need to wait here for a few more days, which is actually not that difficult. At this time, about 50 miles away from Poisonous Peach Mountain, the special forces chasing Crew were gathering in the nearby mountains and forests. If someone compares it, they will find that the strength of this army is only about half of the original one. Even those who survived were covered in dirt and dust. Let's go back. We won't take on this bullshit mission anymore. Whoever wants to do it can do it. We're not doing it anyway. Seeing the loss of half of the troops, the leader's face turned as yellow as the soil on the ground. They were the killing force that was chasing after Crew. Although they didn't know why they wanted to kill Crew, they received benefits when they said troops. Originally they thought this was a simple task. All we have to do is find Crew and launch a sneak attack on him while he's doing archaeological work. There is no need to even march in such a large army. He brought so many troops out just to show the person behind him that if he sent out so many troops, he should give more rewards. He never thought that he would suffer a big loss by leading too many troops. If he hadn't brought too many troops and was seen by Crew from a distance, Crew wouldn't have thought that there was an enemy invasion. And he wouldn't have run to find Gushi, who was transforming the City of Death. Without him searching like this, maybe the transformation of Dutaishan would not have appeared directly on the ground. Maybe Dutaishan would have been an underground city. There is simply no such ability to turn mud into foundation and trees into mountains. He would not bury half of his men underground. Those around him now were all because they were relatively far away or reacted quickly. When the ground shook, they escaped one step ahead. The rest are dead. This was a very serious blow to the leader. The troops under his command were all gathered together by the remnants of hundreds of ancient tribes, using mankind's most advanced weapons and equipment, and polished them bit by bit on the battlefield. He invested a lot of energy and money into each of his subordinates. Losing half of it at once meant that all his efforts over the past few decades were in vain. How could this make him not angry? Sir, are we leaving like this? Seeing the angry look on the leader's face, a centaur heavily armored warrior quickly came to him. As a centaur, he was supposed to be the fastest one, but in order to give the centaurs the same charging capabilities as knights, all of them wore heavy armor. The movement speed is obviously much slower, and this kind of charging force is often placed at the front when advancing. Therefore, more than half of the centaur's companions and friends died in a previous landslide and were buried under the Poisonous Peach Mountain. Unlike the leader, this centaur does not have such a good character. In his eyes, those who died in the battle were all his brothers, and he must take revenge. What else? Go over there and die. The leader pointed in the direction of Poison Peach Mountain. At this time, Poisonous Peach Mountain has been completely shrouded in yellow-green poisonous smoke. No matter who sees the situation there, they know that they cannot pass there. It was precisely because the leader understood this that he planned to retreat. But his men jumped out at this time and wanted to attack Poison Peach Mountain. The leader wanted to say something to him. If you want to die, just go by yourself. Don't drag everyone else with you. He raised these people. Was it easy to train them? No. We have to talk about this matter separately. Now is not the time to talk about this matter. Now go back with me. The situation in front of us is not something we can handle. The leader was right. And most of his men were obedient. After all, those who survived such a natural disaster-like attack were frightened to death. Even if the leader doesn't plan to leave, they will try to persuade him to leave. Only the centaur was unconvinced. His eyes were red, and he said loudly, "What does it mean to die? Our brothers are buried underneath. I am going to save them. Now whoever is willing to go with me. Come with me." Chapter 1200. The enemy attacking the city. In Poisonous Peach Mountain, Gu Shi was already sitting in the meeting hall at this time. Compared to the poisonous gas environment outside, the meeting hall is much better. Although there is poison in it, it is no longer like before, with poisonous mist, poisonous gas, and poisonous smoke everywhere. The situation inside the meeting hall is similar to that outside. There was only one table with a map of Poison Peach Mountain on it. However, Gu Shi also noticed that the map in front of him was obviously black with a yellow-green aura that made up the building's appearance. Obviously, this caters to the style of Poisonous Peach Mountain. At the same time, Gu Shi also noticed that in addition to Dutao Mountain, there were also all the terrain within about 50 miles outside Dutao Mountain. Gu Shi was a little surprised by this situation. Will Poison Peach Mountain expand outward by 50 miles next? Gu Shi thought for a while, and realized that the situation in Dutaishan was different from that of Aladovi City, and even from several other cities under Gu Shi's control. At least in his eyes, he didn't see much land that could be used. If Dutaishan wants to expand outward, Gu Shi will not be surprised at all. But Celia shook her head. No. Dutaishan is the main city of war, and it exists for war. The war must not only focus on the city itself. 50 miles from the city is the shortest distance. Our current control is not far enough. In the future, this range will be expanded to 500 miles away. From this sentence, we can also see Celia's attitude. He always remembered the gathering place of elves that was buried under volcanic ash by the giant dragon. I was afraid that it was because I failed to control the situation near the city that I was successfully attacked by the giant dragon. What's this? After hearing this, Gu Shi pointed at a blue arrow on the map and asked. Celia jumped up immediately. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. As soon as Celia finished speaking, her body turned into countless leaves and disappeared in front of Gu Shi. At this time, Gu Shi was somewhat helpless. Poison Peach Mountain has just been built, and now there are no soldiers here. If something really happened, Gu Shi couldn't ignore it, and they would appear at this time and take the initiative to attack Poison Peach Mountain. It seems that they should be the enemies that Crew had seen before. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, even if Du Tao's Han is defended, there will be people chasing Gu Shida from behind. So Gu Shi walked out of the meeting hall immediately and opened the main gate of Aladovi City. When Poisonous Peach Mountain was built, Gu Shi had already communicated clearly with Luna. Gu Shi planned to go back to Aladovi City after settling the matter at Poisonous Peach Mountain, retrieve the spirit of the leader-level corpse, and arrange to garrison the Poisonous Peach Mountain. At the same time, the corpses from the previous 2 battles must be summoned, transformed into undead souls, and asked to guard Poisonous Peach Mountain. As soon as the main city gate opened, no soldiers came out from Aladovi City. It seemed that they were all busy following Gu Shi's orders. After waiting for about 7 or 8 seconds, an undead poked his head out from the main city gate. When he saw Gu Shi's expression, he quickly sent a signal to the city. After a while, a lord from the Grand Princess Council rushed out of the main city gate. Sir, did something happen? Poison Peach Mountain has been attacked. There are no troops guarding the city now. We should mobilize troops to defend the city first. Under Gu Shi's order, Aladovi City also quickly took action. A large number of undead heroes, who heard the news, immediately rushed out of the main city gate. As soon as he appeared in the Poisonous Peach Mountain, Gu Shi noticed that the undead under him would also be stained with the poison from the Poisonous Peach Mountain. It's just that the undead are not afraid of this kind of poison, and they don't care no matter how much it is contaminated with. On the contrary, because of the poison in his body, he feels that he has become obviously stronger. But Gu Shi is not the kind of person who just hands over his subordinates and then doesn't care about anything. Gu Shi knew very well that details would play a very important role in battle. Toxicity is the characteristic of Dutaishan. When arranging the undead here, you must not forget this feature. So Gu Shi turned to the Lord of the Grand Princess Council and said, "Control the undead that come out." The undead are mainly zombies and ghosts. Skeleton mages and corpse witches, who have poisonous power, can also be arranged to come over. Also arrange for the evil bone locusts and bone-eating mud to come over. Upon hearing Gu Shi's order, the Lord immediately took action. He drove back some undead that obviously did not meet the requirements, and at the same time began to order suitable undead in the city to come out. The leader level corpse has been transported out. Now we don't have time to go back to summon the soul, so we can just summon the soul right here. After this order was passed down, it was Luna who took over the task. Soon an orc corpse was sent out quickly, along with the corpses of 6 human heroes and 5 orc heroes, in addition to their own bodies. These corpses were also sent with some equipment. Seeing that some of the equipment was missing, Gushi knew that some of these equipment had been taken away by the undead transformed from Double Death. This matter is actually understandable. After all, the undead soul transformed from Double Death is one with the corpse. The attributes may be similar, and the weapons and equipment used will naturally be suitable. In Aradovi City, leaders and heroes can choose weapons first. They took away some of the weapons and equipment, so no one would take care of them. At this time, Gushi didn't ask any questions. When the body was delivered, Gushi raised his head and ordered, "Celia, find me a place with the strongest poison." Celia, who had gone out early to check the situation, quickly appeared in front of Gushi. He took one look at the corpses here and naturally understood what Gushi meant. "Sir, please come here with the body. There is a ghost there. You arranged for the ghost to go to the P-Ghost field. Also, do you know what is happening with the enemy?" While Gushi was directing his undead men to carry the corpses and catch up with Celia, he was asking from behind. "We have found out that they are a centaur force, numbering about 100 or so. They are heavily armored and use weapons such as battle axes. I don't know why they attacked us. There are no city gates or walls in Detaishan now. As long as they ignore it, they will rush into Detaishan in about 2 minutes." Celia just went out to check on the enemy's situation, but he saw all Gushi's actions in poisonous Peach Mountain. Seeing Gushi deploying so many troops, he naturally told everything. Centaurs? Heavy armor? Cavalry? Gushi's heart moved, and he quickly issued a new order. Chapter 1201 The Toxic Leader. Sacrifice the demon camp and fight bravely. Yongdo, who was called out by Gushi at short notice, didn't even check the battlefield environment clearly before he heard the order from Gushi. Raise a wall of fire. Attract enemies into the wall of fire, and then cast the slow spell. Grown-ups, start to act. Under Gushi's order. Even if Yongdo had other ideas, he would first complete Gushi's order. Fortunately, Gushi's mind was quite clear, and he had a good grasp of the battle. Just after listening to the enemy's situation, I knew that those enemies existed to prevent knights, because they are centaurs themselves. They are much more flexible than knights. But precisely because they are centaurs, they are the ones running all the way. They are wearing armor, and all the pressure is borne by the centaurs themselves. And centaurs are notoriously agile creatures. With such heavy armor, their speed will definitely be slower. The firewall technique combined with the slowness technique to burn the centaur is the most reasonable idea. As for Yongdo, he was just a tool man who was called out. He didn't even see the enemy, so he could only cast spells in the direction pointed by Celia. But the good thing here is that Celia's control over Poison Peach Mountain is not the same as Luna's control over Aradovi. Celia's control is more comprehensive and domineering. The magic ritual formations that Yudo needed did not need to be arranged by Yudo's men at all. They were arranged directly. Regarding this situation, Celia said calmly, the magic level of the elves is beyond the imagination of normal people. Don't compare the magic level of ordinary people with the magic level of elves. Hearing this, Gushi also smiled in his heart. Are you still proud? No matter how powerful his magic ability is, he was beaten by the dragon before. However, Gushi did not say much. While arranging Yongdo to deal with the enemy, Gushi, under the leadership of Celia, came to a platform under Greatdown Mountain. This platform is directly a large bluestone slab without any decoration. The corpses brought from Aradovi City are piled directly here. Celia had no respect for these corpses. Normally speaking, the corpse of a leader should be treated with some respect, even if it is just laid out in a row. The result was that it was all piled together, just like a pile of ordinary meat. This situation made Gushi wonder if there were many leader-level corpses under this land. Only in large numbers will they not be taken seriously. Although he had such thoughts in his heart, Gushi did not stop there. As for the leader level buried under the Poison Peach Mountain, let the people of the Poison Peach Mountain develop it. Gushi will not worry about this matter for the time being. Now let's prepare the main leaders here in Dutaishan. Holding up the phantom magic wand, the shadow of the bone obelisk flashed behind Gushi. Taking advantage of the effect of the bone obelisk, Gushi pointed at the corpses. Necromancer. As Gushi's move continued, All the corpses on the scene exploded, and 12 skeleton soldiers walked out. These skeletons were all at level 11. Gu Shi's luck was quite good this time. Only 2 of them failed to summon souls this time, and ordinary skeleton soldiers were summoned. Among the remaining 10 skeleton soldiers, there is 1 leader and 9 heroes. Poison Bone, level 11. Summon. Undead leader experience, 0/110000. Attack 9. Defense 5. Life 425. Mana 120. Talent, Poison Mist. All troops under his command will bring poisonous mist with them, and the enemy in the battle automatically deducts 10 points of life every 15 seconds. Skills. Offensive skill level 3. Defense skill level 3. Natural magic level 2. Tactics level 3. Leader, can command 7,500 soldiers plus 4 heroes plus 14 at the same time, troops with famous leaders. Looking at the leader's attributes and talents, Gu Shi knew that he had done the right thing this time, by sending the body to Poisonous Peach Mountain to summon the souls. If you summon spirits in the city of Aladovi, I'm afraid it won't have such a good effect. Putting it here now, it doesn't have the attributes of Poisonous Peach Mountain. As for the remaining 9 heroes, Gu Shi also looked over one by one. Just as he had guessed, they also had a toxic effect. But Gu Shi discovered a problem here. Among these 9 heroes, 5 focus on virus prevention. The rest are used to enhance the combat effectiveness of subordinates through toxicity. Obviously, skeletons are not the most suitable type of soldiers to match with toxicity. Now all Gu Shi can do is use it. If I want to be stronger, I'm afraid I won't have the chance. Du Gu. From now on you will be stationed here at Du Town Mountain, and be responsible for the safety of Du Town Mountain. Now that Dutaishan is experiencing an invasion from foreign enemies, this matter will be left to you. Poison Bone stood up as soon as he heard this. Although his name is Poison Bone, he looks no different from an ordinary skeleton soldier. He was a withered yellow skeleton, wearing a piece of shabby leather armor, and holding a rusty battle axe in his hand. His skeleton was not too thick, and it was hard to tell that he was originally an orc leader. Please rest assured, sir, I will protect Poison Peach Mountain. When Gu Shi was arranging these skeleton leaders and heroes, Celia also appeared behind Gu Shi. Sir, shall I take them down? Okay. Celia, from now on you will be responsible for the construction of Poison Peach Mountain, and Poison Bone will handle the defense. After hearing Gu Shi's order, Celia hesitated and finally asked, Sir, what if there are other leaders? Gu Shi also laughed when he heard this. His guess was correct. There were other elven leaders, and brave men buried underground in Poisonous Peach Mountain. Their existence was the source of strength for Celia and Poisonous Peach Mountain. If there are other leaders, train them. After the city gate is built, I will build the Ligia Road to Dutaishan. I will make transfers at the leadership level when the time comes. Whether it's fighting in this world or fighting in Eridovina, I'll give the alpha level a chance. Give them the opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities. Under me, as long as you have the ability, you can be reused. From now on, Poison Bone will be stationed in Poison Peach Mountain. Gu Shi made everything clear, and Celia also understood the meaning of Gu Shi's words, especially the last sentence. That was explaining to Celia that Du Gu would be the guardian of Poison Peach Mountain in the future. For other leaders, Celia can arrange for them to go on an expedition or send them to Aladovi City. Gu Shi will definitely give them a suitable position. This is also on point, Celia. Celia is just the elf in charge of managing the Poison Peach Mountain. The real owner of the Poison Peach Mountain is Gu Shi. And Gu Shi wanted to get what he wanted in Dutaishan. Chapter 1202 Dutaishan's Troop Replenishment. Not long after sending Celia and Du Gu away, Gu Shi heard the news that the invaders had been killed. Seeing the battle report sent to him, Gu Shi was also speechless. He mobilized manpower and summoned the leaders, and hurriedly transferred the troops from Aridov to more than 30,000. As a result, more than 100 centaurs were killed. This record is hilarious. Forget it. Just take care of the matter. Hurry up and deal with the city gate. I'll ask them to bring some corpses over. Gu Shi could only let it go in the face of the current situation. It just so happened that the main city gate had already been opened. So Gu Shi simply did not go to Aladovi City, and directly asked someone to bring the corpses that needed to be transformed over. After going through the situation just now, Gu Shi could already see Dutaishan thinking, this is a battle city, and they don't mind fighting. Then, the warlike orcs would be more suitable for the needs of Dutau Mountain. As for the human troops, they are useful in large legions, but their individual combat effectiveness is really not as strong as that of the orcs. So Gushi first asked someone to deliver the orcs' corpses and weapons and equipment. After these things were delivered, Gushi quickly got busy. For these ordinary corpses, Gushi had no time to use his undead transformation ability. He first released the soul-calling tower, and used the power of the soul-calling tower and the bone obelisk to use spiritualism on a large scale. This kind of large-scale use of spiritualism is not difficult for Gushi to operate. What really puts Gushi in trouble is his lack of mana. After all, summoning spirits consumes the least amount of mana. Every time a soul is summoned, regardless of whether it is successful or not, it consumes 1 point of mana. This can no longer be reduced. Gushi's City of Death is useful, but it has no ability to summon souls. When encountering a large number of corpses, the most they would do is throw them into the various training camps in the Death City, and wait for the undead transformation in the weekly training camps. If you want to get a large number of undead quickly, you really have to rely on the necromancer to summon the souls yourself. Or you can have a free prostitute like Gushi's Double Death. But as the scope of the battle becomes larger and larger, the summoning of souls by the necromancers has become a troublesome matter. Because every time you summon spirits, there are thousands of them. How could a necromancer have such powerful magic power? Then you still have to use various methods to replenish demons on the battlefield, and end up spending a lot of time summoning souls. Anyway, this is Gushi's current situation. There were more and more corpses on his hands, and he became less and less interested in summoning souls. Didn't he see that it had been so long since the corpses from these 2 battles had been sent to Aladovi City? And he still hadn't dealt with them at all? There was no other way now. Gushi had to have the body of the orc sent over to summon the soul at Dutaishin. As for the elf corpse buried under the poison peach mountain, when the soul-calling tower was lowered, Gushi had already felt it. But Gushi did not touch them. Gushi planned to let Du Taosan handle these corpses on his own. Now it was enough for Gushi to replenish the first batch of troops for Du Taosan. Under Gushi's spiritualism, a large number of orc corpses became the latest undead. All the intact parts of the orc's corpse were transformed into zombies, and all the incomplete parts of the orc's corpse were transformed into ghosts. This time Gushi did not use the power of the bone obelisk to turn all the undead into skeleton soldiers. It's not that Gushi doesn't want the level of skeleton soldiers, but Gushi knows very well what is the most important thing on the poison peach mountain side: toxicity. If this is not brought into play, it will be useless no matter how many undead troops are stationed here. Therefore, when Gushi summoned souls, he focused more on zombies and ghosts that were suitable for the poison. Just as Gushi thought, the zombies summoned here in Poisonous Peach Mountain were not zombies holding kitchen knives or axes, but the kind of chubby zombies with green clouds covering their bodies. They carry poisonous clouds with them. When walking in the yellow-green poisonous gas, you can clearly see that the poisonous clouds and poisonous gas on their bodies communicate with each other. Obviously, this is the most suitable kind of undead to fight in Dutao Mountain. The same is true for ghosts. These ghosts all look like orcs, floating in midair, with translucent bodies. But the color is not the common blue or pearly white of normal ghosts, nor the vermilion of more special ghosts. But it is the same yellow-green color as the poisonous smoke here. Their situation is similar to that of normal ghosts, but they have an additional skill of attacking poison. In other words, as long as the ghost rushes to the enemy, whether it is a collision or accidentally touched, the enemy will be poisoned. Such a skill is a bit of a bummer. After all, when fighting, you can't always avoid encountering enemies. As long as you touch it, you will be poisoned, which is really impossible to prevent. As for other types of troops, there should be some as well, but not a single magic corpse has been leaked among the orcs. So whether it is the skeleton mage who controls the poison gas bomb, or the corpse wizard who controls the poison cloud technique, none of them appeared here. However, there are a group of skeleton shooters who have been supported by the bone obelisk, and their levels have improved a bit. At the same time, they have also mastered attack methods such as poisonous gas arrows, which is a small supplement. Celia seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the existence of these skeleton archers. It seems that he doesn't like the shooting level of the skeleton shooter. Gushi can understand this. After all, the shooting skills of elves are far superior to humans. If humans weren't holding heavy crossbows, they would have no way to compare with the elves. There are hundreds of thousands of corpses of elves buried under the Poisonous Peach Mountain. When the Poisonous Peach Mountain transforms them, the skeleton shooter really has no advantage at all. So Celia has reason to look down on these skeleton shooters. But Gushi didn't have time to pay attention to such things. After all the orc corpses were summoned, Gushi was immediately exhausted. He found Crew and said to Crew, I have consumed too much mana. Let's rest here for a day. I will go archaeologically with you tomorrow? Crew has been staying on the hilltop opposite Poisonous Peach Mountain, which has not yet been occupied by poisonous gas. Seeing Gushi being distracted, Crew was speechless. Now I finally understand why you have used up your mana several times with your method of summoning souls. Most people really can't stand it. Do you? The necromancers work so hard. If this is the case, why hasn't anyone thought about how to consume less mana? Gushi was stunned for a moment by this layman's question. Then he said with some helplessness, generally, the necromancers who have reached this stage have either taken the elite route and begun to transform into the undead, or many necromancers gather together. Everyone shares a little, and tens of thousands of corpses can be dealt with in one turn. I'm different. I'm just one person. When something like this happens, I can only deal with it on my own. Chapter 1203, an unintentional sentence. For the first time, Gushi felt so lonely walking alone. But Gushi also understood that he could not trust any player, whether it was by Lianqing, Paixin City, or Yuanzhou City. Although some of this is because he has too many secrets, and he can't trust others. Part of the reason was that once he joined the guild, he acted alone and had never experienced the influence and cooperation of the guild's group activities. There are no friends in the guild who can make life and death friends. As his level increases, and he has more and more troops, the sense of fragmentation naturally becomes stronger and stronger. Look at the current players in Yuanzhou City. Which one is not a veteran who has been in the game for more than 10 years? Which one does not have the support of family members and friends behind him? Even if Gushi wanted to blend in, the other players wouldn't let him. Not to mention, there is no player who can convince Gushi and make Gushi bow his head and become his younger brother. When he said this, Gushi couldn't help but raise his head. When will this day end? I really hope time will pass quickly so that he can take advantage of the opportunity that everyone is in this world to return to the real world and sign up for further studies. Maybe in the new school, Gushi could find friends who could keep up with him. Crew didn't understand the meaning of Gushi's words. He thought Gushi was complaining that every time he summoned souls after a battle, he consumed more energy than during the battle. He smiled there and said, "You are just too greedy. I think your style of cleaning the battlefield is the style that everyone wants. Even the soil on the ground was dug away. It's actually quite boring, and you're too tired to stand it now, let alone later. You see, as the number of undead under your command increases, the battlefield will become larger and larger in the future. You can't risk your life to summon souls after every battle." Although Gushi didn't have many comrades, he could definitely hear the concern in Crew's words. "Thank you. I'm also studying this now." Seeing that Gushi didn't want to talk anymore, Keilu didn't force it. His friendship with Gushi ended here. Whether Gushi could really find a suitable path, he had no idea and couldn't say anything more. In fact, he didn't know that his words had actually attracted Gushi's attention. Gushi was already thinking about how to solve the problem of spiritualism. As Crew said just now, in fact, you don't need to do it yourself to summon spirits. In fact, Gushi had already been thinking of ways to solve this problem from the beginning. All the corpses during this period were taken back to Aladovi City for this reason. But no one expected that plans could not keep up with changes. Before he could figure out a way, he encountered something like this. 30 to 40,000 orc corpses drained Gushi's mana 6 or 7 times. Next time this happens, Gushi really won't do such a strenuous thing. Seeing that the topic was getting a little dull, Crew quickly changed the subject. "Brother Gu, I have always heard you talking about the City of Death." The City of Death. What is the situation in this City of Death? Gushi became proud upon hearing this. Death City. That is one of the 3 magical skills of the Necromancer. It means that the Necromancer can communicate with his own city at any time, and put city gates, city walls, and even castles on the battlefield, turning field battles into siege warfare. A large number of troops can be dropped onto the battlefield. You've seen my fighting style before. Although I am alone now, when I fight, I can recruit tens of thousands of troops at any time. This is the reason. Crew nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Crew followed Gushi and faced several battles along the way. He was quite curious about Gushi's skill of opening a city gate and sending out a large army to fight. Now after listening to Gushi's explanation, he understood the power of this skill. It would be okay if there was just a small city behind the city gate. Behind Gushi's city gate, there might be an army of millions. Moreover, it is an army of undead that does not need to work or consume food. Such an existence, even if it walks alone in every corner of the world, can send a nuclear bomb to a city. After suddenly understanding Gushi's level, Crew looked at Gushi differently. At the same time, he pointed at the poisonous peach mountain in front of him and asked, "Is this the same?" "Yes. This is the new city of death. It will provide me with toxic troops in the future. The information you obtained from your previous archaeological examination is correct. Under this poison peach mountain, there are more than 100,000 corpses of elves buried. After Du Taosan completes its upgrade, there will eventually be 100,000 powerful undead troops stationed there." 100,000. Crew was about to say that 100,000 people is not too many. But then he thought, these are not 100,000 residents, but 100,000 soldiers. A city that can normally support an army of 100,000 must have a population of nearly 10 million at least. As a result, 100,000 people were directly stationed here. I think it would be scary to visit several nearby countries and cities. Just thinking of this, Crew's hands began to shake involuntarily. He felt like he couldn't keep up with Gushi's status. Fortunately, Crew is also used to meeting heads of state. He quickly calmed down and quickly changed the subject. "Then the tower you recruited is also part of your death city?" "Yes. That is a soul summoning tower. In addition to allowing me to stand farther away and see further, it can also release my mental power to summon souls in batches. If an abnormal necromancer were to summon souls, he would have to summon corpses one by one. That's really fatal." Gushi thought about the more than 10,000 corpses. If he really wanted to summon the souls one by one, not to mention other things, just pointing at the corpses with a staff would take a long time. Gushi's scalp felt numb when he thought of this. But that's not what Crew thought after hearing this. He suddenly said, "Brother Gu, what you said just now means that if there is no soul-calling tower, a normal necromancer should call corpses one by one. Is it possible that this spiritual summoning tower of yours actually has means or methods to replenish mana? Or reduce the mana required for spiritualism?" Kalu just said it carelessly. But Gushi sat upright as soon as he heard it. This is really possible. But Gushi only has one soul-calling tower in hand. And he has not seriously studied the other functions of the soul-calling tower. He only knows that the soul-calling tower has the effect of increasing the success rate of spiritual summoning. Now it seems that there should be more details in the soul-calling tower that have not yet been found out. Thinking of this, Gushi immediately raised his hand, and the soul-calling tower appeared on the top of the mountain. Chapter 1204 Busy Gushi. After Gushi's research, Gushi found that his understanding of the soul-calling tower was not that complete. Many functions of the soul evocation tower have not been used. At the same time, each summoning tower has a different focus. You can also put summoning promotion books such as the Book of Blood Banquet and the Book of Life box on the summoning tower to change the focus of the summoning tower. It can be said that the way Gushi used the soul summoning tower before was too rough. Gushi thought about it seriously, and then said to Crew, "I have a plan to go back and arrange. If you encounter any danger, go to Poisonous Peach Mountain. I have made arrangements over there, and my men will protect your safety." Crew also laughed when he heard this. "There's no need to protect me. I see that your focus is also on that death city. I'm afraid it won't be completed in a few months. Then you might as well stay here and manage the city of death. I can go out on my own to do some archaeology, and there will be no problem." "What's the matter? We escaped together. Things with the Bait League are not over yet. I must ensure your safety no matter what." Gushi immediately refused upon hearing this. What a joke. His main mission is still stuck on Crew. If Crew runs away like this, where will he find anyone? "Don't worry. I have accused some people before. But in the end it was okay. We don't have any other archaeological skills. There must have been several hiding places. This time my treasure map is already in place. It has taken up a lot of time to accompany you here. Now I really need to go do some archaeological research." As Crew spoke, he jumped up and said calmly, "Don't worry. I don't have anything on me now. So naturally no one will stare at me. I am safe now. As for the task that I asked you to protect me for 3 months, there must be something wrong with the system that gives out tasks. Don't worry. We are so familiar. I won't care. You can safely deal with your city of death here. When the time comes for the task to be completed, I will give you a favorable review." After speaking, Crew dodged and ran outside. Gushi wanted to chase him, but found that Kalu disappeared in front of him in a flash. This shocked Gushi. The main mission has not been completed yet. If a person runs away like this, where will he find someone next time? So Gushi didn't care about anything else, and was about to catch up with Crew. But before he could get up, he found that his mission seemed to have changed. The mission of the 5th ring is actually over. Didn't you agree to protect crew for archaeology? I haven't gone yet. Why did it end like this? Gushi quickly looked through the missions of the Sixth Ring. It turns out that the mission this time is still to protect crew's archaeology. But there is no need to follow crew all the time. All he needs to do is be able to appear next to crew when he is in danger and asks for help. Gushi was also speechless for this explanation. Now let crew out. He will run away as soon as he turns his head. Where can Gushi find crew later? Gushi didn't know where Keilu would go to do some archaeology. This definitely requires someone to follow. If something really goes wrong, where can Gushi find anyone? Thinking of this, Gushi shook his head helplessly. It's better to follow crew for the next few months. Let Luna and Eve study the matter of the soul-calling tower first. Just as Gushi was about to put down what he was doing and go find crew, he looked up and saw Celia's face appearing above the Poison Peach Mountain. This was clearly telling Gushi that something had happened. Gushi couldn't divide his mind between two things, so he could only deal with the Du Taosan matter first. From the top of the mountain here, he quickly headed towards the Poisonous Peach Mountain. Before he had even taken 2 steps, Gushi saw crew rushing back quickly. Now it's okay. There's another thing to worry about. But Gushi still asked, Brother Crew, what happened? The woman we offended in the Beat League is here. And she came with another group of people. When Gushi heard this, he smiled and said, Brother Crew, don't worry. He can have as many troops as he has. No, they have a lot of troops. And that woman really looks like she's going to fight to the death this time. Gushi laughed. Of course, that woman is going to fight hard. She went to bite me before to seek a chance to be resurrected. In the end, everything was ruined by Gushi. Now she naturally wanted to kill Gushi and Keilu. As for the other troop, it happened to encounter another troop of this woman. It is the troop that uses Cyclops as the archer squad and lizard men as the trained soldiers. They came here to deal with crew. It was only because he met Gushi that he established Du Taosan. They lost half their troops and their morale. They had already retreated. As a result, he met Princess Keisha, which gave him some ideas. Finally, the idea came to Poisonous Peach Mountain. Some of the reasons for this are that their goals are the same. And another reason is what Princess Xia said. Our goal is not to attack the city. We just need to kill the archaeologist named Crew. As long as we don't attack the city, no matter how poisonous the city is, it has nothing to do with us. It was this sentence that made the leader react. So they hid themselves far down the mountain, waiting for Gushi or Keilu to leave. In their eyes, Poisonous Peach Mountain is full of poison, and is not a place where normal people can live. They were betting that Gushi and Keilu would not stay in Poisonous Peach Mountain forever. They must go down the mountain to eat, or leave directly. In their eyes, Gushi and the others came here just to complete a task. The situation in Detaishan was clearly like the reappearance of an elven city that had been buried underground for many years. Normal people will leave quickly after completing the task and getting the reward, no matter how much it takes. It will only take 3 to 5 days. They have all chased them here, and they can still afford to wait for 3 to 5 days. When they were out of the range of Du Taosan, they were attacked, and Du Taosan would not come to help. After all, they were all out of the attack range, so there was no reason for Du Taosan to take action. Right? The centaurs were destroyed before because they rushed in headfirst. The situation is different now. They are waiting outside, waiting for Gushi to come out on their own. As a result, they just planned to wait, and Crew went out directly. This made those people who originally thought they would have to ambush for 3 to 5 days very happy. As soon as they set up an ambush, the enemy appeared at their doorstep. This shows that their plan is correct. So these people rushed out immediately and chased Crew. And their attack naturally attracted Celia's attention, which finally turned the situation into what it is now. Chapter 1205 Crew was beaten back. Gushi also met Celia immediately after entering Poisonous Peach Mountain. Grown-ups, how is it going? The previously enlarged head of Celia could only let Gushi know that something had happened to Du Taosan, but he didn't know what happened. As for Crew, the most he could do was tell Gushi that there was an ambush. But there was no way to find out the detailed information. The one who has the most information now is Celia. There are 2 troops lying in ambush near Poisonous Peach Mountain, waiting for this man to come out, because they were ambushing 50 miles away. We didn't pay much attention at first, and this man reacted quickly. He realized something was wrong before he had gone 50 miles away, and fled back immediately. The 2 troops pursued him and entered our territory, and were discovered by us, etc. Gushi interrupted Celia directly. I remember Brother Crew had only been out for a few minutes. How could he cause such a big thing? This is 50 miles away. At this time, Crew also said with some embarrassment, well, I want to go to the archaeological site quickly. In fact, I have a super fast movement method. Of course, this method is not easy to use. It can only travel short distances, not long distances. Crew explained quietly. How many enemies are there? Gushi ignored Keilu and asked directly. The total number of people is only 5,000. And they are now outside the 50-mile radius. Let Poison Bone kill them. And let Poison Bone clean up the area. Gushi ordered decisively. And then he turned to look at Keilu. You wait a moment before leaving. Let's clear out some nearby enemies first. Crew was also frightened this time. He really didn't expect that there would be so many enemies waiting for him. It seems that he still needs to be protected by Gushi, at least to ensure his safety. So Crew was quite honest this time, and did not run to another mountain outside Poison Peach Mountain. He sat down at the foot of Poisonous Peach Mountain, a little bit away from the poisonous gas. In this safest position, he waited for the end of the battle. Gushi did not stop Crew's choice, but asked Cilia to pay more attention to Crew's safety. Gushi also took this opportunity to quickly return to Aladovi City to discuss with Luna about the Soul Evocation Tower. In the meeting hall of Aladovi City, Gushi saw Luna and Eve at the same time. At this time, Luna was dealing with matters in Aladovi City, while Eve was lying on the map studying some details of the Soul Conjuring Tower. After seeing Gushi come in, Luna and Eve bowed to Gushi at the same time. Grown-ups, how is it? Have you received the message I sent back earlier? I have received it. At the same time, I also looked through some of the copied books and talked with 3 architects. Eve responded immediately. She is more active than Luna on this matter. The Soul Summoning Tower itself cannot change some of its properties, but we can add prefixes before the Soul Summoning Tower, or build linked buildings. We haven't studied this aspect before, and we have missed a lot. Now it seems that we really still have many directions to study. At the same time, I also found a layout diagram of the Soul Calling Tower formation. In addition, we also have 2 architectural design ideas for the Undead Transformation Altar and the Resurrection Pool, which are upgrades to the Soul Summoning Tower. It took a few architects some time to replicate these 2 buildings. Eve quickly explained the information found in this short period of time. After Eve finished speaking, Luna also said, when the news came in, I also had an idea. We can build more Soul Calling Towers. In addition, you can connect it to a magic pool and use the magic pool's mana to replace the mana consumption when summoning souls. I've already told Eve about this. Eve plans to experiment with the feasibility of this method. If possible, I plan to divide an area in the main city area to serve as an area for stacking corpses and summoning spirits. Luna was very meticulous in her work. At this time, she put down her work and just drew a swipe on the table, and the map quickly opened in front of her. Gushi noticed that the location chosen by Luna was where the Dini Giant Garden was originally located. Now that the Giant Garden has moved to the hero area, this place has become empty. There is also a horizontally openable school gate nearby, which is the only way to transport large quantities of materials. Placing the soul calling area here is of great benefit. On the one hand, it is naturally a problem of open space. On the other hand, when corpses are transported in when cleaning the battlefield, this will be the best place to pile them. According to Luda's plan, she plans to move the soul calling tower to this location and build several more soul calling towers here. In addition, the area used for stacking corpses must be expanded so that at least 100,000 corpses can be stacked at the same time. When Luna said this, Eve suddenly said, actually, what I mean most is to build a special soul-calling corpse-raising area. Just like my magic area. First put the corpses there for 1 or 2 years. We now have sufficient military strength. If the corpse is not in a hurry to be used, just keep it for a while. There are some secret methods for raising corpses here, all of which were copied from the Uenzu City Library. I have worked out some simplified methods. As long as they are raised for a year, the combat effectiveness of the summoned undead troops can be increased by at least 10%. If you take good care of it, even increasing its combat effectiveness by 50% is not a problem. Sir, you also know that the greatest advantage of the undead is that it can summon souls. But the greatest weakness is that the combat effectiveness of the undead is weaker than that of normal enemies. But with the process of raising corpses, the combat effectiveness of our undead can definitely be raised to normal levels. My lord, think about it. What happens when our undead combat power level is the same as normal? But the enemy doesn't know? Hearing this, Gu Shi, who was not very excited at first, also raised his head. Luna. Sir, the site can be cleared within 2 days, and the relocation of the Soul Calling Tower can be completed tomorrow. But for other buildings, we need to look at the architectural design drawings and the current progress of the construction queue. We're in no rush. After hearing that Luna already had a perfect plan, Gu Shi was not so anxious anymore. First, mobilize people to deal with the corpses. The corpses of this batch of human soldiers must be processed in various ways first. Eve, didn't you make a simplified version of the potion over there? Take them all out and strengthen the corpses first. Luna, I remember that the original location of the giant garden was the 100-armed giant cemetery area. Right? Yes. Sir, are you afraid that the properties of this area will affect the corpse? No. I remember that there were 3 laboratories there before, and later the nearby blood cellar was also integrated into it. The overall style is not in line with the undead we commonly use. Luna, while I'm still here, do your best to do what you want. Prepare to remobilize the Earth's veins, gather in energy, and transform a new corpse-raising ground. Chapter 1206 Corpse-Raising Plan. After hearing Gu Shi's words, Luna was about to enlarge the map of the main city to make it easier for Gu Shi to choose a location. But Gu Shi waved his hand. Let's take a look as we walk. The direction of the Earth's veins cannot be drawn by looking at a map. As soon as Luna and Eve heard this, they quickly followed out. As they walked outside, they were still talking about the plan for the corpse-raising ground. In Eve's opinion, the corpse-raising ground must be the same as her magic area. The corpses are simply hidden underground and raised with magic and energy. After they reach a certain level, they will be reused. But Gu Shi didn't think so. After leaving the meeting hall, Gu Shi immediately used the site of Huangquan Longpao to check the direction of the Aladovi city's ground veins. Gu Shi had checked the direction of the ground veins in the city of Aradovii before. After all, after getting something like the Yellow Springs Dragon Robe, it was impossible for Gu Shi not to think about himself. Gu Shi also gave some guidance on the construction of Aradovii city. Now when he was exploring the direction of the earth veins again, Gu Shi expressed his thoughts. What happened this time was originally for the Soul Calling Tower. But now my mind has opened up. Then let's just make it big. My idea is that the bodies come in and are sorted and processed first. After that, the corpse is buried and raised. Finally, they are sent to the large formation of the Soul Recalling Tower for soul summoning. It was Gu Shi's idea to handle them separately. After listening to Gu Shi's opinion, neither Luna nor Eve objected. Not to mention that the suggestion proposed by Gu Shi was good in itself. Even if it was a rubbish order, they would agree to it, and then help Gu Shi deal with everything and turn this rubbish order into a correct order. When Gu Shi put forward this suggestion, Luna and Eve quickly calculated the feasibility of this plan from different angles. Gu Shi, on the other hand, followed the route and picked the right spot. Although they have made up their mind to bury the body in the main city, where to bury the body and how to bury it all depends on their opinions. The original giant garden location can now be turned into a transportation and transit area for supplies. Gu Shi originally had such a plan, because the carriage station was built outside the horizontally opening and closing school gate. Apart from the dock, it is really the main area for external transit in Aladovi City. At the same time, Luna also plans to place the core warehouse in this location. In this way, this area will also become a sorting area for materials and corpses transported into Aladovi City. Not to mention anything else. Gu Shi planned to send a group of undead to station themselves and sort the incoming materials and corpses for the first time. Afterwards, the materials and corpses will be classified and processed according to the sorting results. In Gu Shi's plan, the corpses will be divided into 5 categories. The first category is naturally those corpses of leaders, heroes, braves, elites, and even bosses above. These corpses must be handled carefully regardless of whether they are intact or not. It would be best if all weapons and equipment related to these corpses were put together. It can be said that this type of corpse is the most important of all corpses. Even if the others are destroyed, these must be preserved. The second category is corpses whose level exceeds level 15. Of course, this level line is drawn now. Maybe after Gu Shi's level increases, this line will be drawn to level 20 or 30. But now corpses above level 15 need to be taken seriously by Gu Shi. These corpses are to be transformed into the undead. So it is best to keep the weapons and equipment that accompany the corpses. If they cannot be retained, Then the original route of the corpses must be recorded. The third category is corpses that can take the legal route. These are what Eve wants. All legal systems are now placed there, regardless of whether they were mage or priest before, or even only a little bit of legal system. All of them are included in the corpse class. The fourth category is complete corpses below level 15. These corpses stand out and are complete. Only when the soul is complete can you freely choose the direction of soul summoning during the soul summoning process, whether it is skeleton soldiers or zombies, or you can directly abandon the corpse and follow the ghost route. The last category of corpses are incomplete corpses and non-human corpses. These corpses can only be transformed into ghosts or non-human undead troops. Some even have only some flesh and bones left, and can only be used to make bone dragons, or other undead materials, by classifying them from 1 to 5. Once the corpses are brought in, you can clearly know where they will be sent. Neither Luna nor Eve have any problems with this classification. The corpses that were brought in before will also be processed, but not so finely. Now it's much easier to classify them into categories. After agreeing on the classification, Gushi made another request to raise corpses. The corpses of the 3 categories of leaders, heroes, and brave men will all be sent to Shiamu Lake and kept in the lake water. After all, even Eve had to admit that the potion she mixed could not match the corpse-raising effect of the Evilwood Lake. After that, there are bosses, elites and warriors, as well as corpses above level 15. These corpses can all get a coffin, ready to be buried in a sinister place filled with evil spirits. Then he poured in various potions. If Gushi hadn't mastered the techniques of burning incense, he would have even wanted to have the undead in the city burn 3 incense sticks every day. In addition, the corpses of the legal system will be sent to the magic area, which is handled by Eve. Then, all intact corpses below level 15 will be placed in one area and buried. The burial point here will be a land-level location, and it will not use ordinary soil, but soil with evil spirit and blood. There may not be such mud in other people's places, but Gushi is different. When he cleans the battlefield, he will dig away even the bloody mud, so there will be no shortage of this kind of soil. And Eve will also have the recipe for corpse-raising soil. These corpses are not like those high-end corpses that have coffins or something. Whether it was Luna or Eve, they plan to place the corpses on one layer, spread a layer of corpse-raising soil, and then place them on another layer. Let the yin chi and corpse chi gather together to naturally warm and nourish these corpses. After a year or 2, the quality of the corpse will improve. Then, through necromancy, the summoned undead will be of the same quality as normal troops. The undead army will no longer be regarded as a numerically weak force. As for the last type of corpses, of course they also need to be raised. But the way of raising corpses here is not like the previous 4 categories with obvious directions, but depends on the condition of each corpse. Anyway, this category is the most complicated, and it mainly depends on the potion or corpse soil prepared by Eve. As for the time limit for raising corpses, neither Gushi nor Eve could convince each other. In the end, I could only decide on a plan to keep it for a year. If the effect is good, it may be maintained for a few more years, but it will not exceed 3 years at most. After all, with Gushi's growth rate, if they are not processed for more than 3 years, the level of these corpses may not be able to keep up with Gushi's level. Chapter 1207 Strengthening and Arrangement. After having the standards for classifying corpses, the only thing left to do is the architectural design of the Soul Evocation Tower. Classifying and raising corpses requires an environment with relatively strong yin and evil spirits. But the environment required for summoning spirits is not that important. The reason why Gushi came to Aradovi City and reconsidered the matter of summoning souls was actually to upgrade and strengthen the summoning tower. After all, Gushi needed a way to solve the mana consumption when he summoned souls. Transforming the soul-calling tower is Gushi's best choice at the moment. The matter of gathering the soul-calling towers together to form a soul-calling area can be dealt with later, but the matter of the soul-calling tower must be dealt with first. After all, necromancers still need to summon souls on site. Gushi didn't think about it that much before. He usually used the soul-recalling tower to summon souls after the battle, but he has thought it through now. Temporary summoning of souls on the battlefield is also a tactic. If he could summon souls continuously, it would be equivalent to Gushi opening another natural disaster of the undead. As long as Gushiren is still alive, he can continue to summon the corpses on the field. Gushi couldn't do this before because he didn't have enough mana. Even if he doubled his mana, it would still not exceed 20,000. Moreover, he also needs to leave his mana to do some other things. and it is impossible to invest all his mana in spiritualism. Even spells such as opening the Ghost Gate are more effective than summoning spirits on the spot. However, Kru's previous reminder made Gu Shi understand why the second building put on the battlefield by Death City was the Soul Evocation Tower. This is not prepared to make it easier for players to summon spirits after the war. Summoning spirits on the battlefield is the real method. Eve, you have to study this matter as soon as possible. I will also try to see if there are any suitable architectural designs for sale. If that doesn't work, I will go to the real world and see if there are more things for sale there. After determining the location for the future summoning area, Gu Shi began to arrange tasks for Eve. After all, among the contracted undead under Gu Shi, only Eve has the ability to study magic and technology. The others either don't have time or don't have the talent for it. So although Eve is as busy as a dog now, Gu Shi has to put this task on Eve's head. After hearing Gu Shi's arrangement, Eve was not dissatisfied. She even made a timetable seriously. Ensure that she can handle the tasks assigned to her by Gu Shi according to the schedule, and complete them at the corresponding time points. Gu Shi had no objection to the time calculated on a monthly basis. Now he is used to this rhythm. Not everything can be completed in 1 or 2 days. It is quite remarkable to be able to complete such a large project within 3 months. After arranging everything, Gu Shi told Luna about Poison Peach Mountain. Ligia Road is extending towards Dutaishan, which shows that Dutaishan has entered Gu Shi's Death City system. Even though Du Taoshan has just started now. As time goes on, as long as Du Taoshan exists in Gu Shi's combat system, this city will definitely bring extremely high profits to Gu Shi in the end. As for whether the gain is in terms of troops or resources, it depends on how Gu Shi chooses. Now anyway, Poisonous Peach Mountain has been confirmed to be Gu Shi's city of death, and it has been connected to Aladovi City, so they can start to communicate with each other. Regarding Du Taoshan's plan, Gu Shi also explained it to Luna in detail. Listening to Gu Shi's arrangement, Luna had no objections or dissatisfaction. After all, Luna also knew her current situation. Aradovi City alone was already a bit too busy for her. She took the time to deal with a weird mirror space that was exclusive to her. If she were asked to manage a new city of death, she would be too busy for 2 people. Since Gu Shi didn't let her manage Poison Peach Mountain, she was happy to have some free time. However, Luna still gave Gu Shi many suggestions about the Poison Peach Mountain. On the one hand, the Poison Peach Mountain is just getting started, and there are many routes for building construction. Luna had suffered losses before, and now bringing it up can help Celia in the Poison Peach Mountain avoid some detours. On the other hand, the situation in Aradovi City and Poisonous Peach Mountain is different. There are certain dangers in the mirrored underground palace where Aladovi City is located, but the monarch has not paid attention to it at all. So the safety of Aladovi City is still guaranteed. But Du Taoshan is different. The world where Poisonous Peach Mountain is located is dominated by humans, and countries compete for hegemony. The most important thing is that Blood God's son doesn't know how many players have invested in this. In other words, there is no telling when a bored player will pass by Poisonous Peach Mountain and discover that Poisonous Peach Mountain is different. Therefore, Du Taoshan must be prepared to deal with attacks from all sides. There may be no resource points in Dutaishan, but defense systems such as city gates, walls, and arrow towers must be built first. In addition, Poisonous Peach Mountain is a city of death, and its status must be higher than that of Blood Sacrifice Ridge and Dragon Blood Castle. After ensuring its own defense, Du Taoshan also has to find a way to find its own advantages. It is impossible to just defend and rely on sucking the blood of Aradovich to replenish itself. Poison Peach Mountain must be of some use, even if it can't provide resources for Aladovi City like Blood Sacrifice Ridge and Dragon Blood Castle. It still needs to have its own characteristics. When Gu Shi is in need, whether it is providing resources or soldiers, he must always be able to take action. Otherwise, why would Gu Shi build such a death city? Gu Shi somewhat agreed with Luna's words. However, the things that Dutaishan can bring out have not yet been seen. He needs to let Celia think more about this. And he cannot ruin such a good city as Dutaishan. Luna has carefully considered all of this. Now that Luna said this, Gu Shi nodded, saying that he would arrange this matter. If possible, Gu Shi would stay at the Poisonous Peach Mountain for a few more days, waiting for the Poisonous Peach Mountain to stabilize before going to the archaeological site with Kru. Gu Shi had already thought about it. When he went to the archaeological site this time, he must look more to see if there were any suitable corpses. If there are any, send a batch to Poison Peach Mountain. It can be regarded as the characteristic of Poison Peach Mountain. At this moment, Princess Anna also got the news and rushed over with her 2 lords. Sir, these are some defensive opinions about Poison Peach Mountain. I wrote them temporarily. Now I am sending them to you. I hope you can use them. Chapter 1208 Preparation before leaving. At the foot of the Poisonous Peach Mountain, Crew worked hard to huddle himself into a ball, sitting outside the yellow-green poisonous gas, watching the undead troops return one after another, led by several poisonous skeleton heroes. Seeing the way the undead returned carrying corpses one after another, Crew couldn't help but sigh at Gushi's strength. It was obvious that this city was built before his eyes. It took no more than 3 days to build. As a result, the military strength in the city became so strong. In this battle, more than 5,000 enemies 50 miles away were defeated as soon as they turned around. No wonder Gushi can be so confident. He is really capable. Just as Crew was muttering in his mind, a door appeared near the poisonous fog. Gushi walked out of Aladovi City carrying some things. Seeing Crew, who was still at the foot of the mountain, Gushi said apologetically, "Brother Crew, I'm almost ready for things here. Once I explain some things, we can go archaeologically together." "Ah, don't. I'm not in a hurry." Listening to Gushi's words, Crew waved his hands repeatedly. He was really not in a hurry. He wanted to find a relatively safe place to hide for a while. At this moment, another undead army came in carrying some things from outside. Just like the undead army in Aladovi City, the undead army in front of them had a style of cleaning the battlefield that even dug away the soil. But they had no intention of sending the soil back to Aladovi City. The Poison Peach Mountain in front of us also needs a lot of soil. So Gushi and Kalu watched as the undead brought the blood-stained soil and dumped it at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Gushi could notice that as the soil fell, the poisonous gas from the Poison Peach Mountain was expanding outward along the soil that carried evil energy. This is probably the way Poison Peach Mountain expands. When Crew on the side saw this situation, he quickly stepped aside. Don't let the poison gas get on you. As soon as he dodged like this, he happened to bump into the undead, who was transporting the corpse. At this time, Crew was about to say something like sorry. But unexpectedly when he saw the corpse, Crew burst into laughter. Gushi was somewhat curious. He leaned over to take a look and found that the body that was brought over this time was actually the Kashiya princess. At this time, she no longer had the arrogance she had at the black market auction house before, and half of her head was missing. It was obvious that she died very simply in this battle. Also transported with Princess Keisha was the body of a black-haired male. Even though he is dead, the man's condition is still the same as that of Princess Keisha at the beginning. His white skin gives people the feeling of being blackened from the inside out. The clothes he wore were of the same style as Xia's, and even more expensive. Gushi could tell at a glance that this corpse had been dead for a long time. Even if undead spells were used to maintain it, the corpse would still be somewhat affected. The internal organs of the corpse were somewhat rotten. Standing outside from a distance, Gushi could smell the stench coming from the corpse. It was obvious that this man should be the brother of the Keisha Guild and the first heir to the Kingdom of Blackstone. It's just that not only is he dead now, but his body has also been sent here. He wants to resurrect and go back to take back the throne that belongs to him. But I'm afraid that's impossible. After thinking for a while, Gushi gave an order to the undead carrying the corpse. Send their bodies to the altar at the foot of the mountain. And I'll do a soul calling. This can be regarded as the last help to Poisonous Peach Mountain before leaving. Under Gushi's order, the undead sent the 2 corpses to the location where Gushi summoned the poisonous bones and the others. But this time it was no longer like last time, with 10 orc corpses lined up in a row. Now only these 2 corpses have been brought over. After turning around and saying something to Kalu, Gushi quickly rushed here. Gushi didn't think too much at this time. The shadow of the bone obelisk appeared on him and blessed him. Then Gushi took action directly with the blessing and successfully summoned the souls of the 2 corpses. The corpse of Princess Keisha was missing half of her head and was an incomplete corpse. So she immediately turned into a weird ghost. To say it's weird is entirely because of Princess Keisha's skin color. Obviously when the ghost flew up, it still looked pearly white. But for some reason, there was a feeling of black inside the white. After turning into a ghost, Princess Keisha's face had a somewhat intelligent expression. Gushi didn't ask whether Keisha had left any characteristics. He turned around and looked at the situation on Keisha's brother's side. Unlike Keisha's situation, in order to resurrect this man who died for unknown reasons, Keisha processed the body again and again, maintaining the integrity of the body. So when the spirit was summoned, the man turned into a zombie. Like Chia's pearly white complexion and black interior, the zombie in front of him had bluish white skin, but appeared to be completely black, and his body is not too strong, so he doesn't look like a serious zombie. After the two got up, Gushi waved to the sky. Celia appeared in front of Gushi immediately. These two have some brains. See if there is any work and arrange it directly for them. Celia didn't say much. Now that Dutayation has just started, there is a shortage of manpower everywhere. The person who can make Gushi go out to call for souls is definitely not a simple person. And Celia will naturally not miss it. Even if Gushi didn't say anything specifically, he would arrange the positions of these two people. Not to mention that Gushi made a special confession. Afterwards, Gushi explained to Celia some of the situations that Luna had mentioned, and determined the future development direction for Gui Taosan. After watching Celia record everything, Gushi said, "The development of Dutayation will be up to you. In the next year, I will not dictate what Dutayation will do, but you have to promise that 1 year from now, when I need soldiers and resources, you will show me results." Celia nodded and agreed to the matter. Gushi saw that everything that needed to be explained had been clearly explained, so he did not stay here any longer. He quickly went down the mountain, preparing to ask crew to leave together. As a result, when they came down the mountain, they found crew studying the corpses that had been delivered. When he saw Gushi, Kalu looked up and said something. "These corpses are the remains of hundreds of ancient tribes. I don't know where they were found. Many of them I have only seen in history." Chapter 1209 The Battle 3 months later. Hokori Archaeological Excavation Site. Looking up at crew who was doing some archaeology there, Gushi lowered his head and opened the book in his hand again. "It has been more than 20 days since I came to this archaeological excavation site. In addition to the 2 archaeological excavation sites I have visited before, it can be said that Gushi has been doing archaeological research with crew for nearly 2.5 months. Gushi's attitude went from being very excited to release the undead to help at the beginning, to now just sitting aside and learning from himself. He really experienced a lot in the middle, not to mention anything else. Every time crew visited an archaeological excavation site, he had to warn Gushi again that they were here for archaeology and not to disturb the undead sleeping here. This alone made Gushi quite unhappy. Let's not talk about whether there are undead haunting this archaeological excavation site. Even if there were, as a necromancer who possessed abilities such as Taos Han Jingui and Death Lord, what was wrong with him communicating with them? Not to mention, if you dig the bones in this place, it is archaeology. But if I dig it, it is not archaeology. What kind of logic is this? If it weren't for the fact that every time crew's archaeology would attract some people to attack and let Gushi kill some enemies piecemeal, Gushi would have thought of grabbing the crew's archaeological map and digging the archaeological excavation site himself. How could it be like this now? So bored and sitting under such a big sun reading a book. Fortunately, there were only 3 days left in the 3 months. 3 days later, the mission was completed, and Gushi no longer had to protect crew and could go to the real world to study. These days are finally coming to an end. After another glance at crew, Gushi returned his attention to the book in his hand. Most of the books Gushi read during this period were copied from Yuanzu City, and were books about the knowledge of the undead. It can be said that in the past 3 months, Gushi has undertaken a relatively systematic reorganization of his own system. It added some knowledge and passive skills that I had not learned before or had not considered. At the same time, some skills are also sorted and classified as good. Most of the passive skills that Gushi had originally learned were centered around necromancy, including the undead transformation and resurrection that followed necromancy, as well as undead enhancement, undead domination, and undead research. There are also soul whispers, corpse research, corpse structure, soul knowledge, etc. that strengthen different branches of the undead. These are not only unsystematic, but also incomplete. At the beginning of the necromancer, it was quite useful. However, as the level of the necromancer increases, the quality of the corpses he faces becomes better and better. Some knowledge just can't keep up. Not to mention, Gushi is still studying the secret records of the master of Taishan Mansion, in which the higher the level, the stricter the knowledge requirements for the undead. Gushi is actually a little stuck now. There is an obvious disconnect in the entire passive skill system. The level of spiritualism is close to level 20, but the levels of various knowledge and passive skills learned around spiritualism are not high. Whether it is follow-up, strengthening, or branches, none of them have passed level 10. Some must learning knowledge is not even learning yet. This hindered Gushi and had an impact on his current growth. In addition, the remaining passive skills are not systematic. The fitness skill is over level 20. But there is no corresponding follow-up, branch or enhanced supporting skills. The same goes for wayfinding and leadership. There are also many different systems of magic, but the foundation is obviously not laid well, and the system is really messed up. These are all issues of concern. In these 3 months, Gu Shi also saw everything, but he didn't have the energy to deal with those things. What he can do now is sort out the knowledge and passive skills related to the undead and fill in the missing parts. As for the rest, I'm afraid we have to wait until later. He doesn't have much time now, so he should study more. While thinking about it, Gu Shi focused on the book in his hand. This book is called Handbook for Enhancing Evil Qi in the Yin House, Feng Shui Volume, and it talks about how to transform the Yin House into a blessed place. This is a method for undead, but it is not a method for necromancers. It's just that Gu Shi has learned more, and Gu Shi has some grasp of the ways of the undead. At least his city of death, and the place where corpses are raised, and even part of the secret records of the master of Taishan Mansion can be found in this. Gu Shi is now trying to understand some of the methods used here through reading. From time to time, he observes the situation at the archaeological excavation site through the perspective of the Huangquan dragon robe and makes some comparisons in his mind. Sometimes Gu Shi will make some notes and write down all his thoughts. Slowly, all his attention came together. At this moment, Gu Shi suddenly felt something in his heart. He raised his head and looked in the direction of Crew, and found that Crew was quickly packing up the unassembled ancient objects and rushing towards Gu Shi. This is how they worked together during this time. Whether it was Gu Shi or Crew who discovered the appearance of an external enemy, they would quickly stop what they were doing and gather together, and Gu Shi would deal with the sudden appearance of the enemy. It's just that Gu Shi usually discovers more, while Crew discovers less. After all, Crew is not a combat profession. The reason he can find some problems is entirely because he has passive mind-reading skills. Sometimes when the murderous intent is strong, even if the enemy is far away, he can still sense something. This time was the same. Crew felt the danger at the first moment. He didn't intend to test how strong his life was, but ran quickly towards Gu Shi. After such a long period of cooperation, Crew knew Gu Shi's methods very well. As long as he got within 15 meters of Gu Shi, he would be within the defensive range of Gu Shi's extreme sunlight wielders. At that time, no matter where the enemy's attack comes from, extreme sunshine will appear immediately and save him. He and Gu Shi have been cooperating for so long that as soon as he starts to move, Gu Shi will know that an enemy has appeared, and he will release his troops immediately. It was the same this time. When Crew ran towards this side, Gu Shi had already stood up, and the garrison gate appeared in front of Crew immediately. As the garrison gate appeared, the city wall quickly extended to the surrounding areas. A large number of scarecrows stood on the city wall, and some undead tree pits appeared directly on both sides of the city gate. This kind of tree-like undead is now stationed outside the gate of the garrison city. Even if the magic plant area was moved, they had no intention of leaving, and instead stayed there. Now they are considered part of the garrison city gate, and can appear outside the city gate together with the city wall. Chapter 12:10 Enemies Attracted by Archaeology. After releasing the garrison gate, Gu Shi casually picked up the book in his arms, took a step forward, and quickly headed towards the gate tower. When Gu Shi was walking towards the city gate, Crew had already reached the garrison gate. At this time, he withdrew his head and headed behind the city gate under the protection of the undead troops. Crew knew where to be safer as the battle began. No matter what the situation is, your own safety is the most important thing. At this time, the undead tree pits in front of the city gate were already fighting with the enemy. The enemies that appeared this time were lizard men pushing carts. When they rushed out, the carts had already been set on fire, and smoke was rising. Behind this lizard man is a strange creature with 2 legs and 4 arms and a lizard head. They were wearing thick leather armor, holding the long swords and shields commonly used by human swordsmen in their hands, and kept charging forward. Behind them, a type of heavy armored cavalry followed in the distance. This kind of cavalry was obviously different from human cavalry. They rode war horses the size of normal elephants, with a pair of sharp tusks growing from their mouths. At the same time, the cavalrymen are also relatively tall semi-giants. In his hand, he held a rather ornate battle axe. The battle axes in their hands, and even the armor on their bodies, were obviously not made by them. Gu Shi was already used to the situation of enemies rushing out. In the past few months, those who came out to attack Crew were all the descendants of these ancient tribes. They don't know where they came from. Anyway, They have been attacking crew since the beginning of the archaeology of crew. There are also many attacking troops. Sometimes there are 1 or 2,000 troops rushing out. And sometimes it may be a small team of more than 10 people secretly launching an ambush. This situation made Gu Shi somewhat suspicious. He kept wondering whether crew had done something big and discovered something different during archaeological excavations, which in turn led to the emergence of some forces hidden deep in this world. Otherwise, there would be such remnants of hundreds of ancient tribes coming out to attack him. Moreover, the weapons in the hands of these survivors are all the best equipment in the human kingdom. It was obvious that they had lived and trained in different human kingdoms from the beginning. It is even possible that they were lurking in the human kingdom from the beginning, preparing for a certain moment. Now such troops are brought out in batches to attack crew. And if one group dies, a new batch will be sent over immediately. I'm afraid what crew did is big. Standing on the gate tower where the troops were stationed, Gu Shi took a look at the enemies rushing out, muttered something, and released a group of undead troops. There's nothing interesting about these enemies. They're all the same old thing. Among the survivors of hundreds of tribes, the most common ones are the lizard men. They are numerous and grow quickly. They are best used as cannon fodder. They do not need training at all. They can be washed with a small cart and some firewood. Although their combat effectiveness is average, they are large in number, and the wooden carts they push will always produce one or another effect. Sometimes they will explode, causing fires or something. It is considered one of the more powerful arms. Therefore, unless there are only a dozen or so small groups of enemies, there will always be such units among most enemies, with them opening the way in front. The troops behind will use their strongest fighting methods. The latter two arms, like the Cyclops' ballista shooting team, are also common arms. As long as there is a large army with more than about 500 people, there will always be 2 or 3 of these types of soldiers. However, the half-giant cavalry and the Cyclops shooting team generally do not appear at the same time. And I don't know how this is arranged. In the past few months, Gu Shi had beaten this enemy countless times. From the very beginning, we also need to study how to fight these people. Just write the answer according to the routine later. Now, whenever Gu Shi sees the enemy, he doesn't need any special orders. His subordinates will know how to deal with it. Now as soon as these enemies appeared, the undead tree pit launched an attack immediately. A large number of vines popped out from the ground and hit the lizard men pushing the cart that was rushing towards him. These lizard men are all cannon fodder, and all their abilities are on the small cart in front of them. Now, as soon as the vines popped out, they overturned one of their carts, and the firewood in the cart fell to the ground, burning the lizard people inside. This time the enemy's advancing team stopped. At this time, Gu Shi's undead troops also rushed out from the garrison gate. Gu Shi's undead troops have now completed their preliminary grouping. Most of the undead bosses have taken on the newly made battle flags. Although there are no patterns on the battle flags, as long as they have the battle flags, all the bosses can bring 1,000 soldiers to fight. Moreover, the fighting styles of these 1,000 soldiers will be somewhat similar to that of the leader. It can be said that the general direction will not change, but the details will definitely be like those of our own boss. It's like 2 skeleton bosses who also carry skeleton soldiers. Whether the swords in the skeleton soldiers' hands are rusty or not will make a difference. And since these leaders have brought so many soldiers, they naturally have to consider their own soldiers and give them opportunities to upgrade and strengthen. Therefore, as soon as the gate of the garrison gate opened, many leaders rushed out. When they rushed out, they raised their battle flags and looked at the enemy in the distance. After fighting these enemies for a long time, all the bosses have certain judgments about the enemy's situation. You can tell at a glance what the enemies in front of you are, and how to fight them best. So as soon as they rushed out of the garrison city gate, the undead army was divided into 4. A skeleton army holding a warhammer directly passed over the fallen lizard men, and headed towards the 4-armed lizard men behind them holding swords and shields. 2 teams of skeleton spearmen, one on the left and one on the right, went to attack the half-giant cavalry. The remaining group of skeleton soldiers cleaned up the lizard men on the ground. Without the small train, those ordinary lizard men would have little fighting power. Apart from a layer of leather armor, they had no useful weapons. Normally, after they collide with the enemy, they will take a lit piece of wood from the small train and hit the enemy back and forth, using the flames to damage the enemy. But this time, they overturned the car directly. Now the skeleton soldiers rushed up and slashed them to death on the spot. Seeing the scene in front of him, Gu Shi couldn't help but sigh. Brother Crew, what on earth are you taking the archaeology test? We have this kind of enemy every day. Chapter 12:11 The Dragon Passing By in the Sky. Legion. How would I know? Stop asking me all the time. I've never encountered an enemy like this before. For Gushi's question, Crew, who was protected by many undead, couldn't answer. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. At first, Gushi and Keilu thought that it was because Keilu had found something important that caused such trouble. So Crew simply changed direction. In the next 2 times, he didn't even go to the archaeology of the ancient dragon. Crew directly looked for the ruins of the medieval elves for archaeology. But such attacks continued continuously, and never stopped. What left Gushi speechless the most was that he had already sent out scout troops to clear the area. These troops will still suddenly appear about 2 kilometers away from the archaeological site. It's as if they were suddenly brushed out. I really don't know how they appeared. Like this time. With so many battles, Gushi cut down nearby trees. In the end, these troops will appear directly. Gushi was speechless. Fortunately, there are only 3 days left. After 3 days, he will no longer have to worry about this matter. While rolling his eyes at Crew's answer, Gushi comforted himself in his heart. But at this moment, Gushi seemed to feel something and raised his head involuntarily. Dragon! Dragon! Countless dragons. A large number of giant dragons of various colors, each 60 meters long, were like dark clouds, flying rapidly from east to west. When Gushi first saw these giant dragons, he was still counting their colors and numbers. Later on, he simply stopped thinking about it because he simply couldn't figure it out. The moment he raised his head, tens of thousands of giant dragons flew past him. And now he has been looking up for who knows how long. But it turns out that the dragon has not finished flying yet. At this time, Crew had also noticed the situation in the sky. He climbed to the gate tower where the troops were stationed and approached Gushi. Brother Gu, can you beat these? Are you joking? Gushi rolled his eyes in front of Crew. Just now, at least 1,000,000 dragons flew past. Even if I released all my troops, they would still be less than a fraction of these dragons. What should I hit them with? Should I take their heads? They don't notice us now. So ignore them, and just enjoy the scenery. If you want to take pictures, you can check in. I think you will never encounter such a scene again. Gushi responded and looked up at the sky again. At this time, the giant dragons in the sky had not finished flying. And Gushi noticed that among the giant dragons in the sky, dragons with a length of more than 100 meters had begun to appear. It is obvious that what appears now is the main force of the dragon. All of a sudden, Gushi's judgment of these dragons was improved again, let alone provoking these giant dragons and starting a fight. Gushi didn't even want to raise his head now, for fear that the giant dragon in the sky would say, "What are you looking at?" But Gushi didn't want to miss the scene in front of him. After missing this time, Gushi didn't know when he would encounter so many giant dragons next time. And at this moment, Crew seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his thigh and said loudly, "I remembered." Gushi turned to look at Keilu. "What do you remember?" "The volcano map. The volcano map at the edge of the world. I understand what this is like." Crew seemed to be crazy. He ignored Gushi's question and kept shouting. Gushi was afraid that Keilu would go crazy like this. So he quickly stepped forward and held Keilu down. Calm down. Under Gushi's suppression, the crazy Crew finally calmed down. He swallowed, sat down on the ground, looked up at the dragon that had not finished flying, and muttered something unknown. After Crew calmed down completely, Gushi squatted in front of Crew. "What's going on?" Crew swallowed. His eyes no longer filled with the previous madness. He turned his head and looked in the direction where the dragon was flying. The golden pillar supporting heaven and earth is in that position. But no one can see the existence of Jinju. After a long time, Crew began to say, "I have seen some murals during archaeology before, and scenes like this were painted on them. Has a situation like this ever happened?" Gushi raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, the dragons in the sky were coming to an end. Following the group of dragons were some small miscellaneous dragons. However, compared to the huge dragons before, the number of these miscellaneous dragons is obviously larger, and they also had more uncertainties. When Gushi looked up at the sky, there were actually some giant dragons in the sky who looked down at Gushi. If there weren't a few giant dragons in the dragon group scolding him, maybe some miscellaneous dragons would come down to see what was going on with Gushi. Yes, I saw such a scene once in the ruins of hundreds of ancient tribes. Later, I saw it once in the ruins of the medieval elves. Add to that some historical stories circulating in this world, and you can get a better idea of the situation. Regarding archaeological and historical research, crew can be said to be quite confident. Before learning archaeology, they need to learn various historical knowledge. And Gushi happened to have never learned this before. So crew began to explain it to Gushi. You may not know that during the ancient times of the 100 tribes, there were actually no dragon tribes. By the time of the medieval elves, there was only one giant dragon recorded in the world. So guess, where did the dragon that ruled the world come from in ancient times? And where did it go in the end? Although it was left to Gushi to guess. The hint here was already obvious. Gushi thought for a moment, and then said directly, Is it the volcanoes overseas? That's right. I saw the volcano map 3 times in total during archaeology. The first time was in the ruins of an ancient tribe. I remember clearly that it was a mural of the ancient giant clan. They recorded on the mural that they once faced a giant dragon coming from the side of the volcano. Finally fight the dragon on the side of the golden pillar. That time the giants fought off the dragon. But it was that time that caused the ancient tribes to become even more chaotic. If it weren't for the fact that things in ancient times were too difficult to investigate, perhaps before the hundreds of ancient tribes, there might have been a period when pure giants ruled the earth. After that, I also found a mural in a ruins. The mural was a bit simple. It showed a dragon suddenly appearing, destroying hundreds of ancient tribes with powerful force, and occupying the entire world. This mural was painted by those who escaped. The last one is not a mural, but a decoration of the elves. It shows the elves fighting off the giant dragon that occupies this world. When the dragon was about to be defeated, a new batch of dragons came from the volcano. But they were also defeated by the elves. But after digging so many elf tombs, I found that the elves really don't have such strong power. So I always feel that there is something wrong here. Chapter 12:12 Sudden Temporary Mission. Crew's words were simple, but the message was anything but simple. Gushi knew one thing just after hearing it. The dragon was an outsider, coming from outside the volcano. The previous ancient tribes had at least 2 battles with the dragon, winning one and losing the other. And the elf had a fight with the dragon. Winning is certain, but it is unlikely to really defeat the dragon reinforcements as the elves said. So it's really not clear how much history is true. The only thing that is certain is that these giant dragons in front of us flew in from outside the volcano. So what is this? Dragon invasion event? The end of the world? A trace of confusion flashed in Gushi's eyes. At this moment, there was a ding in Gushi's ear. Temporary tasks are sudden now. Please pay attention to all players. Looking at the message that popped up in front of him, Gushi was also stunned. He quickly opened the temporary task and checked it out. Temporary mission, Dragon of Blood Sacrifice. Mission description, the dragons came from the volcano, and they are flying towards the golden pillar, the core of this world. If the dragons fly to the golden pillar, the dragon flames will melt the golden pillar. The pillar of this world will be destroyed, and the earth will be destroyed. So please stop the dragon's advance. Task requirements, kill at least 1 dragon. Task reward, 1 piece of purple equipment. Main quest level upgrade. Note 1. Please choose the number of dragons you want to keep according to your own combat power, and try to survive first. There is no upper limit on the number of dragons you can kill, but there is an upper limit on your combat power. Don't kill yourself. Explanation 2. The more dragons you kill, the higher the main task will be improved, and the final reward for completing the main task will be better. After taking a look at the mission, Gushi looked up at the sky again. At this time, the giant dragons in the sky had already flown away, and now Gushi could only watch the shadows of the giant dragons from afar. Crew, there must be tens of millions of dragons that flew over just now. It's just a lot more. I really didn't expect that the giant dragon family can still have such strong strength even if they leave this world. Gushi recalled that when he first entered this world, it seemed that there were only 100,000 players left behind. Even if all the players were mobilized, everyone would need to kill 100 dragons to quell the situation. Although most players are above level 10, killing a dragon is not a problem. But to slay 100 dragons, it is impossible for ordinary players to do it. While Gushi was silent, Crew seemed to have thought of something. Wait for me. I have something here. As Crew said this, he jumped off the city wall. When the dragon passed in the sky just now, the battle under the city wall was actually over. The undead under Gushi were not affected at all by the dragon in the sky, but were there cleaning the battlefield. Seeing Crew jumping off the city wall, they didn't pay much attention. After all, they have encountered too many such things. Crew is a lunatic who is desperate for his life in archaeology. Every time Crew will always rush to the archaeological site as soon as possible after the battle. It must be the same this time. so they just made way. But they never expected that Crew did not go to the archaeological site, but ran to his camp location and started rummaging there. The undead under Gushi were also stunned by this situation. However, among the undead that came out this time, there was not even a hero. Ordinary undead bosses have no control over Crew at all. Their curiosity was just to look over there a few more times, and they had no intention of going over to inquire. Crew didn't search there for long. Soon he ran out holding a cup that was taller than his body. The cup was made of stone and inlaid with a layer of gold. It was quite heavy. When Crew ran forward with this thing in his arms, his speed was obviously much slower. Gushi, who was about to close the garrison gate, saw this situation and asked his undead men to send Crew and Kobe to the city wall. Brother Gu, come quickly. Do you have any water? Yes. Would you like a bite? As soon as Gushi heard what Crew said, he quickly took out the kettle he had with him. Since traveling with Crew, Gushi has at least become more regular in his diet, and will bring some snacks and drinking water with him. As long as he is a little hungry, he will eat a little immediately to ensure that he will not have any problems. But Crew shook his head when he saw it. No. I want a lot of water. Put it in this cup. This is an ancient giant's prop that I found during an archaeological expedition. As long as you fill this cup with water, you can see an ancient scene. Because this thing is more interesting. I don't sell it to the outside world. Something suddenly occurred to me just now. I think I may know where the troops who have been attacking us come from. Gushi was speechless about what Crew said. What he wanted to ask just now was the number of these giant dragons that just flew over. What he was thinking about was the 100,000 players who came in 3 months ago, and how many dragons each person could kill. So Crew told him this. But it's okay. At least Crew will know why someone is targeting him. I'll ask someone to bring you water. Brother Crew, how about you sit down and take a rest? How did you come up with this? It's not the direction those giant dragons were flying just now. Although I can't see it, the direction they are heading towards is the Golden Pillar. Right. Regarding all aspects of the matter, a local like Crew will definitely know better than Gushi. Moreover, almost everyone saw what happened when the dragon was flying just now. So there is nothing to hide. So Gushi nodded. That's correct. Since I started archaeological work, there has always been a clue pointing in one direction. There is something wrong with the Golden Pillar. It's just that no one has ever been to the Golden Pillar. And no one can even enter the area within 1,000 miles of the Golden Pillar. No one has ever seen the Golden Pillar. Everyone knows that the mountain is in that direction. But when they look up, they can't see anything. But whether it's history or legend, everyone knows a little bit about it. The Golden Pillars support the 3 worlds of sky, earth and underground. Without the existence of the Golden Pillar, the world would be destroyed. Having said this, Crew paused. Is it possible that as long as you occupy the Golden Pillar, you can occupy the entire world? Over the years, I have always had a question in archaeology. How did the ancient tribes, ancient dragons, medieval elves, and this generation of humans recognize their eras in the world? Does it occupy a relatively large area? Now it seems that this idea may be wrong. At this time, a thought flashed through Gushi's mind. Humanity occupied the Golden Pillar? Genesis? So that's it. Chapter 12:13 The Center of the World. The Golden Pillar. What do you know? Seeing Gushi's expression that he had understood everything, Crew asked curiously. At this moment, for the first time, he felt that it was inconvenient to follow Gushi without the ability to passively read his mind. About the Golden Pillar, Gushi couldn't say it. He suspected that the person who occupied the Golden Pillar on behalf of mankind last time was probably a big boss in Uenzu City, who started the Genesis. At this time, Gushi's undead men also brought a large bucket of water. Gushi didn't say anything more, and turned around and asked, Brother Crew, how do we deal with this water? Pour it into a cup. Just stand by the cup and watch. Crew introduced the use of the cup. Gushi curiously asked the undead to pour water into the cup. At this time, Gushi was also curious about what kind of scene was recorded in the cup. Why it connected Crew with the dragon that had just passed by, and wanted to understand the reason why he had been attacked during this period. He just looked into the cup, and couldn't help but murmured, Hack! Gushi looked at the scene inside. His eyes widened. Is this what he can see now? This is clearly the scene when the world in front of you opened up. The Golden Pillar that Gushi saw when he fell down was really poured out of pure gold bit by bit. And the scene in front of me is exactly the scene in this world in the ancient times of the 100 tribes. The people of the 100 tribes sent the gold they found to the Golden Pillar, and then used some means to pour the Golden Pillar. Gushi noticed a detail in this picture. That is the people of the hundreds of tribes. As long as they find gold, they can reach the vicinity of the golden pillar in the shortest possible time by using one hand to move quickly. At this time, Gushi also understood what Crew was thinking. Do you think that the enemies who came to attack us before are hidden within thousands of miles of the golden pillar? Did they achieve free distribution all over the world through some means of golden pillars? But there is also something unreasonable in it. Look at how many people they came over before. Sometimes there are tens of thousands of people. Sometimes there are only a dozen or so people. This is obviously unreasonable. In fact, Gushi and the others guessed most of the time correctly. Those enemies really used the remaining power of the golden pillar to accurately launch them at Crew's side. It's just that these enemies don't actually live within the golden pillar. Most of them are descendants of hundreds of ancient tribes and live near the control nodes of the golden pillar. Because hundreds of ancient tribes participated in the construction of the golden pillar. Even if they are not on the golden pillar side, they can still communicate and teleport through the golden pillar's ability. They even established their own mercenary system and mercenary ranking through golden pillars. By completing tasks, they can get more good things to strengthen their race. The reason why they attacked Crew was because when Crew met Gushi, he accidentally dug up an item that would affect the golden pillar. The golden pillar issued a mission to kill Crew. Afterwards, the mercenaries who killed Crew fell one by one at Gushi's hands. The mission on the golden pillar side was not over. Instead, the difficulty continued to increase because of the loss of many mercenaries. After each mercenary organization is destroyed, the next new mercenary organization will quickly take over. Some of these mercenary organizations follow the route of large legions, while others follow elite beheading operations. This also resulted in the number of people who came to chase Crew, and their strength was uneven. And they didn't come all at once. They came in batches. They didn't even know what the source of the mission was at the beginning. They only knew that they wanted to kill Crew. In fact, it would be an unforeseen disaster for Crew to be targeted this time. He unearthed something related to hundreds of ancient tribes. Just as Gushi came down again, the cornerstone of Genesis activated with that thing, attracting the attention of the golden pillar. Although sitting on the golden pillar is the boss of the last creation, but he only grabbed the golden pillar, not built it himself. Therefore, the golden pillar still has some instinct, and will take the initiative to eliminate those who may damage the golden pillar and cause trouble to the golden pillar. In fact, that thing is already in Gushi's Aladovi city. If the golden pillar checks again, it will be found that the direction of the archaeology of Crew during this period has been avoiding the ancient tribes. And since the thing is not on Crew's possession, the mission may be cancelled. But Golden Pillar did not explore again. And Gushi, who was protecting Crew, continued to kill the mercenary organization that rushed over again and again. In the end, it will lead to the situation in front of you. Of course, these are not reasons that Gushi and the others can know. What Gushi and Keilu could know was where the enemy came from, and why they appeared so accurately within 1 or 2 kilometers of Keilu. Forget it. Why are you thinking so much? You'd better think carefully about what you're going to do next. I'm afraid you're being targeted, and I can't always protect you. Why don't you put away this pile of things first, and I'll take you to a larger city nearby? No need. Crew wanted to say something more, that he was strong enough. But when he reached his mouth, all the words were swallowed up. Crew kept this situation in mind. Being attacked from time to time is obviously not a normal thing. When Gushi was protecting him, nothing could be seen. But what if Gushi doesn't protect him? So what is he going to do? Just find a big city to hide yourself? This can ensure his own safety. But what about his archaeological career? Thinking of this, Crew raised his head and said, Brother Gu, how many more days can you protect me? 3 days. Hearing this voice, Crew always had the feeling that the countdown to death was about to begin. He swallowed, hesitated, and finally bit his teeth. Brother Gu, I don't plan to do any archaeology in the next 3 days. Can you send me to a place? Gushi did not answer, but took a look at his main mission. The main mission at this time was still to protect Crew's archaeology. And it did not change because of Crew's words. It seems that the place we are going to this time is also related to archaeology. Okay, but you may have to wait for me. I have a small task to do now. You can take this opportunity to pack your things first. After I have taken care of the small things in front of me, we can leave. Although he didn't know what the small matter Gushi was talking about was. Since Gushi had already agreed to it, Crew naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. He jumped off the city wall again, preparing to pack his things at the previous archaeological location. Some of Gushi's undead subordinates helped carry the huge cup full of water down the city wall and delivered it to Crew. Chapter 12:14, Challenging the Dragon's Troops. After finding someone to protect Keilu, Gushi closed his eyes and thought carefully, then decisively issued the order. Luna, mobilize all the dragon troops in the Labyrinth Demon City. All the Bone Dragon troops in Aladovi City. And isn't he ready for the Undead Titan troops? Ask her to send them all to me. And prepare for a big battle. After giving the order, Gushi stood on the gate of the garrison city and looked around. He needs to pick a suitable position to fight. This is a rare opportunity to fight a dragon. Gushi could clearly see the group of giant dragons flying in the sky just now. There are many dragons, but they are not the strongest. The highest among the dragons is only about level 25. The battle aura is there, and this part cannot be hidden. But there are not many dragons above level 25. On the contrary, most dragons are no different from normal dragons, and their overall strength is between levels 8 and 14. It can be said that Gushi was scared when these giant dragons flew over his head. After all, who could see tens of millions of giant dragons and not be afraid? But when the dragon flew away, Gushi's saliva was almost flowing to the ground. Killing a dragon means you will have 2 more bone dragons on hand. Gushi didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Soon Gushi received Luna's response. Then Gushi looked around and finally his eyes fell on Crew, who was still packing. You guys go over and protect him. Wait for him to pack his things and let him retreat further. Gushi still doesn't know yet what will happen when the Blood Sacrifice Dragon mission starts. In case all the giant dragons are attracted here, Gushi is confident that he will have no problem. But if the last few days are not up and Crew dies, then Gushi's main mission will be over. So Gushi just wanted to send Crew far away, leaving a suitable place to prepare to deal with the dragon. Fighting the dragon must be done in the sky and on the earth at the same time. Now Gushi needed to take a look at how many troops he had available before deciding how to fight later. After asking people to send Crew out, Gushi had already chosen a suitable location and persuaded him to release the main city gate and the Steel City gate together. Then the troops he just wanted appeared. The first batch to appear were naturally Gushi's own Bone Dragon troops. This Bone Dragon force is led by the level 26 Earthline Ghost Dragon, followed by the double-headed Bone Dragon. Then the Ghost Dragon flies out, followed by ordinary Bone Dragons and Ghost Dragons of various levels. The total number directly reached nearly 700. After they flew out, they circled in the sky. Gushi also took this opportunity to use Death Incarnation on the 50 weakest Bone Dragons. Under the influence of the Incarnation Lord of the Hand of Death, all 50 Bone Dragons turned into the state of the Incarnation of Death, and their levels were directly upgraded to level 19. And they were also emitting black mist, sparks or ice powder. In previous battles to protect Crew, Gushi rarely used the Bone Dragon troops. Crew knew that Gushi had an army of more than 100,000 undead, but he never thought that Gushi would have so many Bone Dragons. Looking at the Bone Dragon troops in front of him, Crew was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand what Gushi was planning to do. At this moment, another batch of dragon troops flew out. This batch of giant dragons are no longer dead Bone Dragons, but living dragons. The black dragons, red dragons and various miscellaneous dragon troops that Gushi had before. Plus the giant dragons that were about to starve to death rescued from the maze by the Maze Demon City. Now almost half a year has passed, and at least 6 giant dragons are being replenished every week, bringing the number of this giant dragon army to nearly 400. As soon as they flew out, they directly rushed away the Bone Dragon in the sky and flew to a higher position. These giant dragons are the overlords in the sky. At this time, all the giant dragons are led by the young holy dragon, and they are ready to spray out dragon breath and directly destroy the enemy. Looking at the dragon troops in the sky, which totaled more than 1,000, Gushi already had a certain plan in mind. It's a pity that the Bone Dragons in the maze of the Magic City cannot be transferred here. Otherwise the number of Bone Dragons would increase a lot. Just when Gushi felt regretful, there was a rumble of vibrations on the ground. A group of Titan troops, about 20 meters tall, walked out of the Steel City gate led by the Bone Titan. These are the results of Eve's efforts during this period. Ever since Gushi and Eve made the puppet army together, Eve has made great progress in the transformation of the tower troops. All 7 cloud palaces obtained from the descending world have been built, and the undead Titan troops are being produced at a rate of 14 undead Titans per week. Of course, there are still fewer types of undead Titans produced by the 7 cloud temples. Unlike the knights under Gushi, 3 different temples can train 3 different kinds of knights. There are only two types of titans produced here: the Bone Titan and the Zombie Titan. Eve, who took the initiative in this plan, specifically chose to train all titans into zombie titans in order to ensure that the titans' long-range attack capabilities remained. They just move a little slower, but otherwise they are no different from normal titans, and even the power of lightning will not be weakened. Moreover, during this period of time, Gushi followed Crew in archaeology and found the corpses of some giants. Gushi also sent these giant corpses to the Cloud Palace and processed them into zombie titans. Over the past few months, the number of all titans has reached 350, which can be considered to be beginning to take shape. As for the Bone Titan standing at the front of this titan army, he was a titan subordinate that Gushi had obtained earlier. Ever since Gushi had only one ghost dragon under his command, he had always hoped that Gushi would have a powerful titan army. As a result, Gushi's men used all kinds of methods to train bone dragons and ghost dragons. From time to time, they could bury a dragon vein and produce strong bone dragons and ghost dragons, or those with special abilities. As for the titans, only he has always existed. It can be said that during that time, the Bone Titan had been working hard for the undead titan army. It's different now. The 7 Cloud Palaces give the Bone Titan hope, and the 350 zombie titans behind him gave him the confidence to stand up. Although there are only 350, this is just the beginning. It won't be long before the titans will slowly catch up with the number of bone dragon troops. In the end, the titans will surely subdue the dragon and become Gushi's strongest force. Gushi didn't think much about the titans' thoughts at all. After watching the 350 titan troops in position, Gushi slowly said, "Start the temporary mission, Blood Sacrifice Dragon. The goal is to challenge 1,500 dragons." Chapter 12:15 Dragon Slaying Battle. Gushi was hesitant about the number of dragons struck this time. In fact, his initial idea was for the third 1,000. But just when he was about to speak, the sight of thousands of giant dragons flying past him suddenly flashed in front of him. To be honest, Gushi, whose mind had just been hit, was actually scared. He suddenly lost the idea of letting his dragon and titan fight one against two as before. Killing 1,500 giant dragons one by one is Gushi's current goal. Blood Godson, I have done everything I can do. When the time comes, don't blame me for running away after completing the task. After muttering something, Gushi looked up at the sky. As Gushi determined the number of temporary tasks to be carried out, the sky also changed rapidly. The giant dragons that flew past did not fly back. Instead, a huge whirlpool composed of dark clouds appeared in the sky. 1,500 giant dragons were rushing toward Gushi from the whirlpool. As soon as these 1,500 giant dragons appeared, Gushi's eyes focused. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly and challenge 3 or 5,000 giant dragons. More than half of the giant dragons flying out of the vortex of dark clouds were above level 15. And the top 10 were over level 20. The remaining ones are not just level 8 dragons that have just been trained. Their levels have been raised by at least 1 to 2 levels. And most of them have passed the level 10 threshold. When flying out of the vortex of dark clouds, these giant dragons just looked down and stared at the 350 undead titans standing near the Steel City gate. They didn't even pay attention to the giant dragon and bone dragon troops in the sky, and rushed towards the undead titan. Gushi was not surprised at all by the reactions of these dragons. After all, the conflict between dragons and titans cannot be changed even after death. Besides, the dragon has 3 places: Dragon Valley, Dragon Kingdom and Dragon Tomb, representing its birth, gathering, living, growth, and final death. This means that the dragon actually doesn't have much thought about his death. Transforming into a bone dragon or a ghost dragon is nothing. There are also those who turn into blood dragons. When seeing the enemies, whether there are bone dragons or titans to fight first, even the giant dragon knows the choice. Fight the titan first. So the 1,500 giant dragons pounced head-on, preparing to strike at the undead titan below. At this time, Gushi was shocked. Death Incarnate. Hurry up! 2 Death Incarnations bone dragons rushed upward with 50 bone dragons transformed by Death Incarnation lords. At the same time, the remaining bone dragons and ghost dragons quickly separated to both sides, preparing to approach from both sides to bite. After all, the situation of bone dragons is rather special, and the power of their dragon breath is actually not very strong. Facing 50 bone dragons incarnated as death rushing forward, the 1,500 giant dragons were immediately speechless. Are they unable to see their own strength clearly? there are only 50 Death Incarnation Bone Dragons. Even if their levels have reached 19 or above. It doesn't matter. If they are below level 20 and have no combat aura, they are all trash. But these giant dragons never expected that the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, would rush up and kill them directly. Serious Death Incarnations are not afraid of death. But even if a Bone Dragon wears the Death Incarnation skin, it is only that layer of skin that dies, and it does not affect their own lives. Therefore, they never worried about life or death. When faced with the enemy's attack from the sky, they would just face it head-on. Looking at the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon rushing towards them, the dragons had no intention of using dragon breath. After all, the dragons gathered so much dragon breath in order to burn the titan below to death in one fell swoop. They couldn't waste it on the Bone Dragon here. But the dragons never thought that the incarnation of death, the Bone Dragon, didn't think so. When they flew less than 30 meters in front of the giant dragon, all the Death Incarnations opened their mouths at the same time. Regardless of whether these Death Incarnations are real or temporarily transformed by the Incarnation Lord, they all carry the Death Dragon breath and melting light. The power of the Death Dragon's breath plus the melting light goes straight up. Green light spurted out from the mouths of these Bone Dragons, sweeping towards the giant dragons. The high-level dragon in the front was sprayed by the Death Dragon breath in the first moment. Even though the dragon's magic resistance is quite high, it can even ignore full-range magic such as Doomsday Judgment. But the problem is that the thing that is spewing out in front of us is dragon breath. Even if it carries the magic power of death, it is still dragon breath. It was impossible for the dragon to avoid falling. The Death Dragon's breath swept across, and the giant dragon in the front had its life sucked out in the first instant, falling from the sky. The giant dragon behind didn't understand what was happening and had no intention of dodging backwards. It also rushed directly into the attack range of the Death Dragon's breath. Just under this 20-second wave of Death Dragon breath, at least 200 dragons died inexplicably. The most important thing is not this. The giant dragons escaped the attack of the Death Dragon's breath and collided head-on with these Bone Dragons that had become the incarnation of death. The black mist, sparks and ice fragments carried by the Bone Dragons are all various kits set on the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death. Although Gushi rarely used the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, during this period, it did not mean that the Bone Dragon, the incarnation of death, under Gushi had not been strengthened. At the Kiel Laboratory, research on various kits has never stopped, especially the atomization kit outside the body. This is the best way for Death Incarnation Bone Dragon to target a large range of enemies. It can be said that it is constantly being strengthened and strengthened. What they are wearing now are already 5th generation kits. This kit used to only spread outwards with the Bone Dragon as the center, but now it can be combined with the effects of nearby kits. Now the 50 Bone Dragons scattered in all directions, and the black mist, sparks and ice crystals turned into a huge net, trapping the dragon that was about to rush downward. Because they are dispersed, the damage caused by black mist, sparks and ice crystals to the dragon is actually not very strong. But this irritated the dragon. Those giant dragons actually split up to chase the incarnation of death. The Bone Titan below would naturally not let go of such a good opportunity, although he was unhappy that the opportunity before him was brought by his mortal enemy. If he missed such a good opportunity, he didn't know how long he would have to wait. So under the command of the Bone Titan, 350 undead titans raised their right hands at the same time. A spear made of lightning appeared in their hands, and they struck the dragon still in the sky. When their lightning is thrown out, it looks a little green. The lightning pulsed on the giant dragon, successfully killing more than 200 dragons. At this time, the Bone Dragons who had been guarding the sky for a long time had also flown to the giant dragon. Under the leadership of the Ghost Dragon, they rushed forward decisively and bitten together with the giant dragon. Chapter 12:16 Fierce Battle in the Sky. As the Bone Dragon and the giant dragon collided, the battle went in another direction. Faced with the provocation of the Bone Dragon, the giant dragons directly entered the stage of hand-to-hand combat in the air. At this time, I have to admit that the dragon is really at the top of all combat forces in some aspects. They can fly, can breathe dragon breath from a distance, can resist magic attacks, and their hand-to-hand combat capabilities are ridiculously strong. No matter what aspect, it is the top configuration. Now that they were approached by the Bone Dragon, they naturally started to fight with the Bone Dragon in the sky. At this time, the Bone Dragons affected by the incarnation of death once again became the main force in the battle. After all, Their current level has reached level 19, which is only one step away from level 20. The king of Yakshayushu whom Gu Shi spent so much effort to defeat was at this level. Now there are more than 50 level 19s, directly biting with the giant dragon in the sky. Those giant dragons below level 15 are no match for these bone dragons. Although there are many dragons above level 15, death incarnation is not unreasonable at all. As soon as the death incarnation is bitten to death, a new bone dragon will be affected by the ability of the incarnation lord, and its level will be directly upgraded to level 19, and it will immediately fight on the sky battlefield. The undead titans on the ground did not miss this opportunity. The wave of lightning attacks just now successfully killed many giant dragons. Now it is a good opportunity for the undead titans to kill the giant dragons. They went from volleys to bursts. Anyway, no matter which dragon in the sky is about to die, they can just hit it with an arrow. The power of lightning arrows is actually powerful enough. The giant dragons also saw the undead titans attacking them below. They also wanted to go down, but there were too many bone dragons, and they were forced to hold them all back. The dragons tried to rush down several times, but were all blocked by the bone dragons. This gave the undead titans an opportunity, and they could keep throwing lightning with the breath of death below. The undead titans' choices were quite accurate, and each of their attacks would hit the dying dragon. The situation is the same for Titan versus Dragon and Dragon versus Titan, with the damage increased by 150%. Therefore, when the power of the lightning arrow falls on the dragon, not to mention that the dragon has magic resistance to defend itself, the attack power is not doubled. It is definitely because the dragon's level is super high and it can withstand such an attack. After being beaten by the undead titan, the giant dragon in the sky knew that it couldn't just let it go. The leader of the dragon looked around and gave the order decisively. They prepared to fly upwards, used the dragon's extremely high flying speed to throw the bone dragon away, and then launch a wave of dragon breath attacks on the bone dragon from the sky. As long as the bone dragon's defense line is burned, they can rush down and kill the undead titans. Without the undead titan, the dragons still have a chance to kill the bone dragon here. But the dragon leader did not fully understand the entire battle situation at first glance. Gu Shi still has more than 400 serious dragons under his command who have not taken action yet. They have been hovering in the sky, looking for opportunities to take action. But the bone dragon had already moved forward to attack, and they had no way to intervene. Now these giant dragons are flying into the air. This is an opportunity. The giant dragons under Gu Shi flew over immediately, spitting out a burst of breath. Most of the dragons under Gu Shi came from the labyrinth demonic city, and a large number of them were recovered from dragons that were about to starve to death. When they were in the maze, they ate a lot of creatures in order not to stand still and starve to death. And all the experience and so on fell on them. In fact, apart from being so hungry that they had no energy, their levels were actually very high, with the average level being above level 12. After such a period of recovery, their combat effectiveness has returned to its highest level. In addition, during this period of time, the labyrinth demon city expanded outwards, and they also participated in the war. The current level has been improved a lot. As soon as these giant dragons flew up, the young holy dragon at the head knew that their opportunity had come. Then all the giant dragons breathed out towards the flying beast's chest. A large amount of dragon flame formed a huge net, pressing the dragon down. The giant dragons who wanted to fly high in the sky did not expect to encounter such a thing. In the dragon flames, they had to use their wings to protect their heads and faces and fall down. As a result, he fell into the attack range of the bone dragon again, and fought with the bone dragon again. The few dragons that broke out of the dragon flames fought with Gu Shi's bone dragons in the sky. This time, they were not facing a bone dragon transformed from a dead dragon's bones, but a serious giant dragon. This is really a battle between giant dragons. The giant dragon on Gu Shi's side, under the leadership of the holy dragon, released another wave of dragon breath at the scattered giant dragons that rushed up, and then pounced on them and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The enemy dragons also wanted to fight back, but only a few of them could fly up, and they had lost the initiative and were covered in dragon flames. Then, they were submerged in the giant dragon under Gu Shi. Two groups of giant dragons were fighting in the sky. When the undead titan below saw this situation, a stiff smile appeared on his face. They took out lightning arrows again and threw them into the sky. The undead titan's attack made the dragons quite angry, but they were unable to pass through the defense line formed by the bone dragons and rushed down to fight Gu Shi. Slowly, one by one the giant dragons died like this, and more bone dragons had their hands free and flew upward, preparing to chase the giant dragons that had just flown high into the sky. At this time, the dragon troops who were fighting the enemy dragon became anxious when they saw it. The bone dragons have already taken advantage. They finally managed to grab some. But Bone Dragon still wants to come over and grab them. But that won't work. So under the leadership of the young holy dragon, Gushi's dragons exerted 120% of their fighting power. They didn't care about their own safety at all. They bit and spit at the enemy dragons. The only thing is that 3 or 5 giant dragons will attack each other. As long as they are hit, they will kill each other. Although the opponent's dragon is strong, the number of people rushing towards it is too small. In a 1-on-3 situation, even the strongest dragon cannot withstand it. As a result, the number of enemy dragons became smaller and smaller. But Gushi's fight became smoother and smoother. At this time, Gushi had actually never been idle. After the battle started, Gushi actually called out his own blood-replenishing experts, Isabella and Withered, and also placed a healing tent, constantly replenishing the blood of his own troops in a place where the enemy dragon could not see. The Bone Obelisk also immediately sent out various blessings to enhance the strength of Gushi's men. If not for this battle would not have been so smooth. In just a few strikes, most of the enemy dragons were lost, and the rest were all injured. The battle was about to end. Chapter 12:17 Temporary mission ended. Looking at the battle between the giant dragons in the sky, Gushi's expression became more and more solemn. This time the battle went very smoothly, and Gushi did not regret that he only called 1,500 giant dragons over. He understood that the smoothness in front of him was completely stuck on his own fighting bottom line. If there were more enemies, and they could directly break through the bone dragon's defense line, the battle would not be so smooth. It can also be seen from this that Gushi's bone dragon troops and giant dragon troops are no match for the giant dragons in this world in all aspects. There are tens of millions of dragons in this world, and Gushi is somewhat worried about the blood god son at this moment. It has only been 3 months since the beginning, and the world has become like this. If it really takes a year, what will be left in the world? Thinking of this, Gushi couldn't help but shook his head. Fortunately, his main mission will be completed in 3 days, and then he can leave secretly. No matter how big the problem is here, it will have nothing to do with him. Thinking of this, Gushi's face finally looked better. At this time, the battle in the sky was coming to an end, and there were less than 70 enemy dragons left. It's just that many of these more than 70 dragons are above level 20. Relying on the battle aura, they have withstood wave after wave of attacks and survived until now. But now they are facing the siege of many giant dragons and bone dragons, and they have become somewhat powerless. The most important thing is that Gushi's level 26 ghost dragon does not fight 3 dragons above level 20 alone. Instead, it moves back and forth on the battlefield. As long as there is a dragon that wants to exert its aura, he steps forward to destroy it. It's okay once or twice, but after more times, level 20 without the halo effect is actually only slightly worse than level 19. All of Gushi's level 19 subordinates are incarnations of death, and they are not afraid of fighting at all. If they die, there will be a new one immediately. On the contrary, the remaining dragons are all seriously injured. From time to time, lightning arrows will come down from the sky and hit these dragons. It's obvious that these dragons can't hold on for much longer. The leader of the dragon actually became nervous at this time. His morale had begun to decline. If it weren't for the fact that they were surrounded by bone dragons and Gushi's dragons, they would even want to escape. Gushi quickly saw what the dragons were thinking below, and at this time, he also began to mobilize the incarnations of death mixed in with the dragons. Speed up the process. Hearing Gushi's order, the incarnations of death flew forward quickly. They used up the death dragon breath, but they still had one ability that they had not used, which was the ability of the incarnation of death to self-destruct. Now Gushi gave an order, and the bone dragons attached to the incarnation of death rushed in front of the giant dragon, entangled the enemies with the black mist, sun sparks, and ice crystals around them. When they got close to the enemies, they exploded with a bang. After exploding, the bone dragon will break away from the state of the incarnation of death, and the new incarnation of death will rush forward again. The same attack will be used again. If the death avatar is used up, Gushi will immediately summon the death avatar again and use the avatar lord skill again. Do this once or twice. From time to time, there would be explosions in the sky. In this explosion, the last 70 or so dragons were blown to pieces. All dragons have been killed. And the temporary mission, Blood Sacrifice Dragon, has been completed. Temporary mission, Dragon of Blood Sacrifice. Task requirement, kill more than one giant dragon. 1500/1500. Task reward, 1 piece of purple equipment. Main quest level upgrade, 15 levels. With a ding, a message popped up in front of Gushi. Then his main task completion rate jumped directly from the original 9 rings to 24 rings. In the past, when Gushi protected crew, he only increased 1 level every time he moved to another place for archaeology. Unexpectedly, he turned around and directly raised the level to 15 levels. Sure enough, in this game, killing monsters will increase your experience faster. Following this reminder, Gushi's giant dragons and bone dragons in the sky also lost their targets. The dark cloud vortex that sent the giant dragons before disappeared, and not even a single cloud was left in the sky. The bone dragon and the giant dragons glanced at each other, and finally fell in front of Gushi. Only then did Gushi notice that he did suffer some losses in the previous battle, when the enemy's 1,500 dragons were killed. More than 300 bone dragon troops in Gushi's hands were killed, and more than 100 dragon troops were killed at the same time. This was caused by the bone dragon attracting all the firepower. If it weren't for the bone dragon at the front, all of Gushi's dragons might have died. Faced with the situation in front of him, Gushi took the magic wand and knocked heavily on the wall below. Send someone out to clear the land. After saying this, Gushi looked up at the sky. There are still some blood streaks floating in the sky. These are all dragon blood. Gushi had to take away the bloody mud from ordinary battles before, and now the mud stained with dragon blood must also be taken away. Our team seized the corpses of the dead troops and sent the bone dragon to the altar of eternal slavery to wait for resurrection. The dragon was sent into the city and told Luna and Eve to bury and raise the corpses alone. Don't mix dragon corpses with ordinary corpses. Before Gushi finished speaking, he noticed the bone titan looking at him. Why? Do you have anything to say? The bone titan pointed at the numerous undead titans behind him. Gushi was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He remembered that the bone titan originally had the rite of passage mission of slaying a dragon. Is it possible that these undead titans in front of me also have such a chance? I understand. I'll give you 20 minutes. After hearing Gushi's words, all the titans quickly moved towards the dragon's body that fell on the ground. They did not pick the largest dragon corpse, but the dragon corpse that was obviously killed by lightning arrows. After picking the corpse, they inserted the lightning arrows in their hands into the dragon corpse and performed prayers and rituals. Even though they have become undead, the titan instinct is still there. The dragon slaying ceremony in front of them is considered a coming-of-age ceremony for them. When they completed the ritual, Gushi noticed that all the undead titans had secretly increased their levels by 1 level. It can be seen that in this battle, both the bone dragon and the giant dragon suffered losses. Only the titan troops not only did not suffer losses, but were improved. After waiting for the undead titan to deal with everything, Gushi's men dragged all the corpses back to the city of Aridov and began to clean up the battlefield. At this moment, all of Gushi's attention was focused on the pair of purple shoes in front of him. This was the purple equipment rewarded to him for completing a temporary task. Chapter 12:18 The Ultimate Purple Outfit. Looking at a pair of black leather shoes with dragon scales in front of him, Gushi felt that the reward given this time was really random. He just gave me a purple suit without asking if anyone wanted it. Most importantly, is it the same whether you kill more or less? After all, he killed 1,500 dragons. Just give these? Gushi couldn't help but murmur in his heart. However, after seeing the properties of the leather shoes, Gushi took back all his words. Although purple equipment is random, its attributes are not bad. The 1,500 giant dragons have actually produced actual results. The quality of this pair of shoes is quite good. Even if you don't have the orange equipment in hand, these shoes are still top quality. Dragon scale boots, purple. Leather shoes. Defense, 43. After equipped, agility +9. Perception +5. Equipment requirements, strength 7. Constitution 7. Special 1, flying dragon in the sky. Wearing these dragon scale boots, you can fly freely in the sky for up to 3 hours every day. Flying does not consume any physical strength or mana, and the movement speed is the normal walking speed of the wearer. Special effect 1, after wearing the equipment and using the effect of the flying dragon in the sky, the dragon scale boots will be locked with the user, no matter how many hours of flying a day. The user must wear leather shoes for double the time and cannot take them off. Special 2, walk on the magic path. Wearing these dragon scale boots, You will be able to ignore the magic effects of ground ambush level no more than level 5, including but not limited to flame path, firewall, landmine, etc. Special Effect 2. After wearing the equipment and activating the magic path effect once, your feet will feel squeezing and needle pricking when wearing these shoes. Special 3. Dragon Breath. Can activate the Dragon Breath function. Increase movement speed and agility. Lasts for 30 seconds, does not consume mana. Cooldown time 25 seconds. Special Effect 3. After wearing the equipment and activating the Dragon Strong Breath effect once, you will smell the smell of feet in your nose. Explanation. The power of the dragon is a powerful force. Just by looking at the attributes of this pair of shoes, not to mention other things, but where the negative effects are placed, you can tell that this thing is top quality, regardless of what the special effects are. Let's just say that no one can resist this negative effect. In order to fly for 3 hours, you have to wear these shoes for 6 hours a day. Are you willing to do it? In order to step on the magic and not be affected by it. Do you feel that the shoes are a little tight when you wear them every day? Would you like to wear it? In order to keep improving agility and speed, I would like to smell a little bit of foot smell. Are you willing to smell it? In this case, every player will make the right choice. No player would refuse such a good piece of equipment. This thing is the kind that is directly equivalent to preparation without any negative effects. If Sujia, whom she met in Paixin City, encountered equipment of this quality, she would be able to fill her whole body with it. With such equipment, what kind of equipment could Gu Shi have? 1,500 giant dragons. In exchange for equipment with such low negative effects, Gu Shi naturally put it on immediately. Then Gu Shi felt it, and found that the method of activating the dragon scale boots was quite simple. There is no need to move at all. As long as Gu Shi has a flash of thought in his mind, he can fly by himself if he wants to fly. At the same time, Gu Shi can also act cool and do tricks like walking in the air. This made Gu Shi quite satisfied. Previously, if Gu Shi wanted to watch the battle from a higher position, he had to raise a soul summoning tower or something from the ground. There is no need for it now. Just walk in the air. Just being able to fly was already a great thing for Gu Shi. After flying half a circle in the air, Gu Shi landed in front of Crew. At this time, Crew had already packed his things. When he saw Gu Shi flying down from the sky, Keilu was obviously stunned. Brother Gu, those giant dragons, weren't they flying from the volcano? Gu Shi nodded. Yes, but there shouldn't be any dragons causing trouble for us later. How are you now? Have you packed your things? Gu Shi didn't want to explain to Crew why he wanted to bring in such a group of dragons to deal with it. What he is more concerned about now is Crew's next actions. Everything has been packed. Here is the map. As Crew said, he thrust a map into Gu Shi's hand. When Gu Shi opened the map and took a look, he couldn't help but be stunned. What happened to you this time? You just gave me all the maps of your archaeological area? This time, the matter is going to be completed. I will conduct archaeology there in the next period of time, and there is no need to travel to other places. If this fails, I will have to hide in the main cities of several human kingdoms, and this map will be of no use to me. After listening to Crew's words, Gu Shi took another look at the map in his hand. The map only showed the situation of 7 or 8 nearby countries. In these 7 or 8 human kingdoms alone, there are more than 90 archaeological excavation sites with records. The output of each excavation site is drawn in great detail on the map. Just by looking at the map, you can know what scope the excavation site is, and what it mainly produces. And Crew drew a circle in the center of the map. The ruins of the Golden Tree Elves? Are we going here? Yes. This elven ruins were the territory of the Golden Tree Elves. I have only come here for archaeology once before, but I gained quite a lot that time, including various gold products and various gold weapons. However, when I sold those gold products and gold weapons, the kings of several nearby countries sent people to find me, hoping that I would stop looking for those gold products. I was curious and asked the reason. As a result, they said that more than half of the gold was fake. At this point, a trace of nostalgia flashed in Crew's eyes. I didn't really believe this at the time, but several nearby countries all said so, and I couldn't go there for archaeological research. The most important thing is that the things I unearthed cannot be transported out at all. It is not 1 or 2 countries, but all nearby countries. They will take other things, but not gold. Then what should I do for half a day of research? I don't just want to sell things for money. If I can't sell things, I will definitely not go to archaeology. Of course, I was still young at that time, so I was somewhat unwilling to do so. One time when I was passing by, I walked in anyway. It's just that I didn't do archaeology that time, but walked in along the path I took when doing archaeology. In the place where I did my archaeology, I accidentally discovered a mysterious place. There are a large number of gold products and gold weapons there, and there is no need to dig and piece them together like I usually do. Unfortunately, I had already promised several nearby kings at that time, and I could no longer transport these things out. Chapter 12:19 Purple Equipment Steal. Regarding the treasures from the Golden Tree Elves, Kru's words were more of a nostalgic tone, and Gushi did not hear any regret. It's just that Gushi wasn't sure whether Kru was really frightened by the enemies that kept appearing this time, and he had the intention of retreating in his heart. I want to transport all the gold from the Golden Tree Elf's treasure chest in exchange for a large sum of money, so I can find a place to spend the rest of my life. But it's only the last 3 days. At worst, Gushi can act as a free porter and help Kru transport the gold out. I think the human kingdoms farther away should be willing to accept the gold. Kru didn't know what Gushi was thinking. He was still talking about what he had discovered with the Golden Tree Elves. At this time, Gushi's men also cleared the battlefield. All the giant dragons and bone dragons that died in the battle were sent back to Aladovi City. Gushi, who had packed up everything, looked at Keilu. It's almost time. Let's get ready to go. Kru nodded, and when Gushi released the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, he quickly tied all kinds of things to both sides of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, and climbed onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin himself. This was a good time for Gushi to show off. He did not climb onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin like before, but slowly took a step forward and flew onto the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Seeing Gushi flying up like this, Kru's mood improved somewhat. Is this a new ability you have acquired? Yes. I just got a pair of shoes and they feel good. While Gushi was speaking, a frog-like thing broke through the void and jumped in front of Gushi. Gushi reached out and grabbed the frog-like thing. You really can't miss people behind their backs. I just murmured a few words to you, and there is news coming from your side. It turns out that the frog was the contact information Gushi left when he communicated with Su Jia at Xinqiang Railway Station last time. It's just that it's been almost half a year, and they haven't contacted each other a few times. At most, they only have this contact method. I don't know what happened to Su Jia this time. So Gushi reached out and patted the frog on the back, and the frog spat out a note. The note was written very casually, but Gushi could see the meaning of the note. Su Jia also completed a temporary mission just now, but she only killed 3 dragons by herself and got a piece of purple equipment. The negative effect was so great that even someone as brave as Su Jia could not withstand it. But this is still a purple outfit, so it would be a pity to throw it away like this. So Su Jia sent this message to a group of people and asked if anyone she knew was willing to get it. She didn't charge more money or exchange for better purple clothes. She just wanted to ask if there were any medicines or props that could be used to counteract the negative effects of purple clothes. It can be seen that during this period of time, Su Jia has accumulated more negative effects. Yes, I will exchange grass for elixir. After taking a look at the description of the purple outfit attached to the back, Gushi thought for a while and finally made a decision. After all, no one can have too much purple equipment. No matter how strong the negative effects are, it will still be fine if Death Incarnate is equipped with it. And Gushi also noticed that the purple outfit given by Su Jia this time actually had a greater negative effect. Otherwise it could be considered a top quality item. Rather the Titan's purple one-handed sword. Attack 110 to 130. After equipped, strength +3. Constitution +5. Equipment requirements, strength 7. Constitution 7. Special 1. Skinning knife can easily cut through dragon scales and skin, directly ignoring the dragon's physical defense and magic defense, and causing the most direct damage to the dragon. Special effect 1. After wearing the equipment and activating the skinning knife effect once, a piece of skin will be automatically cut off from your body every day. The size of the skin is random, but will not be less than 30 square centimeters. Special 2. Lightning Blade. The blade is equipped with lightning. The power of all lightning attacks is increased by 10 times. If lightning power is injected into the blade, a powerful electric current can be sent out to impact the enemy. Special effect 2. After wearing the equipment and activating the lightning blade effect once, you will be attacked by a thunder attack every day. If it is not resisted, all the flesh and blood of the wearer will be converted into part of the equipment. Special 3. Dragon Slaying Attack. When facing a giant dragon, the attack power is directly increased by 10 times. When attacking the dragon, it will bring bleeding and poisoning effects. All dragons are not immune. Special Effect 3. After wearing equipment and activating the effect of a dragon-slaying attack, you will become the mortal enemy of the dragon. All dragons will take the initiative to attack when they see it, regardless of friend or foe. Explanation: to you this is a one-handed sword, but to the Titans, it is a small dagger used to skin dragons. Although the current negative effects are very strong, Gushi is attracted by the attributes of this Titan's wrath. Gushi's incarnation of death, Titan, is just what he needs. So Gushi just took a look at the attributes and immediately agreed. He even took out a grass return pill on the spot and asked the owl to send it over. After finishing this matter, Gushi-sai said to Keilu, "Okay, let's get ready to leave." When Gushi was reading the letter, Crew did not disturb him at all. So now that the matter was settled, Gushi specially communicated with Crew. At this time, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin had also begun to move on its own. As long as there is a map, the Holy Silver Evil Coffin will move on its own without even having to look at it. The map given by Crew is extremely detailed, and anyone with eyes will be able to recognize it. With such a powerful level of Holy Silver Evil Coffin, how could it not find its way out? Under Gushi's order, Holy Silver Evil Coffin quickly set out on the road, and moved faster and faster. Finally, with the help of this acceleration force, it jumped into the darkness. When the speed of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin increased to its maximum, Gushi turned his attention to Crew. "I just happened to have a letter that I needed to answer. It's okay. It's only a few minutes anyway. By the way, I just saw you give away a fruit." "What is that?" "That one is called Chao Huan Dan. It is a fruit with special effects. The price of this thing is relatively high, but I happen to be growing it, so I can get some. After thinking about it, this one should be suitable for you." As Gushi spoke, he took out a fruit that was as black as sewage. This fruit looked like a fat pear with a baby face on the surface, which was different from the baby-like Chao Huan Dan that Gushi had seen before. "I'm giving this to you. After eating it, it can add 10 years of life. Anyone can eat it." Crew, who wanted to refuse at first, his eyes widened when he heard the properties of the grass-returning pill, and he accepted it immediately. He said this to Gushi very seriously. "Thanks." Chapter 12:20 Golden Treasure. "Is this the treasure you said?" After traveling for a day and night, Gushi finally brought Crew to the treasure of the Golden Tree Elf. Seeing the situation here, Gushi was speechless. Is this a treasure? Simply calling it a treasure trove is not an appropriate adjective. Seeing the sea of gold in front of him, Gushi's eyes were speechless. How should I put it? The amount of gold here in front of you is equivalent to the amount of gold in Gushin. You can understand how Gushi feels at this time. Yes, Crew had seen this once before, so he wasn't surprised. He jumped down from the entrance to the cave and slid down a hill made of gold. Gushi hesitated for a moment and then rushed forward. But it was different from Crew sliding down. Gushi was now flying. While flying downwards, Gushi looked at the gold products here. He was considering whether he should discuss with Crew to transport some gold back to the city of Aridov. This gold doesn't look like fake. It's a bit of a waste if it's all piled up here. If all the gold could be transported back to Aladovi City, even if more than half of the gold was fake, it would still be enough for Gu to make a fortune. It's a pity that Crew needs this gold to save his life, and Gushi is too embarrassed to snatch these things from Crew. However, Gushi soon discovered that something was not right. Crew didn't seem to pay attention to the gold. He was running in one direction. Looking at Crew running, Gushi felt somewhat curious. Could it be that there is something hidden in this treasure? Dragon? Or a duck? While Gushi was still thinking about the situation, Crew disappeared from his sight. This situation shocked Gushi. With only the last day and a half left, Crew can't disappear. Anxious Gushi immediately flew to the location where Crew disappeared. He found a golden tree statue here. At the same time, there seemed to be a small hole that was not too big under the golden tree statue. This hole was previously blocked by a large amount of gold. When Gushi came over, the gold nearby just happened to slide down, trying to block the road that had just been dug. Looking at the small hole in front of him, Gushi sighed helplessly. Then he shrank his body and slid down the small hole in front of him that could only allow one person to squeeze in. At first, Gushi thought it would be something like a slide. When sliding down, it would slide for a long distance. Unexpectedly, Gushi-sai felt the falling feeling and sat down on the ground. When he looked up, he found the missing Crew standing in front of a strange instrument. There are also a large number of gold vessels scattered around the instrument. Clue. What is this place? Oh, this is my last discovery. It's the place where the fake gold above is produced. Crew wasn't too surprised to see Gushi coming. If he goes missing in this treasure house, Gushi will definitely find him. So he just explained the situation here and turned his attention to the instrument in front of him. Is all the fake gold above produced by this thing? Gushi looked unbelieving. Yes. And it can be produced directly without the need for materials. However, the things produced look like gold, but are not gold. Several nearby countries are not willing to accept it. So what are you doing here? Gushi asked curiously. Are you transporting these fake golds to further countries and selling them? Or are you taking this instrument to sell them far away? No. Fake gold can only deceive people once. It's useless if you deceive people more than once. And to deceive the human kingdom is really tantamount to offending people to death. As for the equipment used to make fake gold, you can't take it out either. This extracts the national fortune to make fake gold. When Gushi heard this, his eyes also focused. The ability of Huangquan Dragon Robe was quickly activated, and he immediately glanced at the nearby situation. It is true that, as Crew said, this instrument is twitching the power of the underground earth veins and performing some transformations. At the same time, he also saw that in addition to the color that gold should have, these converted fake golds were also dyed with a layer of black air. Gushi's heart moved, and he picked up the fake gold and took a look at it. Then Gushi asked, Crew, these fake golds are real no matter how you check them, right? At this time, Crew was lying under the instrument, looking for something. In response to Gushi's question, Crew responded affirmatively. Yes. When I discovered these fake golds, I checked for a long time and found that they were genuine. When I sent them to several nearby countries, they sold well at first. In the end, it was said to be false. I didn't touch gold again for several years after that. I'm afraid that I won't be able to tell the real thing from the fake gold when I get it. I'm afraid this thing is real. Gushi sighed. What did you say? Crew poked his head out from under the instrument. I'm afraid this gold is real. But it's just stained with the evil spirit brought by draining the dragon's veins, which will erode other people's luck. People like you may not be able to feel it. But those kings can feel it immediately, because this evil spirit has a great impact on their national destiny. And they can't say that this is real gold. So in the end, they can only say it is fake gold. In fact, this is just a curse. Gushi threw the gold in his hand to the ground and told the situation. Crew was stunned for a moment after hearing this. So that's how it is. Now I finally know the reason. But it's too late. This is not what I came here for. After Crew said that, he stopped paying attention and focused his attention on the instrument. What are you doing then? I'm looking for something. It will take a while. This time Crew didn't even look up. At this time, Gushi saw that it was relatively safe in front of him. He thought about it and said to Crew, Then you can find it yourself here. I'll go up there and take a look. It's a waste just to leave all this gold. I plan to deal with it. Keilu was just about to persuade Gushi, but considering that all of Gushi's men are undead, the curse power here must be heavier than the evil aura on the gold in front of him. Maybe he can really get rid of the evil aura on the gold. So Crew didn't care too much, but carefully searched for what he was looking for. Seeing that Crew was busy here, Gushi didn't bother him anymore. He quickly climbed up along the way he came, looking at the gold in the cave in front of him. Gushi took a deep breath. Yellow Spring Dragon Robe. Come out and prepare to bury the dragon veins. The bone obelisk comes out, ready to suppress the curse and evil spirits and purify all the gold here. Open the city gate for me. And the ghost team is ready to transport the gold. Chapter 1221 Golden Bone Dragon. Under Gushi's order, the holder of the Huangquan Dragon Robe and the holder of the bone obelisk, who had not appeared for some time, appeared at the same time. At this time, they immediately launched their ultimate move. The holder of the Huangquan Dragon Robe immediately saw the situation inside the treasure house in front of him. Just as Gushi had judged, all the gold in the treasure house in front of him was converted from the earth veins extracted by the instruments below. Gold is real gold, but it contains evil spirits that destroy the earth's veins. This kind of evil spirit is the most destructive to the country's destiny. Therefore, all the nearby kings regarded this as fake gold and did not allow this gold to circulate in their own lands. This gold has probably been gathered here for thousands of years, and the evil aura is almost so strong that it scares people to death. However, no matter how evil the energy is, it cannot escape the scope of the earth's spiritual energy. This is within the range that Huangquan Longpao can handle. And no matter how strong the evil spirit is, what the undead need most is this evil spirit. This just happened to be Gushi's opportunity. Thousands of years of accumulation of evil energy Without the support of the bone obelisk, Gu Shi was somewhat worried that he wouldn't be able to handle it. After the person holding the bone obelisk appeared, the bone obelisk was also released. Once the suppressing effect came into effect, it suppressed the entire treasure cave. The holder of the underworld dragon robe waited for everything to stabilize before taking a step forward. The dragon burial vein is activated. As the holder of the underworld dragon robe moved like this, Gu Shi felt that his mana had been drained away. This situation surprised Gu Shi. The Huangquan dragon robe had never had such consumption before. However, he never thought that the dragon robe of Huangquan had only buried a few dragon veins before. How could it compare to the thousands of years of evil spirit here in front of him? When Gu Shi buried the dragon veins before, the mana he consumed came back in just one breath. Now Gu Shi could clearly feel that his mana was being drained away, and was even about to be drained away. But there are benefits to having this mana drained out. Just like this, Gu Shi saw that a large amount of gold in the cave melted automatically. The melted gold liquid seeped into the ground. And finally golden bone dragons crawled out of the gold vessels. These golden bone dragons are about the same size as normal bone dragons, and are golden all over, but with a few black lines on their surfaces, as if they were stained with something that cannot be washed off. Every time a golden bone dragon crawled out of the ground, Gu Shi would feel his skin heat up, as if something had been applied to his skin. If it was just once or twice, forget it. But this time it was hundreds or thousands of times. Gu Shi found that he was like a thick SHL, and he could not feel any reaction other than his own skin. He couldn't even move a finger. Fortunately, at this moment, the holder of the bone obelisk gave Gu Shi a blessing. He calmed Gu Shi's heart, so that he was not frightened to death. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Gu Shi felt that he had regained control of his body. He raised his hand, and saw that the golden layer on his arm was quickly receding, and the color of his skin was changing to normal. Then Gu Shi looked up and looked out. The gold in the cave in front of him was reduced by 1/3. At the same time, on top of the gold, there were more than 3,000 golden bone dragons. The dragon robe of Huangquan successfully activated the burial dragon vein, and the evil gold was affected and turned in the direction of the ghost dragon. Some of the effects of evil gold will be blessed on you. You get the gold skin effect, layer 3117. Golden skin, 3,117 layers. Magic effect 3,117 layers of golden skin appear on the surface of the body. Each layer can defend 10 points of damage. Before the golden skin is consumed, the body will not be affected by any magic or physical attacks. Gold skin is now capped at 3,117 layers. When out of control, it will automatically restore the consumed gold skin layers until 3117 layers are reached. Affected by the effect of the Death Lord, you are recognized by the Golden Ghost Dragon. Golden Ghost Dragon joins your team. Golden Ghost Dragon, level 13. Summoned object experience, 0/7500. Attack 25. Defense 30. Life 250. Skills, Undead Creature. Flying Creature. Golden Bone Armor, defense increased by 50%. Aging Curse. Evil Curse. Looking at the message that popped up, Gu Shi also understood what was going on. His dragon vein burial was considered a success this time. It was based on the evil spirit gathered on the evil spirit gold, and the gold was used as the base to bury the dragon vein according to the year when the evil spirit gold appeared, counting one bone dragon every year. A total of 3,117 golden bone dragons were transformed. Each golden bone dragon will add a layer of golden skin to Gu Shi, blocking 10 points of attacks for him. Of course, when out of control, the gold skin that is consumed will slowly be replenished. In other words, Gu Shi now has a layer of super defense with more than 30,000 points. If you want to hurt Gu Shi, you must first remove his more than 30,000 gold points of skin. And you cannot stop in the middle. As soon as you stop, the sanded off part of the skin will quickly recover, and you will have to start all over again if you want to sand again. As for the more than 3,000 golden bone dragons, they are obviously in the direction of physical attacks. The existence of these golden bone dragons can be said to have greatly enhanced Gu Shi's air combat capabilities. If these golden bone dragons had appeared earlier, Gu Shi would have been confident that he could defeat 5,000 dragons by the time he completed temporary mission, Blood Sacrifice of Dragons. Now, it's too late. Looking at these more than 3,000 golden bone dragons, Gu Shi waved his hand. Catch the team. Under Gu Shi's order, all the golden bone dragons flew behind Gu Shi. Gu Shi also opened the main city gate at this time, and took back all the golden bone dragons. At the same time, the steel city gate and the horizontally opening and closing school gate opened at the same time, and a large number of undead were pushing the evil gold into the city of Aladovi. After all, if you put so much gold here, it would be too much of a waste if you don't take it with you at all. Gushi had already made a plan. After the evil gold was taken back, he would have someone extract the evil energy first. He would then use the evil energy to nourish the corpse-raising grounds in the city. After the evil energy was extracted, the gold could be melted. Whether it was used as gold coins or for other purposes, the gold would always be worthwhile. When Gushi opened all the city gates and transported a large amount of gold to Aladovi City, Crew also found what he was looking for at the instrument. He removed a metal baffle under the instrument and looked at an inconspicuous button behind many wires. Crew hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and pressed the button hard. Chapter 12:22 The Evil Spirit is Coming. The moment Crew pressed the button, Gushi immediately felt strong uneasiness. He saw a large amount of evil energy pouring out of the ground, and wanted to inject it into the gold. The gold in front of us can actually be considered to balance the evil spirit. As long as we don't take it away, there will be no problem. But now, as soon as the evil spirit came out, the gold changed. Gushi even felt that he would be swallowed up by the gold. No. Crew, what are you doing? Gushi shouted loudly as he flew towards the small hole just now. At the same time, Gushi waved his hand, and the bone obelisk flew out of the six-ray lantern and was suppressed in the cave. After borrowing the power of the bone obelisk to suppress the evil spirit rising underground, Gushi pushed his hand again, opened and closed the school gate horizontally, and began to push forward. As long as the school gate passes by, all the gold will automatically roll to Aladovi City. This was exactly the little trick that Blood God gave to Gushi for operating the City of Death. Except that Blood God released water out through the city gate, while Gushi fished things in through the city gate. This method was not bad. When Gushi rushed to the small hole, 1/10 of the gold had already been poured into the school gate. Gushi didn't push it any further. Now he was more concerned about Crew's safety. He dodged and flew into the small hole. As soon as he saw Keilu, Gushi's face became quite ugly. At this time, Crew's body was filled with an extremely strong evil spirit. This evil spirit had already materialized, and now Crew's body was filled with thick black energy. I told you what you did. I didn't do anything. I just caused some trouble for those guys, and asked them not to bother me. I really didn't expect such a thing to happen. At this moment, Crew did not notice the changes in himself. Although he felt something was wrong, he still spoke seriously. That's called looking for a little trouble. You're in big trouble. Gushi quickly turned his hand, and the bone obelisk was placed on top of Crew's head, temporarily suppressing the evil aura on his body. Then Gushi looked at the instrument that Crew had operated before, and found that the instrument seemed to be going crazy, and was constantly extracting the evil energy from the ground. This evil spirit is almost turning into water. It won't be long before this place is full of evil spirit. Gushi didn't dare to stay here anymore, so he dragged Crew and flew upwards. At this time, Crew also felt uneasy. He looked at Gushi and said, "Brother Gu, will there be any problems here?" "There must be a problem, but I can't see the situation here right now. I will find a way to help you remove the evil spirit from you, but I'm afraid you will have to walk the rest of the way on your own." "Ah? No. Let's leave here first. The evil spirit here is getting heavier and heavier now. If we drag it on, I'm afraid the evil spirit won't be able to be removed." As he spoke, Gushi had already dragged Crew out of the cave in front of him. When rushing out of the cave, Gushi couldn't help but be stunned. Gushi's original idea was to rush out of the cave, take back the city gate inside the cave, and leave here quickly. But when he came out and saw it, Gushi was stunned. There was also a thick evil aura rising on the ground outside the gold treasure house. He really couldn't understand what Crew had done. In fact, Crew was more ruthless this time. The instrument he discovered, just as he had previously told Gushi, was a means of extracting earth veins and converting them into gold. This is also how the gold used to build the golden pillar came from. The purpose of building golden pillars is to stabilize the world. Even if the earth veins are extracted, the world will stabilize later, and the earth veins will be regenerated. This time, there will be no evil spirits. If you are in a world like a fairy, here, there will even be a decline in the merit of opening the sky. After the golden pillar was built, most of these instruments were destroyed, leaving only a few that were sealed. The purpose is to prevent the earth veins from being extracted and converted into gold. But in the Middle Ages, an elf knew nothing. This instrument was dug out, and they used it to produce a large amount of gold, and used it to decorate their woods. In the end, these elves were called the Golden Tree Elves. It's a pity that they don't pay attention to the situation inside this instrument at all. The gold was stained with evil spirits, and the elves were destroyed because of the gold. After that, the gold spread everywhere, and anyone who came into contact with this kind of gold would almost be completely wiped out. In the end, those forces that had been exposed to gold had to return all the gold and compensated several times the original gold, which suppressed the evil spirit. This incident is the golden curse recorded in the history of the elves. It's just that the history of elves is rarely seen. And for humans, gold is more important. And no one takes this golden curse as real. Only a few nearby countries have suffered from this main surface. So they know this. They can't talk about the gold curse. They can only say that it is fake gold, and ask Crew not to touch the fake gold again. However, when Crew gave up the excavation site, he discovered this instrument. But at that time, he had already planned to give up this place. So he did not conduct further research. Just through my own judgment, I determined that this instrument came from the ancient times of hundreds of tribes, or even existed earlier. This time Crew was attacked by the survivors of the ancient tribes, and he guessed that the enemies came from the Golden Pillar. In order to ensure his own safety in the future, Crew thought of this instrument and planned to use it to do something big, not to mention anything else. He just planned to ask those people from the ancient tribes to pay more attention to other things and stop focusing all their attention on himself. But Crew never expected that the last switch he pressed was the restart switch of the instrument after it was sealed. Before, the Golden Tree Elves did not dare to act recklessly, and could only use some functions of the instruments to slowly accumulate gold. Crew pressed the switch directly, thinking, "What is this switch? Just give it a try." As a result, the instrument was turned on at full strength, which was in line with Crew's wishes. I was afraid that in the next period of time, the nearby earth veins would be drained, and the evil spirit would be so strong that it would destroy everything nearby. It is even possible that because Crew turned on this instrument, it would eventually activate other sealed instruments. At that time, it would be a real natural disaster. Faced with such a situation, Crew would have Gushi help him clean up the evil spirit this time. Later on, you will be haunted by evil spirits, and no one knows what your final fate will be. But all this is not what Gushi and Kayla know now. At this time, Gushi only understood that Crew's current situation was very bad, and he must be taken away from here. Chapter 12:23 The Evil Spirit is Coming. After leaving the cave where the treasure was hidden, Gushi dragged Kaylu and jumped onto the holy silver evil coffin and headed out decisively. Under the temporary suppression of the bone obelisk, the evil spirit on Crew was not as crazy as before. At this time, Gushi had a serious face. "I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. Let's find a place first, as far away from here as possible. I'll help you get rid of the evil spirit on your body. Next it's up to you." Crew also reacted from the state of being above at this time. At this time, when he looked up at the sky, the picture became different. But Crew said, "It's okay. I can't die. I encountered this situation once before, and I ran away for 3 years. Eventually I gained the ability to passively read minds. I'm afraid the situation will be the same this time. Brother Gu, don't worry. I'll be fine." Gushi glanced at the last voice of the main mission, and then said calmly, "You are lucky. If I hadn't protected you for a day and a half now, I would have left long ago. Because of the evil spirit in you now, ghosts don't want to get close to you. Believe it or not, I have suppressed the evil energy on you now. And if I throw you down, you will be dead." After saying that, Gushi rolled his eyes at Kaylu. "Who do you really think you are? In your current situation, if the evil spirit is not removed, if you want to live for more than 3 years, you will be lucky even for 3 hours. However, for the sake of Gushi and Crew's cooperation over the past 3 months, Gushi did not give up on Crew, but controlled the holy silver evil coffin to move outward quickly. Gushi's target this time was the largest human city nearby. Gushi understood that only by going to a place with many people could he be relatively safe. At least Crew won't be subject to some inexplicable attacks because of the evil energy on his body. Seeing Gushi's serious expression, Kaylu also shut his mouth. In the following period of time, Gushi-tone deployed various means to extract the evil spirit from Crew. It's just that the evil spirit in Crew is quite stubborn. No matter how hard Gushi tried, he couldn't get the evil spirit away from within 1 meter of Crew. Seeing Gushi working hard there, Crew was somewhat moved. "I said let's just leave it at that. I'm in good shape now. There won't be any problem." Gushi rolled his eyes. It's okay for you to look like this. Believe it or not. Let me take a look at you in a mirror, and see what you look like now. Even ordinary people can see the black energy in you. Gushi ignored Kru's words, and carried out the experiment bit by bit. In the end, Gushi discovered that it was not that the evil energy on Kru's body could not be dealt with, but that there was no place to store it. As long as it is more than 1 meter away from Kru's body, it will flow out immediately. Eventually it will return to Kru, unless equipment is used to contain these evil spirits. But if you want to contain these evil spirits, you must have equipment of purple or higher quality. And after containing the evil spirit, the equipment attributes will undergo some changes. Although it is unclear whether the attributes have been strengthened or alienated, the negative effects of purple equipment have been strengthened. The worst thing is that a piece of purple equipment can't hold much evil energy at all. Normal purple equipment can only store a wisp of evil spirit. Maybe orange equipment can store more evil energy. But how could Gushi be willing to use some of his own orange equipment to do this kind of evil experiment? Even using purple clothes to store evil spirits. I picked some that were not very useful. He wanted Gushi to come out in orange costume to save Kru. But his relationship with Kru wasn't that good yet. All Gushi can do now is to save Kru's life for 1 or 2 days. Later, when Kru died, he came back to help Kru collect the body. Maybe, considering Kru's good relationship with him, he would deal with his body and see if he could transform it into a powerful undead or a contracted undead or something. But Gushi couldn't get the orange equipment for Kru. Forget it. It's up to you. Just think you're fine. Let's go to Ludwa City now. According to the map you gave, this city should be the largest city nearby. And this city has done a great job in terms of safety and other aspects. We can have a lot of fun there for 2 days. Don't say anything this time. I'm treating you. Just treat it as. When Gushi said this, he didn't say any more. Kru became happy when he heard this. There are many cities along the way. I know that place well. If you don't mention it, I will really forget it. I know a good place. I'll lead the way. You treat me, and we'll have a good time. Let me tell you, most people really don't know this place. It is a circus in Ludwa City. Adults usually go there to watch circuses, and children don't know the fun of extra performances there. Only a childlike person like me would go there. Visit the circus. Circus? Gushi was speechless. He didn't expect there was such a place in the city. Yes, it's really amazing there. There are ocean horses, golden retriever lions, etc. And there are all kinds of performances. There is much to see in the auditorium. You can also swing in the sky, do magic in the box, etc. It's fun. You will know when you get there that the circus is where men should go. When Kru spoke, his voice was significantly weaker. Even though he had been acting like he was fine, Gushi couldn't tell that the evil spirit of Kru had entered his belly. Under the stimulation of the evil spirit, Kru's internal organs could no longer support him. In his situation, even if he wasn't attacked by someone attracted by the evil spirit, his body wouldn't be able to support him for long. All Gushi could do now was to take out a few Chalhuan Dan pills to replenish his life or eliminate negative effects and feed them to Kru, hoping that he could hold on for a while longer. After all, Kru hasn't taken Gushi to the circus yet. If you die like this, there will be no one to lead the way. While feeding Kru the elixir, he let the holy silver evil coffin increase its speed even more. At the same time, the bone obelisk under Gushi rested directly on Kru's head, giving him a blessing every 5 minutes to ensure that he would not die suddenly due to various reasons. Even so, when Gushi arrived at Ludwa City, Kalu had already closed his eyes, and his speech was weak. If Gushi hadn't dragged Kru's life, he might have been dead by now. Looking at the dying Kru in front of him, he glanced at the remaining time for his main mission. Gushi's face became more and more ugly. There are less than 6 hours left. If Kru dies like this mission will be a bit difficult. Just as Gushi was about to turn around and leave the city, he found a place to stop first, and give him a resurrection spell immediately after he died. At this moment, Kru opened his eyes, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in his eyes. Brother Gu, have you arrived at Lijuoqing? Let's go to the circus. Chapter 1224 Burial. On that road to many cities, in front of the Dafa circus, Gushi sat in front of the steps of the circus, looking at the dead Kru, thinking about Kru's last words in his heart. The circus is so fun. My life is worth it. Brother Gu, please do me a favor and don't resurrect me. Gushi had no choice but to agree to Kru's last request before his death. After all, thanks to the various exciting activities in the circus. Crew endured for more than 6 hours. It was not until Gushi completed the main task that he closed his eyes. Of course, the circus is more fun, which is also the reason why Crew continues to support it. I have to admit that the performance in Dafa Circus was an eye-opener for Gushi. Not to mention anything else. Just being crowded in the crowd and watching the circus is a very fun thing. Except for some guests who came here specially because they knew about Dafa Circus. The audience were filled with idol actresses, each of whom had their own abilities. Either it's so powerful that it can lift people up, or it's the kind that can twist itself into 9 twists and turns. Even without the thought of performing on stage, there was still a lot of fun to be in the audience. If you go on stage, there will be more performances to watch. There are tightrope walking, swinging on a swing, magic costume changing on the stage, the magic show of locking people in boxes, various animal performances, etc. Each one can make people happy for a long time. In one performance after another, Crew completed his most glorious life. Looking at Crew's body now, Gushi was silent for a long time. Although he had only communicated with Crew for about 3 months, Gushi had to admit that Crew was a good person. Not to mention anything else. Gushi would also grant Crew's last wish just because of the 6 hours he had sacrificed for him. After taking a rest in front of the circus, Gushi personally delivered Crew's body to the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, taking Crew's body towards the cemetery outside the city. At first Gushi's idea was to bury Crew in a nearby archaeological excavation site. Perhaps thousands of years from now, Crew will also become part of the study of archaeologists. But when he carried Crew out of the Dafa Circus, Gushi knew that this idea might not work. With Crew's death, the evil spirit in Crew could no longer be suppressed. Black energy spread from the inside out of Crew's body. Gushi believed that if Crew was turned into a skeleton soldier, his color would be pure black. Under such a situation, Gushi understood that the body might not be able to be sent to the nearest archaeological excavation site. Gushi could only choose a place with good feng shui for Keilu and bury him in the cemetery of that city. The cemetery of Ludwa City is located in a valley to the west outside the city. When Gushi entered the cemetery with Crew's body, he hesitated. The yin energy in this cemetery is so strong that it is almost like the undead are coming out. Gushi was worried that some mutations would occur if Crew's body was buried here, so he planned to leave immediately. Unexpectedly, when turning the direction of the Holy Silver Evil Coffin, Crew's body was shaken, and his arm actually pointed in the direction of the cemetery. Gushi was also shocked when he saw this situation. Then he simply drove the Holy Silver Evil Coffin into the gloomy cemetery. Outsider, what are you here for? Gushi looked up and saw 5 angels appearing in the sky. Although they were tainted with a lot of negative energy, the white light surrounding the angels still proved their identities. Serious angel. My friend passed away, and I want to bury him nearby. I want to choose a good spot for him, so that he can see the Dafa Circus in the city. This was my friend's last wish. Gushi did not hide it, but directly explained his purpose of coming. When the angel heard this, he realized that this was really a rare request. People who come here often ask for a better cemetery or a location with sunlight. You can see the location of the circus in the city, which no one has mentioned before. One of the angels thought for a while. Dafa Circus? I haven't heard of it much. Do you know which city it is in? In Nali district of Shicheng. It's right above Nali Square. Of course Gushi knew what district he was in. When he was on his way, Crew explained everything clearly. As long as you know which district it is in. Okay. I know the location. I can just see there. But the location is a bit out of the way. If you want, you can bury your friend there. I have no problem. As Gushi said this, he took Keilu down from the Holy Silver Evil Coffin. Seeing the corpse of Crew held by Gushi, the eyes of several angels immediately changed. Of course, they could see that Crew was extremely evil. If one is not handled well, big trouble will occur. But Gushi obviously didn't come here to provoke. The corpse in front of them also met their standards. It is also unacceptable not to accommodate and bury them. So several angels discussed it in the sky in front of Gushi. But Gushi always felt like they were stalling for time. It seems that as long as Crew's transformation is delayed, they have reason to refuse to take in and bury Crew. But who is Gushi? As a necromancer, Gushi can easily suppress the changes of corpses. Gushi now communicates with Crew's corpse through the ability of soul whispering. If you delay a little longer, I will pick a good place for you. You can see the Dafa Circus at a glance. Then you can watch the circus every day. After finishing speaking, Gushi would ask a few questions to the angels in the sky, asking them if they could bury the body. When the angels saw this, it seemed that there was really no way out of this situation. So several angels gritted their teeth and took Crew's body in, and thoughtfully prepared a shroud and stone coffin for Crew. There were even angels there preparing cement and lead water. This is what you are doing. Oh! In order to prevent corpses from mutating. All the corpses here are treated like this. Please don't worry. We are professionals in this regard. As soon as they heard Gushi's question, the angels immediately explained it. But Gushi heard the meaning of these words. It is possible to transform into zombies. What they can do now is to control the corpses as zombies, and not let them move around. No wonder the Inchi here is so strong. But Gushi took a look at Crew's body. This evil spirit is so strong. Unless Gushi is willing to burn Crew's body to ashes, the transformation into a corpse is certain. Thinking of this, Gushi took a step forward, stuffed a gold coin into Crew's mouth, then took away the bone obelisk that secretly suppressed the evil spirit, and quickly stepped aside. Chapter 12:25 Task Settlement and Gold Settlement. Ding! The 3-month task of protecting the target person has been completed. During the task, there were a total of 25 changes, and the statistics are 25 rings. Now the task settlement begins. The mission is settled, and a total of 7,100 points can be obtained, 1 to 10 rings, 10 points per ring, 11 to 20 rings, 100 points per ring, 21 to 25 rings, 1,000 points per ring. The mission has been completed. Players can move freely in this world. But please be careful not to approach the golden pillar. Looking at the settlement information that popped up, Gushi was speechless. Isn't this bullying? You said earlier that this is how the points are obtained. It is a task for him to clear up a few levels. Considering his relationship with Crew, the worst that can happen is that he just has to travel to more places. How can it be like now, where the serious people only made 10 rings, and the rest were obtained by slaying dragons? Pity, Gushi muttered. Although Gushi's voice was low, the angels who were carrying Crew's body still heard it. They all turned to look at Gushi, their eyes seeming to be asking, if you have the guts, please explain clearly what you mean by what a pity? Gushi, who realized that he had made a mistake, couldn't care about anything else at this time. He immediately shut his mouth and didn't even look at the final treatment of Crew's body. He turned around and climbed into the holy silver evil coffin. After Gushi walked away, these angels brought Crew's body back to the location agreed upon at the beginning. In their own way, a special shroud was wrapped and a stone coffin was used. They put some angel feathers inside the coffin and spread some yellow sand. After putting the body down, they poured cement into the coffin. The main thing was to lock the body up. After the sarcophagus was covered with a lid, there was no coffin nails or anything like that. There was no way that thing could be nailed to the sarcophagus. So the angels first used iron chains here, and after lowering the coffin, they poured a layer of lead water inside, and then added a layer of cement. The main focus is a physical spirit removal. After everything was done, the angels relaxed and resumed patrolling the cemetery in front of them. But these angels still underestimated the condition of Crew's body. Kruna is an existence stained with extremely strong evil spirits. Although his body was sealed, the evil spirit was spreading outwards. These angels don't take the evil spirit seriously, so they will just cry in the future. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with Gushi now. After leaving Lua's city, Gushi quickly found a quiet place, opened the main city gate, and returned to Aladovi City. As soon as he entered Aladovi City, Gushi felt that the surroundings were obviously much darker. He looked up at the sky and found that the sky was gloomy. This was not what Aladovi City usually looked like. Luna, what happened? As soon as Gushi said these words, Luna immediately appeared next to Gushi. Sir, you are here. We are sorting out the gold products that have just been delivered. All this gold is filled with evil spirits, and I am passing through Aladovi City to guide these evil spirits to the hilltop in the magic plant area. The hilltop in the magic plant area was made up of piles of blood-stained dirt that Gushi scraped out after his usual battles. Even the city of Aladovi may not be able to withstand the evil spirit attached to gold. Now we can only move to this small hillside and lock the evil spirit in one place first. After the evil spirit has stabilized, Gushi will consider whether to use the evil spirit to raise corpses or use it for other purposes. After all, this evil spirit is considered a good thing for the undead. Ordinary undead weapons can be converted into evil weapons by adding a little evil spirit. It can be said that all these evil spirits are put to good use. But there are so many at once that Aladovi City can't bear it. so it can only transfer the evil spirits away and store them, and wait to deal with them later. As for the gold that was brought in, most of it is now piled up at the school gate that opens and closes horizontally. Because something happened to Crew, Gushi did not empty the entire treasury, which was somewhat of a pity. Gushi didn't want to run there again now. When he escaped from there with Keilu, Gushi had a feeling that something big was about to happen. If it wasn't for the purpose of seeing Crew off on his final journey, Gushi would have gone to study in the real world long ago. Now that Keilu has been sent away, how could Gushi go to such a dangerous place again? Let's get rid of the bad luck in the gold first, and then recast it. As for the gold in front of him, Gushi just treated it as something that a tomb robber had just dug out from the ground. Anyway, as a necromancer, these are the things he doesn't care about the most. Of course, Gushi has not forgotten the impact of evil spirits. After knowing the situation inside, he immediately released the bone obelisk and suppressed it on top of the pile of gold. At the same time, he also placed the ghost-suppressing Taoshan at the position of the gold. Prepare to use Taoshan's power to suppress the evil spirit that has not yet been completely drained from the gold. I have to admit that the suppression of the bone obelisk and Momoyama is really on the right track. After Gushi released these two items, the evil spirit in Aradobi's sky was significantly reduced. With the evil spirit suppressed, the speed at which the undead processed gold naturally increased. Data was reported quickly one by one. This time, except for the 3,117 golden bone dragons, the evil gold obtained by Gushi can be calculated in tons. Most of this gold is already minted gold coins, accounting for at least half of the gold. The total weight is about 12 tons, and the total number is about 2 million. In addition, there are about 5 tons of various gold utensils. These utensils are mainly bowls and plates, as well as TSH, LS, teacups, and candlesticks for candles. Some have patterns on them. Some have no patterns, big and small. In short, there are many styles, but they cannot escape this range. The quantity will be much less than gold coins. That is, more than 100,000 pieces. Gushi had no idea about this. If you use it to decorate your own Aradobi city, you may not even be able to decorate a whole city area. As for melting it and recasting it into gold coins, it would be somewhat of a waste. After all, some of the vessels have some pattern information on them, and there may be something recorded in them. If Crew were here, his archaeological abilities would definitely be able to find out some information. But now that Crew is gone, and Gushi doesn't have an archaeologist on hand, there is still something lacking in this aspect. Finally, there are nearly 7 tons of various weapons. These weapons and equipment are all gold weapons, including tridents, gold swords, gold bows, arrows, or armor, regardless of the size of these weapons. They are all full of elf style, and so gorgeous that they are blinding. Of course, the number of these weapons and equipment is not so easy to calculate. This thing is heavy or light. The number of arrowheads is the largest, and the number of complete sets of armor is the smallest. Adding them up, there are more than 6,000 long and short weapons, more than 700 sets of armor, more than 3,000 longbows and arrows, and more than 70,000 arrows. After the evil spirits are removed, these things will be ready for classification. Chapter 1226, Entering the Real World. Real World, Qianfang City. Gushi opened the door of the room he rented. It had been more than a year since I'd been here, and the room had long been filled with dust. Gushi had to open the doors and windows to let out the smell. Fortunately, when Gushi left, he rented this room for 300 years. In addition, this place was relatively inconspicuous, so no one wondered why no one lived here. When he arrived in the real world, Gushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. He cleaned the room in a few seconds and took out a few things to decorate the room. Then he took various equipment and went to the black market in Qianfang City. This time, Gushi was familiar with the place and didn't need any introduction at all. He arrived at several buildings in the black market in a few seconds. There are many people coming and going in this black market every day. People like Gushi, who have only been here once, naturally have no impression of him. However, no one came to stop them, allowing Gushi to easily enter the small building where he bought the powerful corpse. Building. It wasn't until Gushi was about to enter the small building that a man in black robe came out to stop him. Guest, you are here. What do you want? Bodies above level 30 must be intact and unprocessed. I wonder if they are available now. Gushi's goal was quite clear. The powerful corpses could be used either to transform undead or to be added to other arrangements in the city of Aridov. Yes, Guest, you came at the right time. Yesterday, someone sent out a level 37 Thunderbird with the power of thunder and lightning in its body. The master is dismantling it inside, and is just plucking the hair. If you want it, I will tell the master to stop now. Go and have a look. Gushi also became interested after hearing this. Corpses above level 35, no matter what kind of corpse they are suitable for him. After all, whether it is taken in for research or directly transformed into undead, corpses are the most important material. Okay, guest, come this way with me. Guest, you came at the right time. I'm not bragging this time. If it weren't for the sake of our black market, the Holy Cow Guild wouldn't have sent this body to us. Come this way, the man in black robes said while leading the way, and then opened a door. Behind the gate, Gushi saw a large amount of purple electric current beating. Among the electric currents, a huge yellow-feathered bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters was hanging on the beam. Two bare-chested butchers were plucking the feathers of a yellow-feathered bird. Every time one is pulled out, an electric current will pulse through them. Master, wait a moment. There is a guest who wants to see this Thunderbird. The man in black robe said loudly as soon as he entered the door. When the two butchers heard this, they all turned to look at Gushi, who was following behind the man in black robe. One of them threw the feather in his hand to the ground, making a metallic sound. It's too late. The most useful feathers on the Thunderbird have already been bought. But don't worry. The Thunder Lung is still inside the Thunderbird. If you want, I can help you take it out completely. At this time, Gushi did not speak, but walked around the Thunderbird for a short while. Have the feathers been sold? Yes. The feathers of this kind of ptarmigan are valuable. The meat of the ptarmigan is not very tasty. It is stimulated by lightning every day, so the meat is a bit old and not very tasty. At the same time, the bones of the ptarmigan are hollow. There is no bone marrow inside, and the outside is relatively hard. Most people can't break it, and there is no way to eat it. The only thing edible is the heart of a ptarmigan. Thunderbirds have the habit of replacing their hearts once a year, so their hearts are tender. The rest is that the thunder lung is of some use. It is a place used to store thunder and lightning. The other parts are of little use. The butcher was explaining to Gushi, but Gushi didn't listen to a word. His eyes fell on the Thunderbird's belly. He always felt that there was something in Thunderbird's belly. So Gushi moved his left hand slightly, and the eyes of the underworld dragon robe and the soul lamp flicked out. Then Gushi said, I am a necromancer. I need this corpse to be intact. It doesn't matter if the feathers are gone. The corpse does not need to be decomposed. I will deal with it myself when I get back. Listening to Gushi's words, the butcher turned his head and looked at Gushi. It turns out to be a necromancer. Then it's okay. Just wait for me. I'll pluck out these hairs and call it a day. The butcher was also an expert and knew what kind of corpse the necromancer wanted. When he first saw Gushi coming in, he thought Gushi was a cook. So the butcher turned his head and began to deal with the feathers on the Thunderbird again. At this time, the man in black robe, who was leading the way, asked Gushi aside. Guest, do you think this is satisfactory? Satisfied? How about I pay with this? Gushi turned over his hand, and a golden plate appeared in Gushi's hand. This is exactly the golden plate Gushi got this time. And there is still a trace of evil spirit on it that has not been taken away. The man in black robe took it and looked at it, and the evil spirit stung his fingers. This made the black robe man's eyes light up. This was a good thing. The man in black robe had also seen the newly unearthed vessel, but this was the first time he had seen one with such a strong evil aura. But it's good to have strong evil spirits. Only strong evil spirits mean that this thing is real. Although I don't know which company will use gold to make plates. This evil spirit can definitely prove that this is an antique discovered by archaeology. Another one of the same size will be enough. It's not like Gushi never thought of bargaining. But then he thought about it. He was not familiar with this kind of antique stuff at all. What if the smaller item is worth more? Therefore, it is better to trade the plates with more supporting functions. He had an absurd amount of these plates in his hands. 2 plates were exchanged for a Thunderbird, which was a pure profit for Gushi. Turning his hand, Gushi took out another plate and handed it to the man in black robe. Then Gushi asked, Are there any other bodies? The man in black robe shook his head. He also liked big customers like Gushi. Just tell me what you want to buy, and pay for it right away. No bargaining. But the problem is that no body has been sent yet. Their Chiefang city is not a city in the direction of the undead, and the corpses sent here are mainly for food. Such a necromancer came in front of them and wanted to buy something. They really didn't have any inventory on hand. The butcher over there had just plucked a feather and was resting there. After hearing Gushi's words, the butcher thought of something. I said, "Little brother, you are a necromancer. Do you want those unsold bones? The blood that was drained when we slaughtered? And the useless internal organs that were thrown away? These things have always been there, and have not been cleared away yet. If you want them, I can sell them to you at a lower price." Chapter 12:27 Bone Mountain and Blood Pool. Is there such a good thing? Gushi became excited when he heard this. These were good things for the necromancer. How can it be sold so cheaply? At this time, the man in black robe said, "Master, if you don't tell me, I will really forget that the bone pile and blood pool under our ground really need to be cleaned up. Guest, let me tell you, there were necromancers in our city before, but there are not many. Only 3 in total. Usually, the cleaning work of the slaughterhouse downstairs is left to the 3 of them. As a result, something happened this year. 2 necromancers left the city, and no one here dealt with it for a while. Things just piled up. Those things are a bit rotten now. Otherwise, if you give me another plate like this, I will have someone take you down, and everything will be considered yours." Gushi thought for a while, then turned to look at the Thunderbird he was handling. In fact, this is not impossible. After all, Gushi also noticed that the black market was either out of stock every day, or the meat for sale was the meat of beasts that were above level 30. Although these bones are fragmentary, the quality of the bones is certainly not much different. The necromancer who was originally in Chiafang City was probably going to have a mouthful of oil on this one. 2 of the 3 necromancers left, and the remaining one felt that he was the one and only necromancer in Chiafang City. When doing things, I become carefree unconsciously. Now I have ignored the work on the black market and haven't been able to deal with it for a long time. This time, all benefits are in Gushi's favor. Although Gushi hadn't seen anything here yet, he made a decision quite decisively. "Here you go. A plate." Gushi thrust a plate into the black robe man's hand. At this time, the man in black robe quickly put away the plate, with a smile on his face. "I made a profit this time. You must know that after the 2 necromancers left Chiafang City, the black market became a buyer's market. There is no chance to pick. They invited the necromancer to come over and clean it up. But not only could they not receive any money, they also needed to donate something. This time Gushi took action, and it was of great help. If he didn't see that Gushi was just passing by, he would have wanted to keep Gushi and let Gushi contract the garbage cleaning work in the black market. After putting away the gold plate, the man in black robe took Gushi downstairs of the black market building. However, he did not introduce the idea of the layout of the black market small building. The black market is all about security. It tells you everything about what to do if something happens. Didn't you see that the men in black robes are now hiding their appearance? Not just for the sake of safety, but Gushi can observe it himself. He noticed that the blood and mincemeat from slaughtered animals should flow downward from the sewer pipes. Bones and other things should be disposed of, and then thrown somewhere behind. This is the most convenient way to handle it. Gushi, who was walking downwards, soon discovered that his guess was correct. As soon as they reached the first floor, the man in black robe took Gushi towards the back of the building. Pushing open the back door of the small building, Gushi saw a small courtyard filled with bones of all sizes. When the back door was pushed open, flies in the yard flew up like a dark cloud. Gushi raised his head and saw the rear window of the slaughterhouse. These bones were thrown down from here. Judging from the number of bones in front of us, there are at least 300 bones of creatures here. These bones are the size of the black market, and it will probably take nearly half a year to accumulate them. It seems that the necromancer in Chiafang City is really brave. Is that all? No problem. I'll handle it. Gushi didn't make any move. The shadow of a city gate appeared behind him. Then a large number of bone locusts rushed out of the city gate and started biting the flies. The flies, like dark clouds, turned around and were all swallowed up. After killing these flies, Gushi's undead troops rushed out from the garrison gate to carry these items. When transporting, they will also clean these bones and at least classify them. After that, they were all transported back to Aladovi City. In just 7 or 8 minutes, the ground in this small courtyard sank by more than a foot. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi said with some embarrassment, "I'm sorry. My subordinates are used to dealing with this." The man in black robe was also stunned. He really didn't expect that Gushi could handle it so quickly. In just a few minutes, even 1 layer of the ground was dug out. None of the necromancers who came before could do it. In fact, He never thought at all that at this speed, it was already considered slow. If Gushi were really allowed to unleash his power, the ground here would have to sink at least 3 feet. Well, we have cleaned it up here. Isn't there still some blood pool? Go clean it up. 2. Ah. Yes. 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 Come with me. The blood pool is over here. It's called a blood pool. But it's not really a blood pool. It's just the blood from the slaughter mixed with the water used for cleaning poured here. As the man in black robes spoke, he led Gushi towards the sewer pipe directly below the small building. After opening the sewer pipe, Gushi knew the situation below from the stench that hit him without even looking inside. The previous bones were still better. No matter how rotten they were, the flesh on them had already been cleaned off. But this is not the case in this blood pool. Gushiba could see some rotten internal organs rising and falling in the bloody water in the sewer. This place is obviously more difficult to clean than the bone mountain in the backyard. But this is not a big deal for Gushi. Gushi opened the gate of the garrison city again, and Bone-Gnawing Swamp climbed out along the gate that opened the garrison gate. Gushi pointed at the sewer. When Bone-Eating Swamp saw that there was such a good thing, it jumped into the sewer immediately. This time, the Bone-Eating Swamp immediately turned itself into a swamp in the sewer, and at the same time began to absorb everything in the blood and water, and separated out new bone-eating mud. These new bone-eating muds quickly helped the Bone-Eating Swamp transport the internal organs from the blood and water. In just a few minutes, the accumulated blood had been drained away. Now they did not stop, but were dealing with the siltation that the previous necromancers had not dealt with. These things are not just half a year's worth, but rather something that has accumulated since the beginning of the black market. No one cleaned it up before, so no one knew about it. It's different now. The bone-gnawing silk can really eat anything, and it even dug out things from hundreds of years ago. Chapter 1228 An Unexpected Discovery. I'm so sorry. I didn't expect that the evil spirit accumulated over so many years would be so strong. As the alarm gradually died down, Gushi spoke to the man in black robe a little embarrassedly. He really didn't expect that something like this would happen. The bone-gnawing swamp and bone-gnawing sludge placed in the sewer, after cleaning up the blood pool under the sewer, also cleaned up the accumulated sludge. This accidentally uncovered some things left behind hundreds of years ago. That is a heart that came from nowhere hundreds of years ago. After being soaked in blood for so many years, it has turned pure black and is almost crystallized. When he was dug out of the mud, the total amount of evil energy exceeded the level that the black market could control. So the black market's evil energy alarm immediately went off. This immediately alarmed the entire black market. You must know that this is an alarm that will automatically sound when the black market encounters good things with extremely strong evil spirits. This scared Gushi. It wasn't until the security guards from the black market rushed over and found out what was going on that they turned off the alarm and retreated. As for the heart that was filled with extremely evil aura, it was naturally put away by Gushi. Although it is not yet certain where the heart came from, the evil energy contained in the heart was strong enough for Gushi to put the heart away. The man in black robe already knew Gushi's level at this time. Although he may not be as good as the necromancers in Chiafang City in terms of level, Gushi is meticulous in his work. The remnants of hundreds of years ago will be cleared away together. This is much easier to use than ordinary necromancers. If this kind of thing spreads, I am afraid that many places in Chiafang City will rush to ask Gushi to help. He has definitely earned this wealth. Thinking of this, the man in black robe's heart moved, and he said to Gushi, "Guest, I have something to do, and I have to go out for a while. I'll wait for you to finish it here, and then you can go back the way you came. I think the master should have already got rid of the Thunderbirds. When the time comes, guests can simply take the Thunderbird away." Gushi glanced at the man in black robe and didn't think much about it. After all, the man in black robe is obviously from the black market, and there is no reason for him to stay with him all the time. The reason why Gushi kept following him was entirely because he had the ability to clean up some garbage at the scene. Now that the bone mountain in the backyard has been cleaned up, the blood pool will be cleaned up soon. If the man in black robe is not here, it actually doesn't matter. So Gushi just nodded and responded, "Don't worry. I know the way." The man in black robe glanced at Gushi and quickly walked out. As he walked out, he took out his contact information and started shaking people. "Brotherly, I heard that your backyard is haunted. Right? Let me tell you. Today I have a necromancer here with first-rate ability. If you need it, I can introduce you to him. Teacher Liu. The Academy's battlefield has not been cleaned for almost 3 years. Yes. Yes. There are fewer necromancers. And there are many things that cannot be cleaned up. I have a new necromancer here. His abilities are first-rate. And most importantly, he is very clear about what he does. I will introduce you to him later. Directorly, I still remember what you said last time. The necromancer in the city is not useful at all. Now there is a new necromancer in the black market. Not only is his level high, but he also does things very cleanly. The most important thing is that he is just passing by and will leave in a few days. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Mr. Liu. Yes. Yes. It's me. I'm telling you. Miss Li. Gushi didn't know that as soon as he turned around, his whereabouts were spread. At this time, he was still staring at the final treatments of the blood pool. The discovery of a heart just now made Gushi think that there would be other good things under the blood pool. So his focus is on this. However, until the blood pool was cleaned up, no good things were found. On the contrary, Bone Chewing Swamp received enough benefits this time, and its level was directly upgraded to level 15. You should know that the Bone-Eating Swamp itself is a semi-solidified force, which is equivalent to the main force of the Bone-Eating Mud. Normally, even if Gushi went into battle, he would only send out the Bone-Eating Mud and rarely use the Bone-Eating Swamp. In this way, although Bone Chewer Swamp is big, its level has always been level 13. Gushi never expected that just this time he was sent out to clean up the blood pool. The Bone-Eating Swamp could be improved by 2 levels. If there was still such a thing, Gushi would definitely be willing to release the Bone-Gnawing Swamp again, so that he could improve his strength. It's just a pity that this kind of thing may only happen once. Gushi won't be able to stay in Chiafang City for long, and he won't have much chance to find such a place to improve the combat effectiveness of his men. Now that Bone Chewer Swamp has completed the cleaning of the blood pool, let's go and see how the Thunderbirds are doing. If Gushi saw it correctly just now, there should be some unhatched eggs in the Thunderbird's stomach. That thing should still have a certain degree of vitality. However, an egg that has not yet been born is already a dead thing, and it is useless no matter how alive it is. Gushi can take the egg out of the Thunderbird's belly, and then through some means, transform it into his own flying mount or something. It can be said that this is a huge gain from this visit to the black market. This Chiafang City is really a blessed place for Gushi. He will come to Chiafang City from time to time next time. After putting away the Bone-Gnawing Swamp, Gushi closed the gate of the garrison city. He looked up and found that the man in black robe had not returned yet. So Gushi didn't wait much and went straight towards the way he came. There were no secret rooms or anything along the way, and Gushi quickly returned to the slaughterhouse where the Thunderbirds were processed. As soon as he entered the door, Gushi noticed that there was an extra man in the slaughterhouse. He looked to be in his 20s, holding a large pure gold bow that was as tall as a person. When Gushi came in, he immediately turned to look at Gushi. Gushi noticed that when this man stared at him, his eyes could automatically adjust his gaze. It was obvious that this was a very high-level hunter. When he saw Gushi, he obviously relaxed a little, and then he nodded to Gushi. It was obvious that he had listened to the Butcher Master's explanation of Gushi's purpose. Hello. Please wait here a little longer. I will leave after all the Thunderbird's feathers are removed. Until then, please stand 5 meters away from me. Okay? Although he didn't know what was wrong with this person, Gushi still took 2 steps back. At this time, Gushi noticed that the man's pupil shrank significantly. It was obvious that he was adjusting his vision again. Chapter 1229 The Sought After Gushi. After taking a few steps back, Gushi noticed that the man in front of him made many small movements to guard against everyone nearby. It seemed that whenever someone tried to get within 5 meters of him, it would trigger his reaction. It's not strong, and it has a lot of problems, Gushi muttered secretly in his heart. But the other party's cautious appearance didn't hinder Gushi. Apart from muttering secretly in his heart, Gushi did not do anything else. He just stayed there, waiting for the Thunderbird to be dealt with. At this moment, the man in black robe, who had gone out before, rushed over. As soon as he saw Gushi, he felt as if he were seeing a relative and quickly ran to Gushi. Guest, it's a good thing you didn't leave. Let me tell you, what happened just now has spread out, and many people in the city know that there is a master necromancer like you. There are many people in the city looking for you now. The players in the city now are suffering because there has not been a powerful necromancer in the city for too long. Your appearance brings them a ray of hope. This is a good opportunity. Guest, how about the guest stay in Chiafang City for a few more days, and I can contact him. I guarantee that I won't take any of the benefits given by the other party, and will give them all to the guests. There are even benefits. Hearing the words of the man in black robe, Gushi was obviously stunned for a moment. He really wanted to ask, aren't the necromancers in Chiafong City powerful? But thinking about the situation in the Bone Mountain and Blood Pool in the black market, he understood what a necromancer could do without the pressure of competition. The words of the man in black robe also attracted the attention of the man waiting for the Thunderbird feathers. He turned to look at Gushi and looked at Gushi's situation up and down again. Before the man in black robe could drag Gushi out, the man suddenly said, "Please wait a moment. Are you a necromancer? So can you exorcise ghosts?" Meeting? If it were before, Gushi would definitely not have answered so definitely. But after possessing the skill of suppressing the ghost Taos Han, Gushi felt quite confident in everything he did, even without using the Death Lord's ability. Tao Shan's ghost suppressing ability allows Gushi to handle everything. That's really nice. The man stepped forward and grabbed Gushi's hand. But in the next moment, he jumped back 5 meters away, and his hand unnaturally touched his long bow. It can be seen that he is still not used to the behavior of being close to certain people. "I'm sorry. Something's wrong with me. Can you really exorcise ghosts?" "It really can." Gushi nodded affirmatively. "That's good. It's like this. My companions and I are doing a dungeon, and now we encountered a situation. It was obviously a dungeon for the mechanical temple, but we encountered a ghost. That ghost blocked our way forward. The most terrible thing is that we still have no way to clean up the ghost. This time I came to get the Thunderbird feathers, just to hurt the ghost. It would be best if you have the ability to exorcise ghosts. We hope you can follow us to the dungeon and help us deal with this ghost." Upon hearing what was going on, Gushi became somewhat interested. "Okay, isn't it just a copy? I have no problem here." Hearing Gushi agree, the man was about to say something, but the man in black robe immediately said, "Wait a minute. Guest, you can't just agree like this. Guest, if you believe me, I will help you negotiate." As the man in black robe spoke, he moved forward and prepared to approach the man. However, when he took a step forward, the man took a step back, always maintaining a distance of 5 meters from the man in black robe. "Don't go any further." Just as he was about to retreat to the corner, the man's bow was already raised. The man in black robe couldn't help but stop when he saw this. He understood that things couldn't be rushed. At this time, Gushi noticed a detail. That is, when the man in black robe got too close, the man's eyes would lose direction for a short time. Now Gushi finally understood that as an archer, this man had already practiced everything into his life. He may not be able to see things within 5 meters, but at least his vision within 5 meters is affected. He needs to adjust his eyes to see everything within 5 meters. And that kind of adjustment is not only hard on his eyes, but also takes some time. For an archer who is always on alert, a little bit of time is crucial. So he always asked people to retreat 5 meters away. 5 meters away. His arrows were fast and accurate. The man in black robe obviously didn't notice that the man's current condition was very unstable, and he still took a step forward. At this time, the man who had no retreat immediately raised the bow in his hand. Without seeing him make any movement, a golden light flashed and took the man in black away. Gushi only felt the strong air blowing in front of him. When he came back to his senses, the man in black robe was already staring at the wall behind Gushi. Fortunately, the man also knew that now was not the time to take action casually. He just nailed the black-robed man's clothes to the wall and did not hurt the black-robed man. But his attitude was very clear. He didn't want to talk to anyone, nor did he want anyone to get within 5 meters of him. Looking at the situation in front of him, Gushi was somewhat speechless. He took a step back, pretending he didn't see what was happening here. Seeing Gushi's actions, the man looked obviously better. He was still very polite to Gushi. "Master, when I get the feathers of the Thunderbird, I'll ask you to come with me once." "Don't worry, Master. Although we are not strong, we are still polite people. The Master has helped us embark on such a journey, so we will naturally give you gifts, which are guaranteed to satisfy the Master. Then I won't be polite." Gushi smiled and agreed. Wasn't he just going to drive away a ghost? It's a small thing. The man in black robe, who was stared at the wall, struggled. "Guest, you can't." Before he finished speaking, the man turned his head and stared at the man in black robe again. "Shut up." After receiving such a glare, the man in black robe immediately shut his mouth. He also saw that if he continued to speak, this man would definitely take action to physically shut him up immediately. "In order to ensure that I can survive." The man in black robe shut his mouth obediently, but his struggling movements did not stop. While closing his mouth, he was still trying to pull out the arrow from his body. The man glanced at the man in black robe. As long as the other person didn't come close to him and didn't stop Gu Shi's choice, it would be fine. At this time, the man said to Gu Shi, "Li Gu, I don't know what you call the master." Chapter 12:30 Sudden Conflict. Gu Shi. After glancing at the man named Li Gu, Gu Shi didn't say anything, and the atmosphere at the scene instantly became weird. None of the three parties had anything to say. The man in black robe did not dare to say anything. Gu Shi didn't know what to say. It was not convenient for Li Gu to talk about dungeons or other things here, and he was not used to having people come within 5 meters of him. So the three of them just looked at each other, without saying anything. On the contrary, the butcher who was dealing with the Thunderbird was not surprised by the situation in front of him. He still followed his own steps and processed the feathers on the Thunderbird step by step. But at this time, the big feathers on the Thunderbird's body have been almost processed, and the rest are just down covering the abdomen. These feathers are also electrically charged, but not as difficult to handle as the larger feathers. The butcher's movements became noticeably faster. Just when the atmosphere was slowly warming up, there were hurried footsteps again outside the black market building. "I heard there's a new necromancer who's more sensible than me. Come on. Come out, and let me see which necromancer has such ability and dares to brag about it in Qianfang City." As he was speaking, a man in a black robe strode in from outside. His eyes swept in front of him, turning from Gu Shi and Li Gu, and finally fell on the black-robed man, who was still struggling on the wall. In the black market, if they don't want others to see what they look like, most people will dress up in black robes. What's even more extreme is that they will cover their faces so that no one can see their appearance. Even the men in black robes, who lead the way in the black market, are mostly dressed like this. Gu Shi was obviously wearing the suit of an elf archer, and he was holding a long bow. Li Gu was holding a longbow that was taller than him, with an expression on his face that said, "I am a sharpshooter." So the black-robed necromancer, who had just arrived, immediately fixed his eyes on the black-robed man, who was still nailed to the wall. "I was wondering what kind of necromancer is so awesome. But it turns out you are just like this. You've offended people as soon as you arrived in Qianfang City. It seems like you haven't done very well." After speaking, the necromancer took a few steps forward and came to the man in black robe. He didn't dare to be alone with the man in black robe, so he slapped him hard. The black-robed man's face was swollen from the slap. After beating the man in black robe, the necromancer felt that it was not enough. "You didn't visit the dock when you came to Qianfang City, because you don't know me, Lu Quanyong, or you still look down on me, Gu Longyong. What's the matter? I gave you face. Or do you think your flesh and blood is thicker? It just so happens that I'm not afraid of a flesh and blood person like you. Let me tell you directly, if you come here a few, I will catch a few and feed them to my bone dragons." As Lu Quanyong spoke, he held the man in black robe by his collar and kept slapping the man in black robe on the face. When Gu Shi saw this situation, he was a little surprised at first, and then he couldn't help but feel his face hurt. "I said you can?" Finally, Gu Shi couldn't bear it anymore. Although Li Quanyong hit the black-robed man in the face, the meaning behind his words was to teach Gu Shi a lesson. Li Quanyong immediately turned his head when he heard someone was trying to make trouble. "Who accidentally released a guy like you? You, a shooter in the back row, dare to jump in front of me? It's because you're afraid of dying fast enough. Can't you learn from your companions and run as far away as possible? I'm telling you, get out of here. You have nothing to do here. If you dare to jump out again, I will pull out your bones and roast them on the Yin fire for 100 years, so that you can feel the power of the necromancer." After speaking, Li Quanyong slapped the man in black robe again on the face. In fact, the man in black robe did not expect that he would suffer such an unexpected disaster. In the past, when he was in the black market, no matter who he was, he had to give him some face. I have never encountered such a thing, not to mention being dragged and slapped in the face. Even if someone lays a finger on him, the black market will help him take revenge. The man in black robe was about to reveal his identity, but Li Quanyong got angry and started beating him all over again. Anyway, Li Quanyong has already thought about it. The black market itself does not care about the conflicts between buyers in the black market. Unless you fight the black market staff, no one will come to deal with you. Of course, if you ruin the business of the black market, or rob something without paying, the black market will not tolerate you either. Now Li Quanyong has this idea in mind, and while he is thinking about it, he speaks out what he said. That means someone is coming to grab business. This is a conflict between black market buyers and buyers. As long as the man in black robe is beaten until he can't speak, he doesn't have all the power to speak. After he is defeated, the necromancer business in Chiafang City will still be his in the end. The more Li Kuan-Yeung thought about it, the happier he became. In the past half a year or so, the necromancers of Chiafang City had gone missing and disappeared. Now he is the only undead mage that Chiafang City can handle. And he feels that he is the authority in Chiafang City when it comes to undead. Thinking of this, Li Kuan-Yeung attacked even harder. This time, he was going to give the necromancer a hard beating. The wound on my face may not heal for 10 days or half a month. Knock out all his confidence. In this way, he would not dare to compete with him for business in Chiafang City. When Li Kuan-Yeung took action, Gu Shi and Li Gu really looked at each other. They didn't know what to say. After another 7 or 8 blows, Li Kuan-Yeung released the hand holding the man in black robe's collar and pushed the man in black robe hard against the wall. Then he turned to look at Gu Shi and Li Gu. What are you looking at? I've never seen a necromancer. If you look again, I'll dig out your eyes. Remember, don't mess with me. After saying this, Li Kuan-Yeung raised his head and prepared to stride out of the room. But the man in black robe, who was beaten at this time, was not willing to suffer such a loss. He almost had a conflict with Li Gu before. When Li Kuan-Yeung was about to step out of the room, the man in black robe took out a token-like button and pressed it heavily. Then the urgent alarm sounded again. This time, the alarm was no longer the previous alarm that was too evil, but the alarm sound when the black market was being attacked. As the alarm sounded, all nearby doors and windows closed automatically. At the same time, various broadcasts sounded simultaneously. There, black market customers were quickly arranged to evacuate through designated passages. However, Gu Shi and his men now have no chance to retreat. When the doors and windows were closed, Gu Shi noticed that the master butcher, who was handling the Thunderbird feathers, was moving the unfinished Thunderbird back. That way clearly means that the news has been received, and this place is going to become a battlefield. Chapter 12:31 Taos Han suppresses ghosts. When the master butcher in the room moved, Gu Shi also moved. The situation before us is obvious, and we must not get involved. Now the black market is calling the police one after another, and all the attention in the black market has turned to this side. Taking action at this time is the stupidest choice. If he really took action, it would help Li Kuan-Yeung get rid of the crime. At that time, it will be unclear who made the first move. So Gu Shi stepped back immediately and winked at Li Gu, asking him to step back as well. Li Gu is also a person who reacts quickly. Although he can't see anything clearly within 5 meters, he can see every move 5 meters away. Even if a mosquito flies by, he can tell whether it is a male or a female. When Gu Shi turned around, Li Gu understood what Gu Shi meant. So he immediately dodged far away and raised the bow and arrow in his hand. As soon as there was any movement, he would immediately attack. Seeing Li Gu like this, Gu Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's the good thing about making friends with smart people. At least it won't drag you down. Although Li Gu is not a friend now, they have agreed to handle the copy matter together. In this way, they can be regarded as temporary comrades. Li Gu's performance was enough for Gu Shi. As soon as Gu Shi and Li Gu shrank up, the doors and windows of the room suddenly opened, and a group of men in black robes rushed in from outside. They held shields of varying sizes in their hands, and as soon as they rushed in, they released holy light or holy flames in all directions. It was obvious that they already knew who the enemy was. As a necromancer, Gu Shi looked at the holy light and holy flame with a helpless look on his face. Who said that the undead are afraid of holy light? As soon as he came in, he directly shot such a strong holy light, which really made people's eyes not blind. Gu Shi muttered in his heart and took a step back. At the same time, he closed his eyes slightly and observed the surroundings through the spiritual lamp. He did not look at the holy light. Gu Shi is fine, but Li Gu's situation is not so good. Half of his power lies in his eyes. With such a flash of holy light, his eyes were directly blinded. At this time, he could only turn around and face the wall, not looking at the flickering holy light. At this time, Gu Shi suddenly realized that something was not quite right. Among the black-robed men who rushed in, it seemed that someone wanted to rescue Li Kuan-Yeung. What do you want to do? Gu Shi immediately dodged to the side of the beaten man in black robe, and while shouting at the people who wanted to rescue Li Kuan-Yeung, he helped the man in black robe up. Unlike Gu Shi, this man in black robe is from the black market, and he is very aware of the chaos and struggles between factions in the black market. When Gu Shi roared like this, he knew that it was his opponent who came to save Li Kuan-Yong. But now is not the time to let Li Kuan-Yong escape. If Li Kuan-Yong escaped, he would have been humiliated in vain. When Li Kuan-Yong beats someone, it can also be said to be a fight between buyers, which has nothing to do with the black market. The man in black robe himself has done this kind of thing. Then he will lose all his face. So the man in black robe immediately lifted the mask on his face and said, I am Ma Su, the second-level customer service officer of the black market. I sent an attack alarm. I was attacked by the necromancer Li Kuan-Yong for no reason. Anyone who sees the signal can kill Li Kuan-Yong on their own. As Ma Su spoke, he raised the token in his hand. At Ma Su's voice, a red arrow appeared above Li Kuan-Yong's head. Gu Shi knew it was a real attack signal as soon as he saw it. The one with a red arrow on his head means that anyone in the black market can attack Li Kuan-Yong. At this time, Li Kuan-Yong, who was looking confused, finally understood why he caused so much trouble just by beating a necromancer. It turns out that I hit the wrong person. At this, Li Kuan-Yong immediately said, Wait, this is a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. But it was already too late. Gu Shi and Li Gu took action at the same time. Li Gu aimed an arrow in Li Kuan-Yong's direction. This time it was different from the arrow Li Gu used to pin the black-robed man Ma Su to the wall. This time it was a direct killing move. The arrow flew towards Li Kuan-Yong's face. Li Kuan-Yong's level should actually be around level 15. It's just that he is just an ordinary necromancer, and the possibility of going further has been cut off long ago. Only then would he go to a city that was not suitable for the existence of a necromancer to make a living. However, Li Gu was a sharpshooter who was about to reach level 20. In this attack, Li Gu really used all his strength. Li Kuan-Yong's head was nailed to the ground with one arrow. But at this time, Gu Shi turned his hand. Momoyama, give me control. A small peach mountain appeared in Gu Shi's hand. This peach mountain looks like a small ornament carved from peach wood. But this is the result of Gu Shi's hard work in the past 3 months. Ever since he built Poison Peach Mountain, Gu Shi had carefully studied the effect of Peach Mountain in suppressing ghosts. He discovered that Momoyama could make the plants as large as he wanted and collect them as small as he wanted. The power is the same. Now Gu Shi has reduced the ghost town Taos Han to the size of his own palm. When Li Kuan-Yong was nailed to the ground, he was immediately thrown out. Li Kuan-Yong has reached level 15 and is actually an official lich. Although his head was shot through, he can immediately leave his body and return to his phylactery. If the body is recovered, it will be resurrected. If the body cannot be recovered, it will directly become a lich. But Gu Shi seized the opportunity by throwing down the Peach Mountain. When Taos Han flew out, everyone saw a dark blue soul being pressed underground by Taos Han. It was obvious that this soul had no way of escaping Momoyama's influence. Gu Shi doesn't want to take this soul as his own now. Although the person in front of me is a player, his level is also level 15. But what this guy did before was really exciting for Gu Shi. He also thought about putting Gu Shi's soul in the flames and roasting it for 100 years. How could Gu Shi accept such a person as his subordinate? Are he really not afraid of destroying his own team? So there was only one way for Gu Shi to do it. After Taos Han suppressed Li Kuan-Yong's soul, Gu Shi immediately activated the flame field and used fire to burn the soul under Taos Han. While it was burning, Gu Shi was still talking there. Didn't you say that you would pull out my soul and roast it on the flames for 100 years? Now, I won't roast you for 100 years. And I don't have the ability to keep your soul. So just go to HL now. Li Kuan-Yong actually died unjustly. The Peach Mountain that suppresses ghosts prevents his soul from returning to the life box. The fire field burned the little Peach Mountain, and his soul was burned along with it. Without a soul, what's the use of having a phylactery? It was all in vain. At the same time, his undead troops did not appear. Such a mighty undead mage disappeared after just one encounter. Chapter 1232 Black Market Reaction. After killing Li Kuan-Yong, Gu Shi stopped immediately and turned to look at the Thunderbird's corpse. Everything has been taken care of, and the enemy marked in red is dead. To take action now would be to provoke the black market. I'm afraid the final outcome will be the same as Li Kuan-Yong's. Even if Gu Shi is confident that he can kill him. But that would definitely offend the people of Qianfang City. Gu Shi came to the real world not just for a roundabout trip. He also has to go to the University of the Underworld to study. I also want to visit other cities. He didn't want to go back to a ghost place like Yuanzhou City after visiting Qianfang City once. If he offended the black market, Gu Shi wouldn't even be able to buy a train ticket. Even Qianfang City couldn't get out. With Gu Shi's current thinking, he could see the ending here at a glance. so he wouldn't be willing to mess with the black market. After Li Kuanyong was killed, Gu Shi stopped and stood aside, waiting for Li Gu to come forward. At this time, Ma Su also stood up. He walked to Li Chuanyong's body and checked on Li Chuanyong's condition. Then he slapped the token in his hand on Li Chuanyong's face. With a snap, this incident was finalized. The thing is that Li Kuanyong wanted to die on his own, and it had nothing to do with other people. After doing this, Ma Su came to Gu Shi. It's a joke for you too. No. This guy also broke the rules of the black market. After hearing this, Ma Su's mood improved a lot. At least Gu Shi's words gave him a way out and helped him regain some face. So Ma Su said to Gu Shi, "You're right. The black market won't let you help in vain. Guest, if you want anything, as long as you ask, our black market will definitely find a way to help you find it. Don't you want a corpse? You come back tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and I will ask them to leave all the corpses that they will deliver to you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow." As Ma Su spoke, he looked embarrassed. After all, the corpses on the black market have somewhere to go, and there are many people in Qianfang City waiting for good food. If Gu Shi wraps up all the corpses, what will the people in Qianfang City eat? 3 days is already the limit given by Ma Su. He didn't want to take a rest but shook his head. "Customer service Ma. I want a few things, and I'd like your help to find them." "Okay. We have everything in the black market. As long as you ask, I can help you find it." Gu Shi smiled and said, "That's it. I have a good piece of land in my hand, and I want a smaller city gate architectural design. Not too high, just like the size of a normal room door. This makes it convenient for me to come and go freely. This is a bit difficult, as city gates are usually designed to be large, or it has some special features. I have never heard of such a small city gate, but I will keep this in mind and will definitely look for it for my customers." Hearing this, Gu Shi's heart moved. "Oh, by the way, since we're looking for architectural designs for city gates anyway, let's just look for more. I want some unique city gates, such as those built underground. Then, there are those near the water, ventilation pipes and the like. I hope you can help find these." "No problem. There will be more distinctive city gates. I will find this when I have some free time." "Guessed what I just said? Ah, do you have any details? I will also help Brotherly Gu to brush a copy later. After that, I may have to rush to register to study at Hades University. I'm afraid I don't have much time." Gu Shi thought for a while, and then he remembered what Ma Su had asked for before. He spoke his mind immediately. Speaking of which, there really isn't much time for rest. Until now, he was still in Qianfang City, which was following the wind system route, with at most some additional enhancements in the area of thunder and lightning. There will be more archers here. Necromancers are few and far between here. Similarly, Qianfang City is still quite far away from the Yin capital where Gu Shi wants to go to Hades University. Gu Shi still needs time to travel. He really didn't have time to stay and do something. Gu Shi thought very clearly that this kind of thing that was entrusted by others would never end. And if Ma Su takes advantage, he won't be willing to let it go. The final situation will still turn into a conflict between Gu Shi and the black market. If that was really the case, it would be better to take advantage of the current opportunity and reject it directly. On the contrary, things on Li Gu's side were simple. As long as he finished what he was doing, he could get out of the way. Li Gu would not hold Gu Shi back. As soon as his mind changed in this regard, Gu Shi knew what he wanted, and at the same time he also knew how to tell Ma Su. Ma Su didn't expect what was going on here. He thought it was a good thing to help Gu Shi take on a few tasks. Listening to Gu Shi's words, Ma Su's face became a little ugly. In his opinion, Gu Shi was a little disrespectful. Just then, several men in black robes walked out of the door. These men in black robes all wore masks on their faces. It is obvious that they, like Ma Su, are customer service staff in the black market. But from their actions it can be clearly seen that their status is much higher than Ma Su. They first looked at Ma Su, and then asked Ma Su to hand over the token in his hand for them to check. At the same time, they also checked Ma Su's face and Li Chuanyong's body on the ground. The master butcher who was processing the Thunderbird ignored these people, and was still doing his own thing. It can be seen that no matter how troubled the black market is, the butcher is always stable. Finally, a man in black robe came to Gu Shi. "Hello, this guest. I am a grade A customer service member, Ma Englong. I understand what happened just now. I would like to express my gratitude to you on behalf of the black market. If it weren't for you, Our customer service staff would be beaten to death. It's okay. Ma Su's customer service staff is very serious about their work. And that guy is too violent. If something happens to the black market, we won't be able to escape. Just as Gushi finished speaking, the butcher threw the last feather to the ground. That kid. Just say it. Don't get involved with me. I don't even notice a weak scum like this. Gushi looked back and found that the butcher had already cleaned all the knives. And 2 of his men were taking care of the fallen feather fragments on his body. Gushi could notice that the electric current from the Thunderbird's feathers only left a faint white mark on the butcher's body. Gushi had not noticed this situation before. But now he saw that the butcher in front of him, who was not surrounded by a battle aura, was actually the most powerful person in the room. Gushi had a feeling that this person was probably close to the limit of level 40. Chapter 1233 Leaving Qianfeng City. Seeing Gushi looking at him, the butcher grinned. Then he held the butcher knife hanging on his waist with one hand. Ignored the people here, and just strode out. That aura immediately pushed Gushi back several steps. By the time Gushi reacted, the butcher had disappeared from everyone's sight. Gushi discovered that, taking advantage of the butcher's opportunity to calm the situation, Li Gu had collected all the Thunderbird feathers on the ground. Be prepared to leave at any time. Gushi reacted a little slowly. But he was not stupid. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? So Gushi took a step forward and came to the side of the Thunderbird, and put his hand on the huge Thunderbird. Gushi's movements naturally attracted the attention of the men in black robes present. But none of them took Gushi seriously. The men in black robes, who came over, could see that Gushi's strength was only a little. Gushi couldn't lift such a big Thunderbird by himself. But they never expected that Gushi just walked up to Thunderbird. And as soon as the main city gate opened behind him, the ghost team flew out and dragged Thunderbird back. When the body of the Thunderbird disappeared, they had not yet understood what was going on. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the man in black robe didn't react, Gushi nodded to Li Gu. Li Gu decisively led the way. Okay. Everyone. We have got what we want to buy. And we want to leave now. Gushi did not do much here and quickly followed behind. The more Gushi thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This situation must be avoided now. Don't do anything to cause trouble for yourself. Ma Yinglong and Ma Su wanted to stay with Gushi for a while longer. But others in the black market watched. They couldn't say much. I could only watch as Gushi left like this. After leaving the black market, Gushi still followed Li Gu 5 meters away. Li Gu seemed to have just reacted. I'm afraid we can't stay in Qianfeng City. We need to go to Baixiang City as soon as possible. Ah? Gushi had only been in Qianfeng City for a few days and didn't know much about the situation here. Seeing that Gushi's expression was different, Li Gu could only quickly explain. The largest city nearby is Shiraishihara Castle, which is a second-level city and a city similar to a provincial capital. Under Shiraishihara Castle, there are 5 third-level cities: Single Line City, Jumian City, Baixiang City, Qianfeng City, and Wanlu City. I am a player from Baixiang City, but Guanxi is useful in several other cities. I came here this time because I heard that a Thunderbird would be delivered to the black market today. I came here specially this morning for the copy. Li Gu casually explained it to Gushi. Gushi now understood the relationship between the 5 cities under Baishihara City. At the same time, I also understood the meaning of Li Gu's words. Now hurry up and go to Baixiang City. Things in Qianfeng City can't be caught up there. Gushi is also a decisive person. The situation in Qianfeng City was obviously wrong. And Gushi was not stupid. The subsequent transactions with the black market were all verbal transactions before seeing the physical objects. He didn't give any money. And the black market didn't make the effort to find it. Just pretend it wasn't discovered. So Gushi immediately followed Li Gu and arrived at the bus station in Qianfeng City. Shall we take a car? Looking at the station in front of him, Gushi couldn't help but ask one more question. After all, Gushi still didn't know enough about the situation in the real world. Yes, the 5 cities under Shiraishihara City are actually quite close to each other. The public transportation system between cities and towns is very developed. And you can get there by car. Don't worry. I am familiar with this route, and I won't make any mistakes. As Li Gu said this, he took Gushi into the car. After getting in the car, Gushi discovered that the car in front of him was also full of gaming style. From the outside, it looks like the minibuses that used to go to urban and rural areas. But after entering, I discovered that there is something special inside. The car is over 600 square meters in size, and is even divided into 3 floors, upper, middle and lower. If you really have to squeeze in, at least 1,000 people can be squeezed in. Fortunately, even in the real world, players are relatively wealthy. After getting into the car, Li Gu simply closed his eyes and reached out to grab the hanging ring hanging above. Gu Shi was still looking around, and Li Gu said something. Don't look around. The safety of the players can be guaranteed in the car. But if you cause trouble, the car can't guarantee it. The best option is to close your eyes and pretend you didn't see anything. The bus will leave in 3 minutes and arrive in 20 minutes. As long as you don't look around during this period, others won't dare to do anything to you. Gu Shi was also shocked when he heard this. Is there such a thing? But he also had to believe what Li Gu said. After thinking for a while, he finally reached out and grabbed a hanging ring, stabilized his body, and then closed his eyes. As Gu Shi's eyes closed, Gu Shi was surprised to find that his vision did not go dark. Instead, many window-like paintings flashed in front of him. There are even ads in there. It seems that the research on mental power in the real world has far exceeded that of Gu Shi's world. This is clearly using the ring to send various images directly into the player's mind using mental power. Judging from Li Gu's behavior, the action in front of him was the most reasonable and normal. Gu Shi didn't ask any more questions and could only pretend that he was the most familiar with it. But he himself did not come into contact with the advertisements transmitted through spiritual power. Instead, he really closed his eyes and meditated on himself. Gu Shi didn't know that when he got in the car, Ma Su from the black market actually came over with someone. It's a pity that he came a step late. Gu Shi had already gotten into the car. Even if Ma Su was able to control the situation in the black market, he would not be able to get into the car and intercept the person. The most important thing is that Ma Su only knows that Gu Shi is a necromancer. Where he lives, where he comes from, and where he is going. He didn't know anything about this issue. If Gu Shi was still in Qianfang City, Ma Su could find some clues. But once they leave Qianfang City, Ma Su's reach won't be able to extend far. The cooked duck flew away like this. How could this satisfy Ma Su? Just as he was hesitating whether to follow him to Baixiang City and think of a way to trick Gu Shi back, a voice sounded from behind Ma Su. Forget it. Go back. You can't make this money. Ma Su looked back and found that Ma Englong was watching the urban and rural bus slowly leave the station with his hands behind his back. That person is an elite. Although his level is not high, it is really not something you and I can control. Moreover, there is no way to suppress the undead in Shiraishihara City. If you want to use force, who knows if the other party has other means? Forget it this time. Chapter 1234. The Impact of Black Market Harvest on Aladovi City. Baixiang City is located not far from Qianfang City. If you don't take the suburban bus and rely on Gu Shi's Holy Silver Evil Coffin, it will take about 6 hours to get there with the guidance of a map. It can be seen how powerful a car like this urban and rural bus is. In the car, Gu Shi closed his eyes and meditated. But in fact, he was in contact with Luna. Luna needs to help dispose of the Thunderbird carcass that was just sent in. The corpse was first placed in the Evilwood Lake to soak, and then some undead titans were arranged to go over and extract the thunder and lightning from the Thunderbird. As for the dead eggs inside the Thunderbird, they need to be taken out in advance. Let's not talk about this for now. We need to store it first and wait until Gu Shi finds a way to deal with it. Then come back to deal with it. As for the architectural designs of the various city gates that I plan to look for this time, I am a little helpless now. What was originally said was fine. But as soon as I turned around, things went south again. Luna was quite tolerant of Gu Shi's helplessness. After all, there is too much helplessness in many things. Sometimes, when all the conditions are met, you want to build a building. But then you turn around and find that the materials are a little short, and you need to wait until tomorrow. As a result, things were delayed. Slowly, Luna got used to this situation where things always go wrong. As long as it is not a matter of life and death, some small things will be in the past. If you really have to care about everything, you won't be able to live. However, Gu Shi would take the initiative to contact her, and Luna would also like to share some information. The bone mountain and blood pool that Gu Shi had just cleaned up had actually been harvested as soon as he returned to Aladovi City. All the bones on the bone mountain are now buried in the training area. In the bone area that is not yet completely stabilized, these bones can be said to be quite good for the white bone area that is not yet completely stabilized. You must know that the bones that can be picked out here are all level 30 or above. If they had not been dead for too long and their bones were too fragmented to be pieced together into a complete piece, Gu Shi would have thought of transforming these bones into new undead. According to Luna's explanation, as long as these bones are buried, the skeleton soldiers produced in the bone district will be higher than the normal skeleton soldiers. The probability of producing bosses and warriors will also be much higher. It can be said that the benefits of this approach are immediately visible. In addition, according to Luna's explanation, after about half a year of digestion, the Evil Bone Temple, and Evil Church in the White Bone District will begin to produce level 13 skeleton troops. It is even possible to produce powerful skeleton troops above level 15. This is something Luna can guarantee directly. At the same time, Luna can also guarantee that after the skeleton troops above level 15 are actually trained, the original skeleton troops in the city can be arranged for promotion training. To ensure the combat effectiveness of the main force, Gushi pays attention to the training area Luna mentioned every day. Most of the training camp is placed here, and now it has been completely built with the Ghost Area, Puppet Area, and Cloud Palace Area. The rest can only be said to be still collecting various architectural design drawings. The direction has been set, but it has not been filled in yet. Now that the bones from Bone Mountain are being sent over, it will be of great benefit to the construction of the White Bone District. As for the Bone-Eating Swamp, this time it was considered a big profit. After returning to Aladovi City, I went directly to the Magic Plant area, found a place by the Evilwood Lake and lay down. Afterwards, all the bone-eating mud in the city quickly gathered towards the Bone-Eating Swamp. It was obvious that the Bone-Eating Swamp was evolving this time, and any benefits would be distributed to the bone-eating mud. As for the result of evolution, Luna didn't know. But one thing is certain. After the evolution of Bone-Gnawing Swamp is completed, the area he occupies will leave a large amount of fertilizer, which will be enough for the Magic Plant area to be used for a long time. The most important thing is that the evil heart was taken away by the contracted doll Jade. If it were someone else in this situation, they would definitely explain the use in detail. Even the leader level is like this. But for the contracted undead and contracted dolls, there is no need to ask more. The heart will be taken away if the Jade is taken away. After all, over the past few months, Jade has performed quite well. He is busy every day and is personally participating in combat missions in military camps in various urban areas. Just personally handle the antiques sent in by Gushi. Just before getting this evil heart, he was still sorting out the gold at the horizontal opening and closing school gate. It can be said that he has been working hard. And work hard to improve yourself. You knew very well where Gushi positioned herself. A presence that can come to the rescue at critical moments. With such a positioning, you must ensure that she will not be discovered. At least not by too many people. And that her identity and abilities will not be found out. On the other hand, you must also ensure that your level and combat effectiveness are improved. Otherwise, when Gushi needed him, he would not have enough level and combat power. And jumping out would be a death sentence. So during this period, he has been improving his level through the barracks, while busy at Evil Spirit Gold. I am also looking for weapons and equipment that suit me. Just like the evil heart that was given to him this time. When Gushi took out a heart with evil spirit, it was just a heart with too strong evil spirit. It was white quality at most. If the evil spirit inside was extracted, it might become gray quality. But when installed in the Jade body, it will directly turn into purple quality. And it will directly strengthen various effects around the evil spirit. The situation at Evil Spirit Gold was the same before. Yu has already gone to the Evil Gold place, and picked out a set of Evil Gold armor, and a pair of Evil Gold swords for herself. As for the Golden Bow and Jade, I originally planned to find one. But after you tried it, he found that he really had no talent in long distance. He could only draw the Golden Bow, but he might not be able to shoot it accurately. Under such circumstances, Yu naturally chose to give up. Instead, he chose a two-handed heavy sword in his hand, so that he could switch weapons during battle. Now this evil spirit is coming from the heart. Yu immediately thought of using the evil spirit in his heart to extract all the evil energy from the golden armor, the evil golden sword, and the two-handed épée, and merge it into a whole, so as to enhance Yu's own combat effectiveness. Luna saw this matter. When communicating with Gushi, she spoke directly to let Gushi know what Yu was up to. After hearing the news, Gushi felt relieved. If Yu is willing to work hard, it will be a good thing for Gushi. It was not in vain that Gushi kept transporting various resources to Aradovi. Chapter 1235, Copy Matter. 20 minutes passed in a blink of an eye. When Gushi got out of the car, he had already processed the various things he had just collected from the black market. In just a few days, all of this will be integrated into Aladovi City, and become part of Gu Shi's combat power. Now Gu Shi put the things in Aladovi City behind his mind for the time being and followed Li Gu out of the car. As soon as he stepped out of the car door, Gu Shi discovered the similarities between Baixiang City and Qianfang City. If it weren't for the fact that the people outside to pick up Li Gu were different, Gu Shi would have wondered whether the car had not left the station. The layout and style of the station are exactly the same. However, Gu Shi also understood that Baixiang City and Qianfang City were both branch cities of Baixiyuan City. They are arranged according to the same mold. If you follow the path of Qianfang City, you may find a similar black market in the same location. While Gu Shi was still observing the surroundings, several men and women in their 20s came to Li Gu. These people should be Li Gu's companions. Most of them are in their 20s, but their strength has reached level 19. Moreover, Li Gu also trusted them and allowed them to come within 5 meters of him. It's just that because of his eyes, he often acts in an arrogant manner. Li Gu's companions had long been accustomed to Li Gu's situation. When they spoke directly, and there was no need to let Li Gu see where they were. Soon they were talking about Thunderbird feathers. Speaking of this, Li Gu thought of Gu Shi. He turned around and introduced to his companions, "Guys, this time, I went to the black market in Qianfang City and met someone who can solve our problems. It's him, Gu Shi, Brother Gu. He is an orthodox necromancer. I have personally seen the ability to suppress the undead. Level 15 undead were suppressed immediately. So we can ask him to do this dungeon mission." As soon as Li Gu finished speaking, his companions' eyes turned to Gu Shi. They looked Gu Shi up and down, judging his situation in their hearts. But let's not talk about Gu Shi's current strength. His knowledge is enough to kill everyone instantly. You should know that not long after Gu Shi reached level 5, he had already organized people to kill a level 19 person. Now even the death incarnation under Gu Shi has reached level 19. Several level 19 players looked at him. How could Gu Shi take it to heart? He just nodded to these players and did nothing else. Gu Shi's reaction made these players believe that Gu Shi was an extraordinary person. If ordinary people were so far apart in level, they would have bowed their heads and been afraid. How could he look at himself so naturally like Gu Shi? So these people recognized Li Gu's plan. And one of them, a man wearing cyan heavy armor, walked up to Gu Shi. "Hello, Brother Gu. My name is Li Wei. I am the temporary captain of this team. And I am also the leader of this dungeon. Originally, there were a total of 15 bosses in this dungeon. But we have already beaten the 9th boss. But because we accidentally triggered a small mission, we encountered a ghost-like hidden boss, which blocked our way forward. We tried to attack several times, but were beaten back because of the method of this ghost-like hidden boss. If this continues, there will probably be problems with boss number 10. That's why we are thinking about finding a suitable way to deal with this ghost boss. This time Li Gu recognizes your ability, so we have no objection. We hope you can do us a favor and defeat this hidden boss. As long as you can do us this favor, we will naturally give you some benefits. Whatever will be beneficial. Brother, please get out of the way." At this time, a woman with 2 swords in her waist came over and said to Gu Shi, "Brother Gu, right? My brother has no knowledge and doesn't know how to speak. Don't blame him. My name is Li Ping. Ping means apple. This copy is the mission I received. Our matter is really urgent. Let me tell you this directly. After encountering this hidden boss, we didn't dare to enter the dungeon, because it takes time. Time is running out. Not only the 10th boss is gone, but all the bosses after that are also gone. I know this is a bit of a problem for you, but we still hope you can help. We don't say anything about giving you benefits later. My brother is not very courageous. As long as you agree, this thing will be given to you." As Li Ping spoke, she pulled Gu Shi's hand over, stretched out her hand and slapped something into Gu Shi's hand. Gu Shi felt his hand sink. Gu Shi looked down and found a black stone appearing in his hand. This black stone looked like a crystal. When Gu Shi held it in his hand, he always felt like he was holding a mountain in his hand. Maishan crystal, orange coal stone dug out from a special mountain, can be ignited and burned, and can provide extremely high temperatures after burning. It can be used as an important material when casting weapons. When casting orange weapons, adding Maishan crystal at a ratio of 1% will increase the success rate of orange weapons by 1%. Looking at the information about the crystal-like stone in his hand, Gu Shi's eyes lit up. Obviously this is the material used to make orange equipment. Although it can only increase the casting success rate of orange weapons. Think about it. Others don't have orange weapons yet. This is probably the only chance for these people to get access to orange weapons and equipment. Now this Li Ping directly gave all these things to herself. Even if he hasn't agreed yet. Would he like to help Li Ping take down the ghost? It can be seen from this that Li Ping is really more generous than her brother in doing things. Okay. This is enough. Although Gu Shi had several pieces of orange equipment in his hands. But who would complain about having too much orange equipment? Having the Maishan crystal in hand means there is one more way to get orange equipment. And if Li Ping can get this thing, it means that there is someone here in Shiraishihara City who specializes in making orange clothing. This may be a stepping stone. Seeing that Gu Shi agreed, Li Ping and the others were quite happy. Li Ping said directly to Li Wei, "Brother, you don't want to go this time. Give up your position. And the fourth brother will protect Brother Gu when he goes in. And we will follow. Just successfully take down the ghost. The few of us quickly move forward to occupy the favorable terrain. Ask the fourth brother to send Brother Gu out of the dungeon. And then you can follow him in. No. I'm the main tank anyway. What's the point of following Li Shang? He's not on the defensive line." Li Wei was somewhat dissatisfied upon hearing this. But fourth brother's ability can lead people to move quickly in the dungeon. We don't have much time. This is Brother Gu's first time entering the dungeon. So he must enter through the front entrance. This time it takes only the time in the dungeon. Brother. Just listen to me. Chapter 1236 Entering the Dungeon. Listening to Li Ping's words, Li Wei also understood that it was the best choice for Li Shang to take Gu Shi into the dungeon. They fought in the dungeon for quite a long time. There have been changes in the boss later. They can't delay any longer. When Li Wei nodded, a short fat man walked quickly to Gu Shi's side. "Brother Gu, I'm Li Shang. I'll take you to the dungeon first. Do you have anything to pack?" "No." Gu Shi shook his head. "Okay. Hold my hand." Li Shang stretched out his fat hand upon hearing this. Gu Shi hesitated for a moment, and finally put his hand on it. The next moment, Gu Shi felt the surroundings darken, and at the same time, the sound of engines starting came from everywhere. "Don't worry. We are in the drill now. And this is the fastest way to get to the instance. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What level are you now?" "Level 11. In the 3 months of creation." Although Gu Shi defeated many enemies, those enemies only came to kill 5,000 to 6,000 people. When Gu Shi's undead troops take action, he can only get 1 experience point for every enemy he kills. So now that he has not fully accumulated the experience from level 12 to level 13, Gu Shi will naturally not upgrade his level in advance. It's only level 11. But it's okay. Even though the copy is level 15. If it's a lower level, I can carry it in front and pass it. But you have to guard yourself when entering the dungeon. Don't move. It would be embarrassing if you were ejected if you moved. By the way, are you a necromancer? The little fat boy Li Shang is very talkative. Yes. Ha. The profession of necromancer is relatively rare here. So we have no choice when we encounter a ghost this time. After all, you also know that Shiraishihara Castle is following the elemental route of wind and earth. Our side is either a single element ordinary professional, or a dual element combination professional. There is no necromancer route here. This can be seen. But I have noticed that Chiafan City has the power of holy light. Gu Shi muttered. That holy light is fake. The main route of Shiraishihara City is the wind and earth route. But there are many ideas and branches. You came here with Li Gu before. Right? He is the Fengshan archer. And his shooting range can reach about 10 kilometers. And the long-range power is not reduced. At the same time, his attack power will not be weakened as long as the close combat is more than 5 meters away. When shooting, you can use the wind to shoot quickly. Then there is Li Wei. He is the wind guard. And as the main tank, he can directly use the wind to push away the enemy's attacks. The final attack power that hit him was only 10% of its original strength. So those professions that use holy light actually use wind. Wind. Gu Shi looked unbelieving. He saw with his own eyes that as soon as those people entered the house, they scattered the holy light everywhere. Although he didn't go up to try it. How could the holy light be wind? Yes, that's the wind. I didn't expect it. But it's true. That wind is called breaking the clouds, which means breaking through the dark clouds to reveal the sunshine behind them. In the darkest time, the sun shines directly down. And that is the purest holy light. The profession of those people is called Poing Guards, which belongs to the category of leather-armored swordsmen. But they also have some abilities of paladins, because they only have a small portion of the abilities of paladins. Their light damage to undead is low. And the hidden boss we need to deal with is relatively strong. The level 20 boss template. If Poing Guards are invited to come over, At least 6 billion guards will be needed. This is what we have calculated, provided there are no problems. But our copy is for 5 people. If you think about it, you will know that no matter what, there is no way we can invite the 6-point guards over. Right? So Li Gu thought of a way to find weapons with lightning and use thunder and lightning to attack the ghosts. Although it is not as powerful as holy light, it will have some effect. Besides, wind and thunder can actually be regarded as one. You can't find the others here in Shiraishihara Castle. But the ones with thunder are easier to find. Even I found some things with thunder and prepared to fight the ghost head-on. When he said this, Gushi suddenly felt the ground pause, and his whole body became a little sluggish. Don't move. It will be over soon. We are entering the dungeon. Please don't move. When Gushi heard this, he stopped moving at all. He understood that he was being brought into the copy now. And if he moved around at this time, if he was thrown out of the cloud, there would really be nothing left. So Gushi could only listen to Li Shang's words without moving. Fortunately, this time is not too long. Just after a while, Gushi felt that the surroundings had returned to normal. Okay, we've entered the dungeon, and we'll be there in about 2 minutes. Let me tell you first. We will appear some distance away from the ghost boss later. I won't go with you after that. Then you can see the enemy from a distance and kill the ghost. If you die, I won't save you. You have to rely on your own resurrection opportunities to be resurrected. Gushi was stunned for a moment by Li Shang's words. Then he remembered that people in the real world seem to have the opportunity to be resurrected after death in the game. Gushi was still not used to this. If you kill this ghost, then everything that explodes from the ghost will be yours. And we won't want any of it. As soon as he said this, Gushi felt that Li Shang was mobilizing the undead before the war. After all, Gushi had said the same thing to his subordinates during a major war. You guys share what you get. I don't want any of it. Hearing this, Gushi couldn't help but laugh, seeing the smile on Gushi's face. Li Shang thought Gushi was smiling happily when he heard that everything belonged to him. You should handle this well. I know that the undead under your command are sometimes higher level than your own. But you have to be careful. That ghost has many different special abilities. And he has already turned on the combat aura. If you accidentally let him attack you in advance, you might be killed in seconds. So you better not run around. Gushi nodded. He had his own way of fighting. When playing a dungeon, he must let go first. Just rush up there yourself? Are you kidding? He's not a death knight. Not that brave. At this time, Li Shang said again, by the way, in this dungeon, you are here to kill a hidden boss. I have blocked the dungeon information. So please don't be offended. We're here. Are you ready? Gushi took a look at the equipment on his body and affirmed, ready. Let's go! Chapter 1237 Conquering the Boss. After hearing what Li Shang said, Gushi was silent for a moment and then decisively opened the door. The next moment, Gushi found himself in a world filled with various metal pipes and steam. The world in front of us is actually not that big. It can even be said to be a bit crowded. Large undead souls such as bone dragons cannot be placed here. And in some places, if you are not careful, you will be burned by the steam sprayed from all around. Although Gushi can still freely walk in the pipeline at the moment. Even with Gushi's pathfinding skills, he can easily avoid getting lost. But what Gushi wanted was not to hurry, but to discover where the enemy was. What I want is a place where I can fight ghosts. In this environment, it is inappropriate to release the bone dragon, the incarnation of death. Gushi waved his hand, and the incarnation of death, the god of death, and the incarnation of death titan appeared beside Gushi. Then Gushi blessed the ghost battlefield for the 2 incarnations of death. This will enhance the combat effectiveness of the 2 incarnations of death. After doing all this, Gushi's eyes widened, and the sight of the spiritual lamp popped up. Through the power of his mind, Gushi quickly searched for the location of the enemy. The ability of the Soul Dark Lantern in this area is quite strong. Gushi had already locked the location of the enemy with just a change of thought. Gushi kicked his feet down, his body 3 inches off the ground, and rushed forward with his 2 death incarnations. At the same time, all the armed men around Gushi were ready for battle, protecting Gushi from any harm. At this time, Gushi's skin also turned into a light golden color. It can be seen that although he is moving forward, Gushi is still very careful to guard against everything around him. He didn't become careless just because he had enough people around him. After bypassing several steam pipes that were still spewing hot steam, Gushi saw his target this time. It was a very ordinary ghost, wearing old overalls and suspenders. with many small tools hanging on his waist. He also held a small wine bottle in his hand. Judging from his appearance, he was just an ordinary repairman. Even a pipe repairman. It's just that he didn't know when he died and became a ghost wandering around here. Gucci didn't see anything wrong with him for the time being. He didn't look like a boss-level existence at all. If it weren't for the battle halo that appeared from time to time under his feet, Gucci would even doubt whether he had seen it wrong. Just as Gucci was observing the ghost also noticed Gucci's presence. He didn't say anything nonsense, but turned directly to somewhere behind him. At the same time, Gucci noticed that the color on the top of the ghost's head changed from green to red. This is the Death Lord's ability reminding Gucci that the ghosts in front of him are no longer neutral or friendly undead. They are enemies. Gucci didn't even think about it when he saw it. It had already taken him some time to find him. There was no thought of waiting for the enemy to show off his abilities before fighting. Seeing that the ghost wanted to leave, Gucci immediately raised his hand and made a ghost-suppressing Taoshan. Ghost did not expect that Gucci would be so ungrateful to martial ethics. He didn't even start talking before he took action against an old ghost like him. And the shot is still a big move. Before the ghost returned to his fighting position, the sky turned black, and a peach mountain fell from the sky, hitting the ghost like this. This peach mountain is made up entirely of peach trees. For the undead, it has a very strong stimulating effect. All the undead felt that they were suppressed for the first time. At this time, Gucci will have different choices. One way is to directly use the ghost-suppressing Taoshan to suppress the enemy just like Gucci did with Li Chuanyong's soul before. After pressing the enemy under the mountain, set a fire again, and the suppressed undead will be burned to death together. The other is the real role of Taoshan in suppressing ghosts, which is to forcibly put a mark belonging to Gucci on the bodies of the dead. Turn the enemy's undead into Gucci's subordinates. In fact, Gucci has never tried this kind of thing. But the system's skill description is clearly written. And Gucci has no intention of letting go of the ghost in front of him. Even though he killed the ghost, Gucci could still obtain a ghost of the same level through double death. But Gucci hadn't burned a level 20 ghost yet. And he didn't know how long it would take to burn Taoshan to death. So Gucci immediately chose to use a method that he had never used before. After Taoshan suppressed it, Gucci activated Taoshan's transformation function. After this transformation, Gucci saw that Peach Mountain was deeply rooted in the ground. The peach trees that originally formed Peach Mountain were growing upward, growing green leaves and even pink peach blossoms. This situation left Gucci speechless. If it takes so long to transform an enemy undead, what's the point? If I had known, he would just suppress it and set a fire to burn the enemy. Gucci hasn't murmured yet. There was a crackling sound in his ears. Then Gucci saw a large number of peach blossoms in bloom, and a small cave appeared in the Peach Mountain. Gucci couldn't help but shook his head when he saw it. He had no intention of crawling into this small cave. Forget it. This transformation is really unreliable. Let's burn this Taoshan together with the ghost suppressed by the aircraft. Just when Gucci was about to release the fire field, a little light came from the cave under Taoshan. Gucci found that the ghost from before was wearing a headlamp and climbing out of the small cave with difficulty. At this time, there is no light representing neutrality, friendliness or hostility above the ghost's head. This shows that he is no longer a stranger to Gucci. He has become Gucci's subordinate. Sure enough, before Gucci could speak, the ghost took the initiative to come to Gucci. Grown-ups. Ding. You forcibly subdued an undead, electronic ghost. Level 20, through the ability of suppressing Ghost Taoshan. And suppressing Ghost Taoshan gained 1 experience point. Electronic Ghost, Level 20. Summoned Object Experience, 0/200500. Attack 34. Defense 23. Life 400. Skills, Ghost Body. Electronic Sight. Quantum Computing. Data Control. Gucci glanced at the ghost, turned his head, and shouted loudly behind him. Li Shang. Li Shang. Are you here? Come and see if this boss has been dealt with? Ghost turned his head and glanced at Gucci. He didn't have any dissatisfaction with Gucci's idea of showing himself off. He just stood aside with a calm look on his face. After a while, Li Shang, who had sent Gucci to the copy, also rushed over. The little fat man saw the ghost standing next to Gucci at a glance. That was the hidden boss that had delayed them for almost 2 days. Now this boss was standing next to Gucci like his little brother. Gucci didn't speak, so he didn't look up either. What is this situation? Li Shang was full of confusion. Wasn't it agreed that the necromancer would suppress the undead? Why did the necromancer I invited become the boss when I turned around? Chapter 1238 Cleaning Up the Battlefield. Brother Gu. What is going on? Li Shang asked from a distance, with no intention of getting close to Gu Shi. Nothing. The ghosts here have been subdued. Which road do you need to open next? Conquered? Conquered? Li Shang looked unconvinced. But when he approached the ghost cautiously, he found that the ghost had no intention of attacking him. At this time, Li Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief. That would be great. Brother Gu. Can you ask him to hand over control of all the agencies around here to me? Also, clear out the mechas and puppets in the basement? Control of the machinery? The mechas and puppets in the basement? Gu Shi was completely confused. What was going on? He came here to fight ghosts, not mechas. Li Shang also had to explain at this time. This is actually an accident. If we follow the normal strategy, this should be a mechanism passage. We will encounter attacks from the mechanism here. And at the same time, underground mechas and puppets will appear. Just kill it. But for some reason, I met such a ghost. Besides being the boss, he was also the repairman here. The most speechless thing is that we have no means to deal with ghosts. If it's zombies or skeleton soldiers, we can beat them even if they hit us hard. After hearing this, Gu Shi nodded. Among the undead, only ghosts have no entity, and they directly ignore 90% of physical attacks. In addition, this ghost belongs to the boss and has its own characteristics. It is not only immune to physical attacks, but also has a certain immunity to spell attacks. But no matter how hard Li Shang and the others fight, they won't go well. I tried here 4 or 5 times, and it took 2 whole days. If it's just stalling for time, forget it. What makes Li Shang and the others feel most uncomfortable is that every time they fail, part of the control of the agency will fall into the hands of the ghost. The ghost's strength will become stronger. After a few times, the ghost not only controlled all the nearby mechanisms, but even improved his own strength. Although the level of the ghosts has not changed much, they are becoming more and more accustomed to Li Shang's fighting style. The last time they came here, Li Shang and the other 5 almost died in the hands of ghosts. Now that the ghost was subdued, Li Shang naturally couldn't let Gu Shi hand over the ghost. He could only hope that Gu Shi could get ghost to hand over control of nearby agencies. This way they can get there quickly, and Li Shang won't say anything about asking them to fight the ghost. After listening to Li Shang's words, Gu Shi finally realized that the electron in electronic ghost actually refers to this situation. It turns out that this is how those skills are used. It seems that this ghost is not only a hidden boss, but also a rare species among ghosts. It seems that this trip was not in vain, and I made a profit. Ghost, you take care of this matter. Gu Shi glanced at the ghost behind him, and immediately agreed to Li Shang's request. After all, this is the way forward for the other party. If this road is blocked, they won't be able to continue the dungeon. Upon hearing Gu Shi's words, Li Shang also laughed and thanked Gu Shi repeatedly. Under Gu Shi's command, Ghost naturally handed over all control to Fong Fong. At the same time, Gu Shi saw batches of mechas and puppets coming out of the underground. These things are not in the style of towers, but in the style of steam. Not to mention the mecha. Even the puppets are thick and fat. In fact, even without him saying anything, the head alone was beyond Gu Shi's imagination. The most important thing is that as soon as these mechas and puppets came out, they turned their attention to Li Shang. It seemed that if Li Shang had any idea, they would take action directly. Okay, brother Li Shang, do you want these mechas? Gu Shi first asked the ghost to stop the mecha and puppet from moving, and then looked at Li Shang. No, these are all background things. We can't use them. Li Shang shook his head decisively. Gu Shi then said, okay, I'll let the ghost transfer control to you. And will you give me a minute? Is 1 minute enough? Do you want a little more time? We don't mind a minute or 2. Li Shang knew what Gu Shi wanted to do as soon as he heard it. Li Shang had no objection at all to Gu Shi's idea of taking away all the mechas and puppets here. In Li Shang's opinion, it was normal for Gu Shi to take away some unimportant background boards from this copy. Even if Gu Shi tried his best to take away, how many things could he take away? It would be better to just give Gu Shi some face. Just let Gu Shi take it for half an hour. After all, their original plan was for Gu Shi to fight here for 1 to 2 hours before he could capture this ghost. Now this part of the time is saved. For Li Shang and his friends. That means they have earned time. No, 1 minute is enough. Since he only took a small amount of gold from the gold treasure house last time, Gu Shi had new ideas in his mind. The undead are still too slow to clean up the battlefield. Although the cleaning is relatively detailed, when time is urgent, This slow way of cleaning the battlefield often fails to grab much. Moreover, the losses suffered last time when attacking the enemy's Death City were suffered again, this time on the Gold Treasure House. If this doesn't arouse Gu Shi's vigilance, then Gu Shi really doesn't have to mess around. So after the incident at the Gold Treasure House, Gu Shi reconsidered the situation of his troops cleaning the battlefield. In addition to the more useful Ghost team, there are also a large number of undead with transportation or handling abilities that have been reorganized. Luna even designated an area specifically for them to carry out moving training. Their training goal was only one, which was to move all the things nearby in a short period of time. And the evacuation here does not mean smashing and demolishing everything. It's about how to move it away and how to assemble it in the end. As for how to do it, you can refer to the footage of tire changing, refueling, and repairs in the F1 Formula car. The car only stops for a few seconds, and everything is handled in that style. This is what Li Shang sees now. He only saw Gu Shi opening a horizontally open school gate. A large number of Bai Wuchang, skeleton soldiers, ghosts, teleporting vampires, and some green-skinned and blue-skinned little guys rushed out of it. Then everything was blocked by them. When Li Shang wanted to take a closer look, he found that the undead and creatures that rushed out, just like when they rushed out before, all retreated back into the horizontally opening and closing school gate as soon as they turned their heads. All the mechas and puppets in front of him, the nearby steam pipes, and even the steel plates on the ground have all disappeared. Chapter 1239 The Li family in Baixiang City. Looking at the empty scene in front of him, Li Shang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The little chubby hand wiped his eyes. He never imagined that Gu Shi would do such a thing. What kind of situation is this? I can understand that the mecha and puppets were transported away. What's the reason for removing the nearby steam pipeline? The steel plates on the ground are just ordinary steel. Not expensive at all. If you don't have enough money to spend, you can tell me whether you need to just tear down the ground like this. However, Gu Shi was quite satisfied at this time. He didn't dismantle too much. But judging from the speed just now, he was going to dismantle the entire steam pipe area in front of him in about half an hour. Even the main thing that takes time is rushing on the road. If everything is nearby, it won't even take that long. After retracting the horizontal opening and closing of the school door, Gu Shi turned to Li Shang and said, "We can go." Oh, please come over here. Brother Gu, you have really helped us a lot. If it weren't for you, we really don't know what we would have done at this level. We will fight for the dungeon later, so we won't leave you alone. But next time, Brother Gu, the next time you come to Baixiang City, you must come to us. We in the Li family can be regarded as local snakes in Baixiang City, and nothing can be settled. At this time, Gu Shi suddenly asked, "I'd like to ask how to buy a ticket to the Yin City. Can you help me?" "Yin City? What are you doing there?" "Oh, you're a necromancer. That's no problem. This thing is simple. I can buy it for you just by asking after you go out. But you have to pay attention to yourself. The Yin City side wants to praise the star field, and there may only be 1 or 2 tickets every week. If we pass this week, we have to wait until next week." "I understand. Then please help me more." "Don't worry. There are very few people going to the Yin capital from Shiraishihara Castle, and almost no one will grab those 2 tickets. At most, you will come at the wrong time and miss the train going there. This is a simple matter. You don't need to worry at all." As Li Shang spoke, he took Gu Shi back to the earth drilling machine. After all, he still had the task of bringing Gu Shi out of the dungeon. Gu Shi is now in the copy, taking up their copy time. I wasn't in a hurry before, but it's different now. The road ahead is clear. Li Shang didn't want to drag it out outside at all, so he grabbed Gu Shi and headed outside. On the way out this time, Li Shang continued to talk as before. However, nothing he said now was information related to Baixiang City and Baixiyuan City. As a satellite city of Shiraishihara Castle, Baixiang Castle actually lacks many things. The Cross-Star train station is only available in Shiraishihara Castle, but there is a ticket office in Baixiang City. As long as you buy a ticket, the station here has a drop-off service. At the same time in Baixiang City, their Li family can be considered a big family. Not only does it have a large population, it is also powerful. The recognized children of their family are all at level 20 in strength, and their group of level 19s are just on the edge of the Li family's children, and they are considered to be the ones whose names the Li family knows. They could also act in the name of the Li family. Of course, it would be inappropriate to let this group of people provoke foreign enemies in the name of the Li family. But letting them use the name of the Li family to make some conveniences in Baixiang City is not a problem at all. Like now, Li Shang has made everything clear. After going out, he arranged for someone to buy a ticket for Gu Shi. After buying the tickets, if you need to wait for a day or two, the Li family will also cover the accommodation issue. The Li family has 3 good hotels in Baixiang City. The Li Family Hotel, the Baixiang Hotel, and the Baishar Hotel. As long as Gu Shi wants to, he can live wherever he wants. Of course, that's all Li Shang said. Others are not something he can agree to. But Gu Shi was very aware of some of the behavioral patterns of the children of these aristocratic families. This means that Li Shang was born in the real world. If he were in Bai Lianqing, someone with Li Shang's strength would already be the patriarch of a family. When they meet someone like Gu Shi, they all have to leave something to be desired. But in the real world, Gu Shi cannot enjoy such treatment. The services in these hotels should be available, but you have to pay for them. Thinking of this, Gu Shi couldn't help but shook his head. He won't do it if you give him money or something. It is difficult to jump out of the pit of Genesis now, just in time to attack the group book. After all, this matter has been delayed for nearly half a year. Although the time in the group book will not change, Princess Anna can no longer bear it. It just so happened that Gu Shi now had a new batch of troops on his hands. Contracted doll Jade, and the electronic ghost he had just obtained, as well as the dragon above level 20 that he had obtained when slaying the dragon before. These can be displayed in copies. It just so happens that there are a few days left now, and Gu Shi plans to start the group plan again. Thinking of this, Gu Shi's mind began to wander. He just nodded in response to what Li Shang said, without giving a direct answer. Li Shang didn't care about this situation. In Li Shang's opinion, Gu Shi was as cold as a master should be. Not to mention other things. Just Shishi's ability to carry materials was beyond his imagination. With such ability, even if he is an ordinary person, someone will accept him. Not to mention that Gu Shi also demonstrated quite a strong ability to kill ghosts. This kind of ability might be nothing if placed in the Yin City. But if placed here in Shiraishihara City, it would be a unique killer weapon. If Gu Shi could stay, Baixiang City would have a lot of business to take on. With such ability, it is right to be aloof. However, Gu Shi was aloof, and Li Shang couldn't let the scene become awkward. So Li Shang introduced things about Baixiang City to Gu Shi in various ways. When we talk about it now, we have already begun to tell some gossip. Li Shang's ability in this regard is quite good. He tells all the useful and useless information. It's hard to say how much of these news are true. Gu Shi felt that if Shea was released, he would definitely be able to find out more about Baixiang City from Li Shang. At this moment, the earth drilling machine suddenly stopped. As the earth drilling machine disappeared, Gu Shi saw the Stunly Gu and others. When they saw Gu Shi and Li Shang suddenly appearing, they asked with some confusion. Fourth, why are you back? Did something happen to the copy? Chapter 1240 Ticket to the Capital of Yin. As Li said his last sentence, for black question-mark faces faced Gu Shi head-on. They looked at Gu Shi in disbelief, with only one thought in their minds. How could it be so fast? Although Li Shang left in advance, and they set off behind, they have not yet reached the door of the dungeon. Why did the battle on Gu Shi's side end? Fourth brother, is this reliable? Li Ping asked immediately. It's reliable. I followed it in person, and saw it myself. You see, the control of the passage has also been obtained. Li Shang stretched out his hand, took out something, and showed it to Li Ping. Li Ping nodded as soon as she saw it. Obviously this is something in the copy, used to prove that a certain boss is dead, or which channel has been opened. Gu Shi had encountered such a situation before when he was playing in a group game. You must defeat the previous bosses and obtain the certificate before the next path will open. Now that Li Shang had presented such evidence, the people in the Li family looked at Gu Shi completely differently. Their initial idea was that Gu Shi would fight the boss first, so they walked over slowly. As long as Gu Shi can bring harm to the boss, that's enough. But they never expected that Gu Shi had already finished the work at hand before they reached the copy. So these people surrounded Gu Shi, and Li Ping even attacked Gu Shi directly. You can't tell. You don't have a lot of meat on your body, but you are of such a standard? Gu Shi felt someone pinching his arm, and he calmly used his fitness technique to clone himself. The next moment, the muscles on Gu Shi's body became as hard as Hua Gangyan, and it was obvious that he was going to take the physical attack route. Moreover, the Xinglu fitness technique is at an extremely powerful level. Gu Shi flexed the muscles in his hand and pushed Li Ping's hand away. At this time, Li Ping blushed and looked at Gu Shilai again. You can do it. This power is no worse than those who take the earth power route. I now somewhat believe in your strength. It's just that your level is improving a little slower. It seems like you really put all your energy into the undead. In fact, as a player, your own level is also very important. If you are now 20 years old and have your own fighting aura, how can we not believe what you just said? After speaking, Li Ping patted Gu Shi's shoulder, but her other hand seemed to have moved to Gu Shi's abdominal muscles. Gu Shi did not directly slap Li Ping's hand away, but silently took a step back. At this time, Li Shan also began to explain Gu Shi's needs to everyone. Everyone in the Li family felt nothing wrong with helping to buy a ticket. This is just a small matter. It doesn't matter even if both tickets are taken. I'll send a letter to my father about this matter and ask him to help handle it. Let's go to the dungeon now. The road ahead is open, and we have to spend all our time on the dungeon. After listening to Li Shan's words, Li Gu made a decision immediately. Just like what Li Shan said to Gu Shi at the beginning. This kind of thing seemed to be a bit troublesome in Gu Shi's eyes. But it actually doesn't matter if it's placed in the Li family. They just casually contact their parents, and they might get it done directly. And the Li family would also agree with such a thing. In their view, this is all a favor. After Gu Shi thanked him, Li Gu left Gu Shi's message, and then followed Li Ping into the dungeon. Gu Shi noticed that when Li Ping went in, she seemed to be dragged in by Li Gu and the others. When she was dragged away, she did not forget to wink at Gu Shi. After watching them leave, Gu Shi thought about it, and finally asked for directions, and prepared to stay at the Li family hotel. Although Li Shangyo said that there are 3 hotels in Baixiang City built by their Li family, as soon as he heard the name inside, Gu Shi knew that the Li family hotel was a hotel directly operated by the Li family. If Gu Shi wanted to hide himself, he would naturally have to choose someone else. But now Gu Shi was waiting for the Li family to buy him a ticket. Then, he would naturally put himself under the Li family's nose. So Gu Shi didn't plan to make too many choices from the beginning. And Li's hotel was the best direction. Sure enough, as soon as Gu Shi entered the Li family hotel, the people in the Li family knew about it. Although the news is only spread in a small area. But among the top brass of the Li family, someone already knew Gu Shi's origins. They even knew exactly what Gu Shi had done. So they checked the tickets to the Yin capital, bought a ticket for this week in advance, and sent it to the hotel where Gu Shi was staying. At this time, Gu Shi had just entered the room, put down all the weapons and equipment in his hands, and was about to go back to Aladovi City to see if he wanted to take this opportunity to refresh the group book. I didn't expect that not long after I closed the door, someone knocked on it. Gu Shi opened the door curiously, and found a man outside, with a green battle halo under his feet, and wind wrapped around his body. Hello. You are Gu Shi, right? I'm here to give you a ticket. The visitor immediately explained his purpose of coming. You came at just the right time. The Interstar train that leaves this week leaves the day after tomorrow. If you arrive a little late, you may have to wait until next week. As the visitor spoke, he handed the ticket into Gu Shi's hand. When he took the ticket, Gu Shi's eyes also lit up. The ticket says it's from the land of wind and earth to the underworld. Gu Shi thought about it, and understood that this Fengtu domain should refer to the star field where Baishiyuan City is located. And the Evening Realm is the star field where Yin City is located. Sure enough, Gu Shi took a closer look and found that there was a line of small characters, white stone plains, under the Fengtu domain. And the same small characters, Yin capital, were also written in the Yin underworld. Obviously this is what a regular ticket looks like. This time he met a good person. If it weren't for the help of the Li family, Gu Shi would have been able to get the ticket. But it wouldn't have been so smooth. At the same time, at the Baixiang City station, 2 men and women wearing black robes were queuing up at the station. The people nearby paid attention to them. After all, near Shiraishihara Castle, except for places like the black market, most players like to wear cyan or yellow clothes. And even wizards wear robes of similar colors. Black robes are quite rare. But these 2 didn't care much. While they were waiting in line, the woman was holding a book in her hand and reading. The man looked around, with a feeling in his eyes that he was looking at a dead person. They didn't care at all that other people were talking about it, until they reached the ticket window. 2 tickets to the Yin City. Chapter 1241 The Battle of the Temporary Team Base. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door, and Gu Shi quickly left Aladovi City, and opened the door to his room. A waiter was standing politely outside the door. Guest, the agreed time has arrived. The hotel will send a special car to take you to the station. You can get on the train directly at the station. Everything is handled by the dispatcher. There is no need to transfer in person. Okay. Thank you. I'll be right out. Upon hearing that the time was up, Gushi didn't say much. He picked up his packed luggage and followed the waiter out. Gushi had a good rest yesterday. The real world is not like the depths of the game, where there are so many tricks to play. Here, no one will bother you unless you make a special request. Taking advantage of the opportunity to rest, Gushi took Princess Anna and the contracted person Doyu to participate in a raid. This time the battle in the next raid went quite smoothly. Gushi and Princess Anna went about the dungeon with the attitude of killing everyone they could. They would provoke and kill any enemies they saw in the group dungeon. Of course, this makes the battle within the group a little more difficult. But this time, Gushi really tried his best. Jade was directly at the forefront of the battle, and all the fighting Jades were involved. And he was also the main force in the battle. At the same time, the batch of golden bone dragons that had just been obtained were also released in this battle. When the golden bone dragon flew into the air, its golden color immediately attracted the enemy's attention, giving Gushi great convenience. In addition, most of Gushi's other troops and heroes also participated in this battle. Yongo took the opportunity to experiment with the newly developed magic ritual, and Arroyo also showed Gushi the fighting style of the Black Spear Battalion after changing their uniforms. At the same time, Gushi also discovered some powerful new heroes in the battle. The few battle flags Gushi had exchanged from Pai Xinqing before were now of use. With the construction of the Death City under Gushi, the station gradually began to have hope, and some heroes started to focus on these battle flags. In this battle, several heroes performed quite well. Gushi was a little moved and wanted to give these heroes a suitable organization. However, only 2 battles were fought this time, and these heroes did not show their own characteristics. Just working hard was not enough for Gushi, so I kept defeating the first boss of the group. But those heroes didn't stand out. Let Gushi make up his mind to give them a battle flag and an organization. On the contrary, in this battle, Jade did quite well. During the boss battle, he was alone, with a set of armor and 3 swords, fighting against a boss that was 5 levels higher than him. No matter what methods the boss used, he never took a step back. During the battle, Gushi could tell that his attack power was not the strongest, but his defense is quite high, and the attacks of the boss will not necessarily cause mandatory injuries to him. Physical attacks are blocked by you, and magical attacks can even be bounced back. Although he attacks with a long sword, he has a certain degree of control. The most important thing is that Yu's means of attack are endless. Sometimes you can't see how Yu moves, but when he turns his head, his eyes or fingers will come out with some unexpected moves, which can just destroy the boss's attack, or lead the boss back to his own battle rhythm. It can be seen that this is caused by the special effect of Jade. After all, anything installed on Jade's body can change from gray to purple. And among those items, there are too many from strange origins. Except for Yu, not many people really know how many props are installed on Yu's body, and how many different effects are produced under the influence of his abilities. After the battle, Gushi looked at the time and took the initiative to quit the group. But things in the group book didn't end so quickly. Princess Anna needs to examine the gains and losses from this group battle and formulate subsequent plans. At the same time, some undead troops were lost and need to be replenished and adjusted. There are some important military units that need to be resurrected. These are all matters of Princess Anna. The battle here is over, but Princess Anna's story has just begun. At the same time, at the end of the battle, Shea also took the opportunity to enter the group base. She needed to help Gushi find out the situation of the bosses at the back of the group. Although Princess Anna herself has experienced the battle in the group version, but they have all been turned into dungeons. So we definitely can't expect the situation of the boss inside to be exactly the same as the battle in Victoria's City. All the bosses in the back are now unknown. Shea needs to find out the situation of these bosses, as well as the enemy's troop strength and so on. Get ready for the next group battle. As for Luna, she is not idle now. She immediately wants to check on the new undead that have just been refreshed in Aladovi City through Double Death, regardless of whether these new undead have combat effectiveness. Luna needs to select these new undead, register them, arrange accommodation, etc. These things will take a day or 2. Gushi had better not bother them these days. Therefore, after killing the number 1 boss of the raid, although Gushi was in Aradovi City, he did not run around. Instead, he hid in the library to read and study. This way, when you hear the knock on the door, You can come out of Aradovi City as soon as possible without missing the train. After leaving Lee's hotel, Gushi got on the hotel's special car. The driver was still the waiter who came to ask for help. After Gushi got in the car, the waiter skillfully started the vehicle and drove towards the station. At the same time, he still said to Gushi, "Guest, after entering the station, we can only send you to the waiting room, and we can't send you inside, but please rest assured, we have already arranged everything. When you arrive, you just need to go directly to the platform." Gushi nodded. It seemed that the Lee family was still somewhat productive in Baixiang City. It's pretty good that this kind of thing can be done to this extent. If this was done over at Lianqing, the city lord's mansion wouldn't be able to send people directly to the station. While talking, the car arrived at the Baixiangqing station. Just as the waiter said, he drove the car directly to the waiting hall. He didn't even need to go through the security check, and he dropped Gushi directly in the waiting hall.